ค everybody, how you all doing? I hope you're all doing well. My name is Paradise and welcome to the Paradise League HoN Finales League cycle number 1. Day number 2, where we're going to have here is the loser bracket semifinals, loser bracket finals afterwards, and then the grand finals for the end of the day. And I'm joined here by Mate. Mate, you're going to say anything?
Hey, how's it going, everybody? Mathematical here. Super excited to be part of this awesome tournament Paradise Gaming is throwing on, the Paradise League.
And I'm joined here as well by Satellitium. Satellitium, how you doing?
Hey boys, good to be here.
Well, I hope you gentlemen are excited for this match as I am and this day, and it's going to be one hell of a banger because we're starting here with these nuts against something Bridja. I cannot pronounce that, but anyways, so you guys can have it from here, and let's go with the picking phase.
All right, thank you so much. Yes, everybody, it is that time again. Competitive Heroes of Neworth Gaming. Been out of the loop for a little bit here, but definitely happy to be joined by my pro analyst, Satellitium. And let's get into it. They're wasting no time. Legion's side is going to ban out Devourer, Iker, and Magmus. Hellborn takes out Defiler, Nymphora, Accursed. Sad to see my personal favorite Defiler taking a back seat here, but I saw in some of the scrimmages between these two, that was a heavy pick, and he's doing a lot of work winning them games. Any thoughts on the bans here?
Yeah, they banned Dio because that's a comfort pick for Hellborn on KW, known as Songbob. That can definitely do a lot with that hero, regardless of where he lanes it, how they do it. And as you said, the Defiler is really strong in this meta, and Hellborn is kind of prioritizing like group up picks, like Defiler and 4 Accursed. That's like pop train heroes. You group up as 5 and run them over. Whereas Legion bans more specific players, like as the Devourer for Sunkbob or the Iker, which is a Novi pirate hero.
Awesome. So take a couple different strategies here. That's kind of a shame. Maybe they won't ban Devo all the times. I know that's one of my favorite fun heroes to see in the tournaments, just for those big play options. But already making our way through the draft here, starting out with Monarch, Kraken, and Corrupted Disciple. Solid supports. Kraken, always a fun one to see as well. Hellborn, I'm looking at Behemoth, Master of Arms, and Glacius.
Yeah, so both sides has a lot of flexibility here. Monarch is one of the strongest position 5 heroes right now. Chrysalis is really strong at saving heroes. Corrupt Disciple is a very strong carry, and Kraken can both be played as position 2 and 3. So they have some flexibility where they take this draft, and Hellborn has Bihi and MOA, which is as flexible as it gets. Bihi could be position 4 or 3. MOA could be 2, 3, 4, 5. Even 1, even I don't think it's as strong as position 1 since the changes to this hero, but it could literally go anywhere. I think this is going to be position 5 on Novi Pirate, and Behemoth is probably going to be position 4, but they have a lot of flexibility in where they take the drafting from here.
Absolutely, and already working on some big AoE combos over there on the Hellborn side. Always a huge fan of that. Feel like you can pick strategy and counters, but a solid team fight is a strategy that you can really never go wrong with.
And, For sure.
Hopefully, I'm hoping Behemoth's at least position 4. It's one of those heroes that the kind of damage he can do with just a little bit of farm, getting that early portal key. So hopefully they'll at least find some time to give him a little bit of the gold share.
Yeah, we have second tier bans coming out here. Deadwood, Pharaoh, and Engineer for Hellborn, and Monkey King Tempest, and the third ban is to be determined from Legion here. Wretched Hag is gonna be.
Looks like they're anticipating some mid heroes, maybe.
Yeah, for sure. As they pick up Belonia, which is gonna be the hero for Kevin on Puppet Soul here, which is usually the mid player, but they often send him into the side lanes as well, especially with the Celonia hero. Again, it's really hard to read the Hellborn draft right now, what they're trying to do.
Oh yeah, and a little unused to this UI. Just a heads up to everybody, it's been a couple years, but we are going to slowly get back into the groove. Glacius was not picked, just Shadow picked. Oh, man, I love Alonia too. Just one of those heavy burst damage heroes. There's I mean, zero lockdown really on Legion side so far. I worry about squishier heroes like that, just getting jumped on and immediately obliterated. Sure, Kraken can displace with the tsunami charge, but a lack of stuns, I'd say, so far on the Legion side. There's a big one.
Yeah, they go Riftwalker. A lot of good synergy with Kraken Ultimate, and Riftwalker Ultimate. Group up a couple of people with the Riftwalker Q. So they're going in a team fight direction as well. I think Hellbone will take a strong Tricore and Legion will probably play dual core with Kraken Corrupted, and then this hero. I actually don't know what this is gonna be. I think this is gonna be the position 3 hero, and then have Kraken mid. I think, or maybe this is gonna be the Testo hero. Testo usually plays mid for this Legion team.
Yes. One of the veterans here making an appearance in the tournament. Super excited to see that. What are these? So Legion team D's Nuts and Hellborn team Danova Brigada. Do we know about the history of any? Did these guys? I've been out of the competitive loop for a little bit. Did these guys, either of these teams, play together, or is this one of these like grab everybody we know that's awesome at this game and kind of just build a team to win this epic prize pool?
So for Legion team, these players are all American and has been playing with each other for several years, on and off in different combinations. But there's always been like a strong American team in the competitive scene, and this is just what they turned out for the last tournament. So these players have definitely played with each other before. Whereas Hellborn has all of these players have competed, but on different teams. This is more of a case of, as you said, let's pick five strong players that we know, that we like each other, and see if we can work this thing out.
Which is never a bad thing. You never know. We've all been playing this game, got over 10 years, maybe over some of us at 10 years at this point, basically. And some of these team synergies things will just come through. But that being said, ladies and gentlemen, the picking phase underway. D's Nuts versus Dawn over Brigada. Game 1 of today's match. And I also want to take a moment to just let you guys know this tournament is brought to you by Community Gaming. They run weekly tournaments for Valorant, Super Smash Bros., Hearthstone, and more. Community Gaming is an all-in-one platform that helps supercharge events of all levels, from community grassroots to the Tier 1 professional events. Experience it for yourself at communitygaming.io or join their Discord server to learn more. Also brought to you by Polydoge. Polydoge is a digital currency with one of the most vibrant communities on the powerful Polygon network. Offers a wide variety of fun interactions to its holders in the form of NFTs, apps, airdrops, and access to different DeFi platforms to use on Polygon. You can experience that for yourself at polydoge.com. Yes, this pause sponsored by them.
We need to round out the picks here. They picked Amon-Ra on Legion team, which is a really fun hero to see. They just changed this hero. It's quite better than it used to be. But it's still like kind of a wild card pick, whereas Hellbone goes with the more standard farm heavy FA. So they have a strong tricore of Forsaken Archer, Lodestone, and Elonia, and the other team has Corrupted Disciple, Ra, and Kraken as their 3 cores.
I do think this is going to be a tricky game for a Legion team to navigate. There's just a ton of early burst damage, magic damage, and Shrunken Head's definitely on the menu. Obviously for Corrupted, it's one of his early core items, but I think that's going to be a turning point. And until we see those magic immunities or evenly some magic armor, could be a dangerous game for them.
For sure. Hopefully the game gets resumed here. Let's look at the lanes. How do you think these teams are going to lane? I'm personally suspecting a tri-lane top with MOA, Behemoth, and Forsaken Archer, a pretty strong tri-lane, dual ranged B to set up Forsaken Archer volley, and then Elonia mid and Lodestone bottom.
I mean, that would definitely be a very solid lane. I'm gonna have to agree with you. Lodestone is perfect for that suicide role. Alonia make great use of those early levels, and if Trilane is back in the meta, yes,
It definitely is for sure. Tridents are very strong, but I think the meta right now is quite refreshing. There's a lot of flexibility. People play 3-1-1, 2-2-1, 2-1-2. They play a jungler. They play pseudo Trident for the jungler. Like there's a lot of flexibility, so everything can happen. But it's turning out to be a tri lane, and
yeah.
I think they're gonna offensive tri lane on Legion as well. So it's gonna be
Well,
1v1 bottom with Kraken versus Lodestone, and then they're gonna have CD, Riftwalker, and Monarch top, which is also a very strong tri lane. Triple range, Monarch is very strong. Corrupt Cycle is very strong in tri lanes.
Let's get it on.
So it's
Definitely
interesting to
gonna
see where
be-
this lane goes.
yeah, action packed, and you know what they say, everybody has a plan until they get punched in the mouth. So let's see how they line this up, and if it doesn't start going well, then we start the musical chairs lane swapping and see where things end up. They're gonna get off early start here on the Hellborn team, sending says all 5 players into this top jungle, maybe anticipating some early warding, but Riftwalker doesn't have any wards on her. He's just doing a little bit of scouting by oops, I pooped.
Yeah. They act to or they lane ward top for Hellborn, and Legion goes with the first ward on the or bottom rune. So let's see, do they have another ward on Hellborn? Not just yet. So I think the next ward will be at this top river spot to cover the rune for Hellborn. And it's kind of interesting to see where Monarch decides to place this ward. Is he gonna
Definitely
cover
keep-
both runes? Yeah, he's covering both runes. Really trying to protect this Ra middle from rotations.
Oh, yeah, that's. I appreciate that as a mid player myself, and I know Angry Tessie does play in very similar fashion. You know, the rune control and the protection, it just caters to certain heroes very well. Like you can basically put yourself in danger a lot more and trade, you know, HP for HP harass, and if you can control the regeneration, you're gonna slowly pull ahead of your enemy, and it's gonna be tricky. I know that you said there were some reworks. I noticed it looks like he still has all the same skills.
Yeah. They just added the regen to every single one of his skills, so you don't have to be pigeonholed into leveling E or maxing E, which is, I think, is what he's still gonna do. But there's regen on all 3 skills, and that gives it a lot more flexibility. I do think that Elonia is gonna dominate this mid matchup.
Already
as he
big
can-
harassment coming out here. You definitely called these lanes right on the money, and Behemoth, FA, and Master of Arms already pouring in damage to this top lane at level 1. Another
Oh.
stun coming out in the CD. They land the double stun volley into that. One more auto attack might do the trick. They do get 1 health pot off on CD. Looks like they're going to come in again. Another volley. Monarch going to be the sacrificial lamb here. My game audio is so loud. 1 second, I got to fix this.
Okay, they end up trading 1-for-1 with Hellborn getting the bloodlust. CD was definitely out of position. They're stacking on the creeps with the Behe stun. There was 1 second on MWA stun, so he didn't actually get triple stun as Monarch comes out with the crippling pollen on the MWA. Really good play from him to target the MWA with that stun, so he doesn't get the follow-up stunned on Corrupt the Disciple, and they only trade the support. But 1-for-1 trade, but Hellborn gets bloodlust.
Absolutely, and a nice start for them. In the mid lane, Angry Tester taking heavy damage, feeling the cold chill of Elonia. He gets dropped down, and definitely didn't expect that. He had twice the HP.
Riftwalker?
Yeah. Yes.
There we go.
Riftwalker in with the punish. Sneaky rotation.
Good rotation here by Melonia, but this is kind of what I suspected, as Ra don't really have a way to get away from Melonia, and if Melonia has full mana, he can just start stacking those Frosted Chargers on the weak melee hero, and eventually Ra can't move at all. So it's such a hard matchup for Ra into Elonia.
Riftwalker
In this
picks up the
Riftwalker here,
invisible.
though.
Yeah, this is nice. They got to land a stun into the cascade. That's quick work, and that's one way to punish Elonia. She does a hell of a lot of damage, but she's also very susceptible, especially with that bottle first build.
Yeah, it's super squishy hero, really susceptible to rotations. Really great job by Maloney getting the first kill and then getting the Invis rune. Unlucky for Kevin that it's actually an Invis rune bottom here. Let's see
Should've
how
had
bottom
vision.
is going.
No rune
19 and
vision.
1 versus 16 and 3. So Kraken's a little bit ahead in bot lane, but it's kind of equal.
Definitely another initiation here on the Monarch, and at least able to get a second of that cocoon off, and the turn's potential here is real as Forsaken Archer using that mana battery to his advantage. And this is just a non-stop back and forth. These guys do so much damage. You can see Forsaken Archer order upgrading to a power supply.
Yeah,
there's just
smart
that
decision.
many spells being casted.
Yeah, super smart decision. Gives him a lot of extra survivability and sustain this top lane.
Bottom lane, Lodestone forced to rocket drill out of there. But Angry Tessie definitely can recover from this. He's not that far down in farm after the return kill, so mid lane's looking pretty even as well. Overall, kind of dead even in all lanes. Gold chart, XP across the board. Good to see this is going to be a nice back and forth game. Like I said, I think that Hellborn, we should start to see them take off first, just kind of off of the heroes, but
It really depends on this tri lane. They're out leveling them heavily. They're only level 2 on every hero top except this Riftwalker, which is almost level 4. They really need level 3 on Monarch and CD, and then when they get those, I think they can really trade well into this Hellborn team. Get good initiation, and they should win for sure in a straight up fight. But depends if they can get level 3 before getting initiated on.
Yeah, that Chrysalis, I mean, if these guys got to pick a target, that Chrysalis could turn the tide completely. Nice pull back on the Master of Arms. He's going to get dropped down.
Great kill here from Legion. Yeah, Chrysalis level 2 especially is extremely strong. And if they get Chrysalis on whatever target on Legion that gets target, they're not going to kill him on Hellborn. It's so strong.
Coming in with the 8-bit graphic skin on Moa. I always loved that series.
Yeah, the very cool skin for sure.
Oh, this is the sound effects, man. That was one of the cosmetics that they did so well, in my opinion. This mid lane, Melonia basically just nuking the entire wave. She got plenty of mana, so is she gonna go jungling here?
Yeah, so she can farm both the lane and the jungle camp. Meanwhile, bottom, Kraken is heavily dominating now. 410 GPM versus this Lodestone, which is only on 280. Not quite what I expected. I think Kraken's probably favorite, but 100 GPM difference at this time is kind of insane.
It's pretty bad. Yeah, it's... I mean, Lodestone, you know, he bought a bottle here. Kraken just does so... Against another melee hero, it's one of those ones, like much like Magnus, you're built to dominate another melee opponent. So this is a dream for Kraken.
For sure.
But I can look at it like, yes, they're losing out, but you know, Lodestone walked down there with a suicide roll. Could have anticipated going against 2 heroes, or you know, he just wants experience. So it is unfortunate, but yeah, putting all that gold onto Rosario, meaning he's already beefy as hell. Top lane, a little bit of harassment. He's already beefy as hell, and if he gets those initiation items, those luxury items early on, he's gonna be unstoppable.
Yeah, agreed. He can definitely have a great impact this game, but as you said, Lodestone doesn't need as much farm. He has Bottle and Striders. He will probably just go straight into Blink, and then he has all he needs. Like, hero doesn't need as much as Kraken.
Nice Fisher.
Up lane.
Gonna lock Monarch up top. Chrysalis herself keeping him alive. This distracts them. They don't know who to focus on the target. In the meantime, they're gonna lock down FA here. She goes down, trading for the Corrupted Disciple, getting body blocked by Monarch. Not much you could do there. Very close quarters. Who's gonna come out on top of this exchange is the question. Moa dips down to 15 HP.
Riftwalker's gonna kill him.
Yeah, he's got the Striders. Okay, the wheelchair boots.
Maloney comes in.
Run from me.
Can Maloney get out?
TP, he's got the
Oh,
sun.
he's gonna get out actually. Nice job by Maloney. On the Riftwalker. Playing super well.
Blind Fisher there, like... Riftwalker is like the target to kill right now. Level 5, worth a decent penny. Good escape. Do we
So-
know, are any of these Legion players playing under like different names, like aliases, or any of the players in the game for that matter?
So blue is a guy called Steven. Played on little teal panda, and then Anchor Test here. Obviously, Rosaru is himself. Red little panda is known as Ace, and orange is Maloney, which you probably remember. He's been playing also competitively for like 10 years.
The name sounds familiar. Yeah,
Yeah.
I appreciate this. I'm sure everybody at home does too. It's always lovely when you have no idea who's playing. All right. Now that Alonia's rotated out to the jungle, Angry Testy gets a little bit more space. Pushing out that lane, the catapult's just wreaking havoc on that tower. All that hard work defending it. Going up the top lane, looks like they're getting in position. Monarch gonna pay for dropping this ward. And I think they've seen it happen.
Yeah, unfortunate that they know that ward is up, but he actually puts the counter on the hill here on the riverboard. So I think he thought he warded there, and not actually that there where he warded. So that might stay up. Lodestone rotating as he's not really doing that well bottom. I like that. I think Kraken should try to pressure this tower as he is doing right now. As soon as Lodestone leaves, if he can get bot tower, it's kind of a big deal. Get that our early goal lead up.
Yeah, definitely. I think so. It looks like Behemoth is never getting a Porky this game. Sitting at 95 gold for minute. He's definitely the position 5 hero.
Quite far away right now, yeah.
Yeah, that being said, could still bring a lot to the table. As seen. 3 or 4 kills that's happened up here at top lane.
So what they're doing right now is HoN is rotating MOA mid for levels. He's just gonna deep push middle with his acid bomb, and Elonia is gonna farm jungle, and they're just gonna play passive top lane, and they're still gonna get CS on Signatra, and they get good XP on MOA. Really smart here from HoN.
I just noticed Lodestone running back to base with about 40 HP as a near miss.
Kraken can get tower though.
That's a good plan though. You know, you got to get these guys their ultimates. MOA again. Yes, these heroes, MOA Behemoth, they fit into support roles with limited farm, but
The Legion have destroyed a Hellborn.
they
Kraken
have
has
so much potential.
2,500 gold and is gonna buy Blink right now. He is so farmed. 500 GPM, 490 right now, 96 creep kills, 10-minute Blink on a solo Kraken. Really well played by Rosaru here.
That's how you do it. I mean, that's the dream. Like I said, solo safe lane against a melee target who's mostly defensive. He didn't have to blow anything on regen. You know, he's got the bottle here, and he's already gonna make use of this. Veiled Rot active with the portal key heading top lane. They're gonna look to get a couple here, not just one target. And
Elonia is here as an anticipation though. They see him.
Is interesting.
They see him on Kraken. I hope they go for Elonia here. You can one shot him.
Actually, open it. Oh, the tablet!
Really well played by
Missed
Kevin.
tsunami charge. That anticipation item.
Insane!
Walker, 3-man ultimate!
Oh my god!
The entire Legion team up here, and they get the early punishment. I have no reason why they're not going to clean this entire fight up.
Lodestone gets away, but insane plays by Riftwalker again. Maloney really playing well this game. Dominating top lane, mid lane. Triple ulti here. Amazing play by Riftwalker. Holy cow.
Beautiful, beautiful rotations. Yeah, we saw they anticipated the Kraken rotation, bringing Alonia. It just wasn't enough.
Yeah, but look at this. This ward by Steven here in the jungle actually set up this Riftwalker ult, and it only expired because he kind of wanted the wrong pillar. That's so unfortunate for Hellborn. Great play by Legion side here. 6k goal lead, 12 minutes into the game already.
Yeah, that was a huge swing over there, and 2 towers dropping at the same time. You're gonna see a big power spike out on the Legion side right now. Hellborn's gonna have to figure out a way to answer this. I don't even know which target you punish. The richest people on Legion side are the hardest to kill. The Kraken and Ra, good luck. Look at these defensive items coming out by them. They are so set to get their front line in place and enable Melonia to get big ultimates like that all game. I mean, you can't really run from Kraken and Ra if they're standing right on top of you.
No, this is definitely a tough spot for Hellborn, but I hope to see they can get maybe a blink on Elonia and start space pushing, so they can try to get some map control back.
Rocket drill on cooldown for a full 12 seconds, and
he's gonna TP out.
Ooh,
He's gonna make it. MA shield. Good play by Hellborn.
big lack of damage there. In the meantime, though, Kraken does punish Forsaken Archer.
Amazing.
They're gonna need
Kraken
her to.
here.
Yeah, they're gonna need her to pull forward, move forward in this game. Don't you think?
Yeah, they need definitely to create some space for this FA, and Kraken goes straight up there to punish her. Really well played by Kraken, getting that solo kill is really huge at this stage of the game. I think he's gonna head straight into BKB. I would have maybe liked to see him get a bulwark first, since he's doing so well, but BKB versus his Hellborn team is obviously amazing. Elonia is completely negated, and early damage from FA is mostly put into crippling volley and piercing arrows.
So working on killing Monarch here.
Good kill.
Well, let's see if they can do that. Exactly what you're saying here.
Bot run. They're gonna fight over at Kraken Lowstone.
Stacking all 3 camps at once. That was a beautiful little sight to see. Nice team synergy. Hellborn team seems like they do have what it takes to turn this around. It's looking pretty ugly right now, and I definitely didn't anticipate Legion team coming out on top so hard this early. But I think we still got something to do here. That ward doing work, as you said. Behemoth in trouble. Fisher's not going to be enough. Just so much damage coming out, and every little gank that's successful like this just propels Riftwalker forward more.
Yeah, I like what they were doing though on Hellborn, trying to put FA in the jungle. So if he's not showing on lanes, it's way harder to find and kill him. And we really need the Forsaken Archer to recover this game, so they can have a good chance of winning. Ra running in.
Yeah.
And
Legion team can just take all of these double stacks they just made.
nice.
Rosaru has a ward in the jungle just out of range of the ward of Rev. They will see Kraken though, if they're paying attention, so they know that the whole team's up there, and see what they do with their time here. There's all that gold.
Dodging completely on Hellborn, only playing on the bottom side of the map. And right now they're only farming the lane, and Legion is farming their jungle plus top lane, and now pressuring the tower. So
Yeah,
definitely getting out farmed.
it's going to be hard to recover. You know, what can you hope for? Behemoth is not even level 6. This is extremely unfortunate if you want to force a huge fight.
Oh, he misses Kraken hold, unfortunately. They're gonna TP out on everyone on Hellborn.
It's interesting though.
Aloni, solo kill on the Aloni mid. Oh, he's gonna get shielded. He's gonna turn around maybe. Can he? No. Good shield by May, saving Elonia mid. Good try by Riftwalker.
That global master's call coming into play there. Up the top lane, a little bit of an exchange. Gets the conduit off. Oh, one more auto attack would have done it. That was actually the perfect Fisher there.
Great counter by Hellborn, yeah. Saving their carry, killing the enemy carry, a big deal for sure.
Rift's getting greedy here. All by herself. There's 3 heroes. It's only a Behemoth. He's been beaten down all game. This type of greed is what they want to do. I definitely think that's a trade that Hellborn will take any day, though. Working their way back in this.
Yeah, for sure. Well, the 5 and 0 before Riftwalker for the 0 and 3 VE. So really good trade for Legion or Hellborn.
But, yeah, Legion just relentlessly choking out any chance they have to farm. Behemoth does finally hit level 6. Used the shockwave there. I mean, is there some chance where they force a big team fight and win it to pull this off, or do they kind of just bide their time, get those core items before engaging?
I think Hellborn's key to victory right now is Purong in the game, and by a lot. They need central items on like FA. They need 1 damage item, maybe Geos into BKB so he can survive versus this Legion team. And Elonia needs some several more items. They just need to get pickoffs, good push. Yeah.
At least the Kraken used on Lodestone just to keep himself alive. Monarch comes in to kind of be the sacrificial lamb, and look at the space she creates. The Riftwalker ulti comes down. They don't get any kills off of it, but still a beautiful setup and an example of what this team's capable of. And Monarch Cocoon as bait. It's just another setup for Riftwalker ulti.
Top run. He's
Yeah,
gonna die here.
Hellborn's not done.
They were ready, but not ready enough. Unfortunately, good pick off by Riftwalker. He's running on top of the red ward here, though. He's gonna die.
Yeah.
Maybe not. They're not actually not gonna go for it.
They're so scared. I mean, we can see that they had the clear man advantage there, but with their tier 1 still standing, yeah, it's probably a smart play to be a little bit more cautious. They've made a lot of mistakes in this first 20 minutes here.
Rocking on Kraken. Is he gonna run onto Alonia? Almost. That's so close.
Passing ships in the night. I wonder if Alonia knows he's there. She's just praying. She's got that tablet, which gives her a little bit of room, but 2 mobility. Kraken.
It does not have a TP on Alonia. Let's see if he runs to the outpost to get a TP. If Kraken shows.
Courier on the way. Let's see if they catch it.
Yeah. No, they're not gonna find him. They have no way of knowing. But it was so close. Kraken walking on top of him. Top tower is gonna fall probably here.
Can you not
Again,
see the couriers anymore?
No, you can't.
Okay.
After they changed it to personal carriers, you can't see it. See it running out or flying out.
Okay, interesting. Rift already in position though. Now she's got that tablet, so a little bit more personal survivability in the works and kind of gap closing. But that's a quick work at the tier 2 top. I can't see why they wouldn't just continue this pub train and choke out the rest of the map.
And they're scared to show bottom on Hellborn, so they're not even pushing this tower now. He steals the wave, and Lowstone's gonna kill the next wave. So it's gonna take some damage now. Good thing by the Hellborn team here. They need to get this tower, trade out something, but that tier 2 tower top.
Yeah, and we're starting to see a little bit of a catch up on terms of the experience. It was much larger disparity earlier on. They got some levels on these heroes.
Okay, so Kraken goes for the full BKB.
Nemeth, Fisher locking down Ra.
And Ra will go for Mock here.
Let's see though, these BKB timings, these are much earlier than you would anticipate. I'm worried that Hellborn's primarily magic damage lineup is going to struggle even more than it has.
They're gonna struggle to kill Kraken for sure. Great play by a great game by Rosario here. 5-0-0 at 20 minutes. But FA is finding some farm here. 380 needs to break that 400-450 mark to try to get some damage items. But they're doing a good job with pushing right now.
The gap's not getting worse. Hellborn not forcing anything, knowing that, you know, well, if they're gonna take us, they're gonna force a fight, and they want to bring it to the high ground. Let them. Definitely right. Fair trade's going out here. Behemoth doing what he can to kind of slow the bleeding. But we see the tier 2 mid fall. Portal down on the bottom. FA gets locked out by a quick, sneaky Kraken initiation. Does use that first BKB. Shrunken Head activation. Lodestone charging up his ultimate. This could be huge onto the Riftwalker. And the Armstarved Lodestone makes quick work of that Riftwalker. He's actually top farm on their team now.
Great the counter kill by Lodestone, also playing well. 6-0-0. Great play by Janko, but again, this Kraken finding the FA kill is playing super well on Rosaru. They finish Mock on Ra. They have good spread farm over 4 heroes. 4 heroes above 300 GPM. So good play by Legion. He picks up a perpetual cogwheel on Kraken. Interesting.
Yeah. He may be in a little bit of trouble here. He does have support nearby. I would be surprised if he goes down. Oh, Ra. Aqua Brilliance. Ra's doing some serious damage already. He's going to pay the price. Or is he?
The haste rune. He just runs away.
Okay,
so
haste rune.
close.
I'm like, that guy's a little bit faster than I think he should be. That's insane, though. He's got ridiculous health regen. All of his items centered around this. Looks like he's going to die, but then he comes right back into the fight. Not to mention his ultimate of reincarnation. Always been a fan of Amon Ra.
A very cool hero for sure. Fun to play as well.
Another one. Now playing him without a blink takes a little bit extra skill. But
Yeah, I think
see it
Test is
pay
gonna
off
pick it
there.
up eventually. Blink
Yeah.
is kind of core, as you said. It's really hard to get into range to get that path of destruction, and they kind of need that extra initiation to follow up on the Kraken ult.
Interesting though. We're used to seeing this super hyper aggressive gameplay by mid players and especially by Angry Testy. I just think it's cool that he's taken a little bit a different role in this game, and it's definitely paying off for that. Master of Arms has been caught in a bad place. They don't want to throw too much on him, and realizing that he wasn't going to get any support. Well, very similar trade happens again.
He gets the kill on the CD. Great play by Lodestone. Really keeping in this game, getting these solo pickoffs. Is he gonna get caught here though? Great charge.
Drill, can he get it off?
He can. He's getting restrained to this Kraken ultimate. He actually can't blink to his Q.
Infinite immobilize. Wow. Oh, enemies who reach the center of Release the Kraken suffer additional magic damage and 3-second immobilize. That's new to me, and that's pretty sick.
Yeah, it's very strong. I don't know if you're aware. You said the Kraken uses first Shrunken Head charge. There's no more charges on Shrunken Head. It doesn't go down in time. It's 7 seconds at no matter how many uses you use.
That is correct. Yeah, I did notice that because I was watching some scrims yesterday, just trying to get familiar with a lot of the changes that have happened over the past couple of years that, played from here and there, but definitely not on the level where I used to. And I think that's a good change because it always felt really bad. Yeah, I need a BKB right now, but if I buy it, or a Shrunken Head right now, but if I buy it, I'm not gonna have it for later. And I don't know if that was balanced, but it was never a gameplay mechanic that felt good.
No, BKB has always been super strong, but as you said, it just feels so bad not wanting to use your BKB, and if you end up like kind of wasting it, and you waste your 10-second Shrunken, which is such a big deal, it's just such a feel bad moment. So 7 seconds at all levels.
Him out. He's got the high ground vision here. Is he gonna start channeling that Shatterstorm for just 2?
He's doing it. B is coming in, spot with the stun. Yeah.
Oh, he leads in with the Rock and Drill Shatterstorm. Corrupted Disciple, though, getting Storm Spirit. And he's going to stay alive. Riftwalker solo ulting on here. Will the Hellborn look to punish this? No. They are all out of there. It looks like Lodestone just wants to be like a Deadwood.
Is he going to die? Or he was on 50 HP on CD? I was close to dying to that Dreamcatcher of Lodestone's.
Most unfortunate. I've never seen Lodestone played in such a fashion. Like, that he does, he removes all the armor. He's got huge burst damage, but I mean, he's going around just single target, bopping people who are out of position.
Yeah, this hero has great kill power, especially like even solo. And now B showed up, unfortunately also gets caught. So the lead is growing for Legion, playing well here. They're farming, like, look at where Ra's farming. They're farming their own force, and Ra's is taking their force, and Hellborn's kind of scared of him, as Ra's being so big. 533 GPM right now.
See, I thought they were going to take that. Maybe that's why Lodestone was hesitant to jump in, because the team wasn't around, but I thought that was a nice engagement for the Hellborn team. They probably should have forced that. So Behemoth's halfway to a portal key. I mean, that could be huge. They just still got that AoE lockdown. If these people get out of position and then it's just Amon-Ra Kraken standing alone.
You're right. Like blink on B is so important for this Hellborn team. But when will he be able to get it? He's dying in engagements, and he has like no creep kills whatsoever. He has 21 creep kills. It's gonna be rough for B to eventually farm that, but when he gets it, it's gonna be a game changer for sure. Elonia getting caught top lane. Yeah, 3 heroes on top of him, rough. He does finish the Grimoire though, which is gonna give him so much more damage and lockdown.
Yeah. Second on the damage charts here is Elonia, and probably their only chance of wiping these people out. I mean, I envision this Hellborn team. Oh god, FA gonna be in trouble here. No, just gets scared back into his base. Lodestone be forced back by the TP rotation of Kraken. I mean, yeah, the dream, right, for Hellborn is a team wipe in an AoE context. Like, they definitely have the damage for it. Shatterstorm, Shockwave, all those huge AoE magic damage. I think they could kill everybody except for maybe Kraken and Ra, but if you get them standing by themselves, they're not so scary. Lodestone coming in right now to try to deal with Ra.
Oh, for sure. Like, with the Shadow Storm removing all armor and magic armor, even Ra gets squishy. He has 2k HP, but if he doesn't have that armor to go with it, he can get killed very easily. So, Behe Blink is getting really close now. 1900 gold. If he takes this top wave, he's gonna have Blink. Does he dare, though? Scary to farm a place like this. It's gonna do it.
Especially when you're so close. He's like, please, please, Moe, just protect me. And there you have it. Hellborn. See if they even answer this tier 2 push down bottom. They could get the surprise now that he has the blink and take the defense right there. I don't think Legion would expect it. But looks like they're not going to respond to this. I mean, just give it up and take the final stand at high ground. But they might be dealing with Kongor buffs at that point.
I think Legion team should definitely look into getting double Kongor here. If they kill Hellborn Kongor and then go get their own so they can get token, they could...
Oh, they're going to punish here.
Oh, there's sheep on the Kraken though.
Not a good teleport. Very greedy play by MMOA. He saw the board side of bottom.
They go try to catch someone bottom. They couldn't, unfortunately. Yeah, this is definitely Kongor timing, as you even said yourself here. They should try to get Kongor down. They're gonna kill it on Ra here.
Pretty
I would like to
textbook,
see them. Yeah, I would like to see them start with Hellborn, so Hellborn can't counter Kong. But as they do have vision, but either they're gonna try to fight this with Behe Blink, and they don't know they have it, or kill their own Kong. They're smoked up on Elonia and Behe here. I think they're gonna try to steal
look
Kong.
at Riftwalker, what she just did. She stayed bottom, hidden, cut the wave. So even though Lodestone was pressuring that.
Look at Behe there. Kong is getting low.
Uh-oh, here we come in.
And
He's
steal it.
Oh, he's getting ready. There it goes. Locks it down, and he does. Does he get credit for that? It's hard to say. Yes, Kongor Slayer. Gets the kill on Kongor.
That's actually really important. Even though he dies, and nobody dies on Legion side, it's such a big Ra here. Oh, Ra's actually gonna die.
And
really great buy here by Behe. They get the Kongor buffs on their team. They prevent Legion from getting token in any way, and they get the kill on Ra for the Behe kill. Great play by Behe here. Good steal.
Yeah, that was huge, and I didn't even notice because Ra was so low when he was soloing Kongor that, yeah, Behe took his ultimate out. Just a really nice turn of events. Lodestone making it worth just that extra amount. That's a good start for Hellborn here.
A little bit careless by Legion side not counter voting and just taking Kong.
Happens. Probably feeling pretty confident at this point. I mean, every engagement for the past 10 minutes or more has definitely gone in their favor.
Yeah, for sure. They're hiding here on Hellborn. Maybe they'll go for the CD, which could be catastrophic if Ra or Kraken's walking away though. CD's gonna die. Or Elonia also TP's out. And Ra buybacks?
Ra buyback, and he had like 1 second to respawn. What the heck?
That is so weird. That's a creep play. But yes, he didn't mean to do it, or there's some kind of disagreement on this team. I don't know. I think that's a mistake.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. I wasn't looking at the respawn timer, but I'm pretty sure it was like a few seconds. I don't know if that's some kind of taunt. Like, I got so much gold that I can just do this, but...
That would be new to me, man. I think he just misclicked it. There's no other way. Like, there's no way you buy back there. There's nothing to buy back for. There's no point. There's... Like...
Oh, man. Behemoth, no! He had Shockwave available. This is gonna be
really big pick here, so they can try to force the spot racks.
Legion Tower
Keck W, what was you doing?
He was warding. He actually warded this hill, but got caught doing it, unfortunately.
They got the fortify. Luckily he's so low that they only need to buy about 25 seconds time. So they might be able to hold it here.
Yeah, they use piercing arrows on a FA to take out the creeps. Good choice here, I think. And as you said, Behemoth needs to reconnect.
I've been there. You get picked off. Roll your monitor across the room and knock over the modem.
Yeah. Stuff happens.
Just take a minute here for it to come back online, guys, but so far, I mean, even though it's looking, you come up right now, you see, okay, 25-12, 16,000 gold lead. Yes, but somehow it doesn't even feel like it's been remotely one-sided. Like it's looked more promising for the Legion, but somehow the Hellborn team has came through when they really needed to, when it was like, all right, game's over.
Yeah, I mean, they have really good stall team. They have a super strong carry in FA that can go super late game, especially with like if he can get 6 slotted. And they have really good counter push. Behemoth can stun the wave. MOA can put the acid bomb down. And then it's so hard to force these main objectives, which is why they need to go Kong, which Hellborn then counters with a great play by Behemoth, stealing Kong. So it's gonna be hard for Legion side to force base, and it's gonna be interesting to see if they opt to wait for their own Conger to spawn again, so they could get double Kong, get this token, and try to force base with that. Or if they're just going to force base outright, or even maybe just try to control the map, like farm in every lane in their jungle, just suffocate this Hellborn team, force them to stay in base.
And I think that might be what Hellborn would want. That last option he gave, where they kind of play it safe, stay back, control the map, and amass up all of this farm. But aside from like, Refresher on Riftwalker or, Doombringer on Corrupted Disciple, I don't see that Legion scales as well as Hellborn team. FA and MOA can eventually, transition into that physical presence that they only got corrupted for that.
Yeah, I mean, if Corrupt Disciple still has 3 slots to fill out with items, so he can definitely get a lot stronger. And I don't see MOA ever with the 190 GPM gonna get like any auto attack item, so it's just gonna be on FA. So,
Yeah.
but this Alonia is gonna scale so well with when Kevin gets a blink, sheep, resto, it can scale so well. And a hero like Ra, if you play Alonia into it, Ra can get kited endlessly. You get slow to 99%. You can't move your hero, and you're just gonna die eventually. So Alonia scaled super well into the late game. They could like look to try to get like refresher on Kraken, so double sheep, double shrunken, or maybe like a demonic would also be really good for that physical presence.
Absolutely. Now, quick question to refresh my memory. You cannot activate your Shrunken Head if you're stunned. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
So there is potential to just completely obliterate this Corrupted Disciple.
100%. I mean, if they get caught in a Behe shockwave and the Lowstone follows up with Shadowstorm, like every single hero hit by those 2 abilities are gonna get melted instantly. So they definitely have the potential to set up a really big team fight. They're setting in their base to have really good counter push. So Hellborn can be kind of patient here, finding the right engagement, I think.
It looks like Behemoth has reconnected to the game. Don't know if all players are ready yet.
No, they have
I'm looking forward
issues,
looking forward to see it. This is the dream. Nobody wants to see a one-sided sum. You know what I mean? No. This is like, you got the underdog, the Hellborn team, but they kind of got the tools they need to somehow pull it back, and it's going to take an incredible display of skill. And, what better place to motivate you to do that than the finale of Heroes of New Earth?
Yeah, for sure. They definitely have the tools to win this game still, even though they're down 16k. So it's gonna be interesting to see what Legion does to try to close out this game.
Legion teams had a lot of time though during this pause to think about their plan, because we weren't sure if they were going to try to keep pushing while Behemoth was down for a little bit. They're going to back off and try to take Hellborn. Kongor, they're doing it pretty quickly, and I don't think the Hellborn really wants to engage, so that probably was the right call. Like, hey, if we could get this down before Behemoth spawns, but now he's spawning and Kongor's still only at half health.
I think they're gonna get this Kongor for free. However, it's gonna displace the Kongor timing, so they're not gonna be able to get token with their own Kongor spawns. Wow. They're just gonna elect to go for the boss here. Not a bad choice, but I think they definitely need token or something, some pickoffs to force high ground somehow.
It's a very difficult high ground, as you were saying. Yeah, it's definitely something that I'm not too familiar with, this double Kongor concept.
If they're killed like 2 minutes, I think maybe 3 minutes within each other, it's gonna spawn with the same team. It's gonna spawn token of life. So yeah, essentially, when they kill it now, there's gonna be like 5 minutes or so to their own Kongor spawns, which makes it impossible for them to get token.
Whole nother layer of strategy there. That's kind of cool.
Yeah, definitely changed the game up a bit. And you as you said yourself, you have Kongor buffs now. You can either go for moment speed damage or stats.
Legion team, the ones hanging out on the Hellborn side of the map, so still feeling dominant enough. And again, it's a pretty safe bet that your two heavy hitters with a Monarch behind them are pretty hard to kill. Anybody, they take this bait and go on them, I'm pretty sure Hellborn's getting punished. So it's a bold strategy, but
as you said, they can crystallize whoever they jump, and you have a Riftwalker ultimate that's gonna hit your face. So it's definitely hard for Hellborn to take engagements. They need to just kind of split push and try to get farm somehow, get this BKB up on FA so they have a chance to fight.
It's great that they have this wave clear too. I mean, it'll get to a point where, you know, Ra could just stand up there and punch the tower himself. I'm surprised they're not even just trying that right now, because he is kind of in that position now where he can just sidestep crippling volleys or blink out. He could be punching the tower right now, and they're not going to initiate on him.
Not initially. If he gets to like half HP, they could maybe do like a half-hearted initiation on him, try to force out the ultimate. But they have so much raid gear on Hellborn side. Like the creeps are never gonna touch the towers if they're there to.
Yeah, like that's the only way they're gonna get any damage onto these towers, and they're going with the strategy that you suggested, which is control the map and increase this gold lead. But again, FA, you know, still finding farm. Chevaled rots down to the enemy
all the
jungle.
way to the bottom lane. Yeah, it's smart, because if he gets spotted on the ward, Legion's gonna set up and they're gonna kill him almost instantly with 2 heroes. So he smokes down here, so they have no chance of knowing he's bottom. If he comes to jungle only, he's not gonna. I think if he touches this bottom lane or bottom creeps, he's gonna TP out immediately afterwards. Ra is here though. That's kind of dangerous. He could get spotted here by Ra. Ra is gonna see there's no creeps. They know someone's down here.
I don't think he's hit him.
They found him.
F8. Okay, MOA ulti on. They anticipate this.
He can't stun him though. He's on top of him. Good TP out from Uma here, playing FA Forsaken Archer.
I was about to say something. Can't remember what it was. Oh yeah, like man, that because they could have had the double Kongor in a few minutes. Like you're absolutely right. They can't do anything right now. They're too afraid of this AoE monstrosity going uphill. Like, what are they gonna get BKBs on every hero? Like,
yeah, but they're controlling the map. Like the lead is growing. It's 18k now, and it was 16k before. So they're actually not like in a bad spot doing this. But it's always nice to be able to close out the game. as Crop Disciple picks up a Blink, that's kind of unconventional, and then an Arcana, which I suspect is going to be a Hellflower. So Blink Hellflower on CD is going to be really strong to get solo pickoffs, or even if they try to dive the base, CD can just Blink on top of Elonia, Hellflower him, and almost one-shot this hero.
Okay. Then that's the likely target there.
So I think they are preparing to somehow dive base. Like that is what this portal key signals to me, that they want to try to like maybe force something in base, because that's what it's good for, like jumping on top of a target with BKB up and then just
Yeah.
pounding in them out attacks.
Getting some sort of pick off and disrupting it, separating your team, right? The bane for this Legion team is if they stick together, they're doomed. So, maybe by creating some space, Corrupt Disciple instantly hits in the back lines. Now Behemoth's not sure who to initiate on, and yeah, because I was thinking Corrupted was definitely the target you want to jump on if you're Hellborn. Now he buys the blink. He says, "I'm coming to you. Good luck jumping on me."
Yeah, for sure that's the plan. Behemoth smoke behind FA here. Don't think
Could they
Riftwalker's
find
gonna make a
Riftwalker?
play.
It's a shame you can't
They
scout
could.
those warriors.
He's gonna.
Oh, he knows. He knows
the
his
smoke.
pathing got jacked up. Oh.
Yeah. Unfortunate. Good escape by Maloney here.
All right.
They're
Congo
gonna do farm,
respawns.
yeah.
So basically, they're never gonna wait for the equilibrium to. Yeah.
Yeah. Which I think is a mistake, honestly. All the enemy Conquer is gonna be out in 3 minutes, which means the buff that allows you to get tokens is gonna be out as well.
Yeah, you have the entire map controlled. Like, you can get them to back into the base easy for some reason. They're not prioritizing that token.
Been slain.
Bear Idol out on Amon Ra.
Yeah, Behemoth hard as well to take him up even further.
I mean, he definitely could sit there and just punch into the tower. I mean, if you were to even die, it wouldn't be the worst thing. You know what I mean? You have this huge gold lead. It's not going to give him that much gold.
No, he needs at least a buyback if he wants to do that. But yeah, if they get the tower and maybe some damage on their axe, it's not the worst thing in the world that the rod ends up dying.
But even if he died, like, I mean, could Hellborn really push through the tier 2, the tier 3, and the base in that one death?
No,
All these lanes show that.
They could probably take a couple tier 2 towers, as they're gonna get one here, bottom lane.
The Hellborn
But
have
I don't think they
destroyed
could
the
co-rex
tower.
at all. I think you're right in that.
Just noticed, yeah, Rosario 10-0-3, having a wonderful time here in this game.
Yeah, great game by Kraken for sure.
I haven't even seen him use the sheep stick though since he bought the $6,000 item. I don't think there's been one fight yet.
I think he sheeped a couple supports, but no, they haven't had a big team fight yet where he gets to like actually sheep one of the big targets, Elonia or FA, to try to lock them down and kill them. It's only been like pickoffs. Hellborn has just been dodging relentlessly, sitting in base, bit pushing what they can. Riftwalker's looking for the Elonia top though.
Here goes that Conger spawn. They're gonna look to take it. Perhaps.
Riftwalker's TP push gonna TP bottom on a creep. They're gonna be 5 for Congo. I mean, Congo Slayer is still up. I don't know when it's gonna expire. I think this is gonna be close. Actually, I can't see it on this module. I think maybe they could get token here actually, if they kill it like really fast.
Oh.
Yeah, they're going to get it. It seems.
So maybe the window is like 4 minutes.
Yeah, maybe I'm not quite sure what the token on CD though. So they
Oh,
do get
no.
the double Kong this time. And they're gonna try to force bottom, that's for sure.
That makes a huge difference. The Hellflower timing completed on Corrupted. He also tidies up that Dawnbringer. I mean, dude is a force to be reckoned with. A lot of pressure on Red Little Panda to make something happen here. Let's see what he does. If he just jumps
Ship
immediately
FA.
back. They do lock FA down here. This is kind of exactly what they wanted.
Yes,
Shove
buyback.
ahead
He's gonna
hack.
buyback instantly.
They are chasing him down. Red Panda's forced it back here. But he's pouring in the auto attacks to Lodestone in the background. Amin-Ra goes down with his first life, and we'll be back shortly after. FA gets a nice ulti off, keeping Monarch at bay. That's another one down. Ra immediately melts the second time, and now they're down. Get that token of life down by Corrupted Disciple.
Gonna die again here. Here comes
Wow. Thank God they had that buyback at the ready, because this went huge for them, and it looks like it's not even finished yet. Riftwalker, I'm not sure why she turned around. Okay, she's got the blink, she's got the Storm Spirit.
I think this was completely premeditated by Hellborn. I think the reason Umar was standing so far up on FA is because he knew they would jump him and he had buyback. So the plan was to sacrifice FA, use buyback, and then immediately fight after. So they wouldn't get caught in counter initiation into the Riftwalker ultimate or stuff like that.
That's huge if it was. And it was a little bit of a disjointed team fight. Like, nobody, if you have any AoE abilities, you almost never want to start spending them on a target, right? A single target. So you're a little hesitant when you play heroes like that, or when there's like a disjointed engagement. So if that was calculated, that was very impressive. Riftwafter definitely thinking a step ahead. Like, he knew Behemoth would come. Blinks himself back.
The buyback on Kraken here.
Yeah, I was hoping they would force some buybacks here. At the very least, if they couldn't get the tower. But they clean up big off of that. A lot of damage. That tier 3 next time will go down.
It's as smart as this was by Hellborn's side. They can't be doing this more, because now the tower fell, and if FA has to use second buyback, it's gonna be really grim. That hero's gonna be permanently dead whenever they catch him. So I don't think that's gonna be the strategy next time, and it's gonna be interesting to see if Hellborn's just gonna group up and go bottom again, or they're gonna look for pickoffs, which is, I think, the way. It's gonna be hard to take a straight 5 versus 5 fight into this Hellborn team that just closed to 8k gold lead. It's down to 10k now instead of 18k.
So it was a nice trade, but you're saying it comes at a cost. They definitely these buybacks are definitely going to be important.
Yeah, it's a. I think it was really good play. They closed down 8k the goal lead, like for only one buyback.
And how about
I
that?
liked it a lot.
The mental game, you know, Legion team. You've been fearless. They've been walking all over the map, anywhere they wanted. It looks a little bit different. Just the positioning that they're taking. I mean, we haven't seen them standing in their base the entire game. I know that nobody's showing. Maybe they're lacking a little vision, but you know, there is some psychological effects of getting wiped like that.
Yeah, it definitely feels like they've been playing, as you said, fearless all game. They've been forcing them into base all game, and suddenly you get genocided. Then you feel like you aren't as far ahead as you maybe are. Like they felt like they were on top of the world, and now things are a bit different with the Hellborn equalizing a bit here.
I think it's fairly equal, and there's the PK on Alonia. I mean, 10k gold at this point in the game, it's not much.
No, it's not the biggest deal for sure. I mean, look at how Legion is playing now. They're not forcing the Hellborn inside to base. They're not even taking this bottom wave because they're scared that someone like Lodestone is gonna sit there and kill you.
They're right. I mean, they're absolutely right.
Yeah, they are right.
It's funny that they've been forced into this position. But here we go.
Buys out a Nullstone instead of buyback here on FA, and I really like this. It's gonna be hard to get like blink stun on him from Kraken. The way they were gonna catch him is blink sheep, and now he has that low Nullstone to negate that. He's gonna be able to press Drunken before he gets hit by something else.
Nobody wants to be the one to drop the ball here, because that's all it takes. One person sleeping at the wheel for just a second, and then it all kicks off. Everybody on high alert right now. Alonia in position. Can she melt someone like the Kraken, though? Now she's getting out of there. Oh, she ports to the creep bottom to set up with Lodestone. Let's see if they notice that one melee creep standing out, getting in position. Can they get Corrupted Disciple down before the BKB? Yes, they do. He has buyback ready, but don't think he wants to use it. Dust used activated onto Alonia. This would be a fair trade. Lodestone doing everything he can to keep her alive. Riftwalker uses that ultimate, timed with the Storm Spirit, and Behemoth, though, saves the day.
Kraken needs to get out of here. He's running in. He should be going the other way.
Big trouble here. Doesn't want to activate the BKB, but there he does. Tsunami charge and a blink in 1 second. He will escape, but that's a big cost.
Maybe they can cast CD here. CD's running away.
Oh, CD did buy back. I didn't even notice. A huge cost then. Because you buy back here, and for what? I mean, I guess it's just your base was going to be under siege, but... Let's see.
Vex is going to die so quickly if they start hitting him.
I know.
Oh, Kraken can initiate on. He's going to die here.
No. Whoa, no. What's going on here? Legion side, it's all falling apart. There's the Disciple destroying activation. Angry Tessie doing what he can in the background. He picks off Alona, stops the damage, but she's kind of already done her job. Is that a second buyback by Kraken? Gets a nice ultimate off. They're all locked down, but there's no damage to come in and follow it up.
Yeah, another Rex is just going to fall here. Complete meltdown by Legion. 2k gold lead now is going to go even lower. Really well played by the pick off there, and then really, as you said earlier, also disjointed team fight. Like they came in one by one, bought back a bunch on the different heroes, and they never like got to reset, go with 5, and really take a good team fight. They died one by one, and Hellborn just punished them so hard for it. They used the Elonia buyback there. He did die this fight. But I don't think it's a big deal if they just want to buy back on Elonia and keep pressure up here.
Yeah, if they want to keep pressure up, Rod doesn't have buyback, but...
Kraken's going to die bottom.
Oh, no. And Legion did the right thing by showing so much respect after they lost that engagement and tried to push high ground. They were playing very cautiously. But, you know, patience on the Hellborn team. They eventually found that mistake. And wow.
Great play by Hellborn. Really good comeback here. As we mentioned, they had all the tools. They just needed to execute, and they did execute super well. So.
And then, yeah,
Kudos
finding the Kraken out, too, at the
FA
bottom.
Though. FA top. He's going to get chipped, yeah. And Hellguard at the same time. He's going to get purged by MOA, though. He gets BKB off. CD is hitting him.
Riftwalker ultimate! Interrupted.
He kills him. Nice. That's a really good counter go. Hellborn's diving though. They're not gonna find anything. Storm and Behe to slow him down. Nice. Oh, can they cancel this blink? No, they don't need to.
F in chat. No, Behemoth needed to die there. They didn't really do anything to even to that mid tier 3. I'm not sure why they just sacrificed them, but look at all the gold on these heroes. We're gonna see some big items coming out for the Hellborn for this next team fight. 5k, 48, 4800.
They get to use picks, but like all lanes are pushed in. They're not gonna be able to force anything. They're not gonna be able to equalize this bottom racks. Don't think they're gonna do anything with this Legion. They're just gonna take the kills and yeah, farm with it, I guess.
Excuse me. Alonia, though, perpetually looking to keep the pressure up. I mean, we see her positioning, her and Lodestone pretty much making sure that if Legion gets cocky for even a second, he's going to be ready.
Yeah, and they're keeping these lanes pushed out, which means even if Legion wins an engagement close to the base, it's so hard to force racks or get objectives since they have to push the wave all the way onto the Hellborn base.
Yep.
So,
and then even when you get there, if there's one person alive, they're probably going to be able to clear that wave.
Yeah.
Definitely a smart play, and good to see them coming back. If they could even bait out just the shrunken head on Corrupted Disciple, he's going to fall back here, but they look to kill. Riftwalker doesn't really have anything he can do to survive this one. Looking for a turn kill. Lodestone, what is he going to do? He does. Gets locked in place. They're making sure they use everything to get him down here. The only thing Hellborn can do is kind of pressure this bottom lane and force a rotation back like they've been doing, so they get these kills, but if they get nothing out of it.
Someone needs to go here. Kraken TPs.
Very fast Hellborn kill, or a Kongor kill. The other Kongor is up.
Ra is hitting it. They're gonna look to trade Congress and Legion if they can. The map is so scary for Legion side. Like even Kraken is gonna fall to like half HP defending this. If anyone goes here, Kraken's gonna die. So Kraken's gonna have a really hard time pushing out bottom lane because he's gonna be scared.
They can't kill the Kongor.
Yeah.
It's taking them so long.
B is smoked again. Gonna buy. No, he didn't buy a ward there. I don't know if they have wards available right now. They're actually not gonna counter go for the Conqueror, it seems.
Interesting.
But Conqueror is so strong at like the 50-minute mark.
Yeah, it looks like it.
Ra, yeah. Here we go.
Is it even stronger when he's the last one standing? Because like the first Kongor, they still killed him pretty easily. That one seemed a lot more enraged.
No, it's just the Hellborn team did more damage. Like FA just does more damage than CD right now, so it's actually only that. But the Conqueror scales with time, so nowadays if you get to that like 50-minute mark, hour mark, Conqueror gets so strong. It takes a lot more resources to kill it.
Let's see where they spent this money. I mean, Sheepstick on Lodestone, Behemoth saving for buyback. FA, I don't even know where you go from here. Can you still upgrade that Assassin Shroud?
He's gonna get Ginjuro here,
Yeah,
and
Ginjuro.
then he's pretty much 6 slotted. Don't think he's gonna replace anything. Maybe look to get rid of Ghostmasters at some point, but
Yeah. Oh, Corrupted Disciple being the first to show in the river. Where's the vision for the Legion side? I mean, they got nothing. They got one ward top.
Ra's gonna die in the mid lane. Maybe not. They're gonna let him run away with the ultimate. He's gonna respawn. They're afraid of committing. FA ran away. They're gonna let him stay for ultimate. But they're gonna take a fight top though. They need to get out top.
Lilia comes in, catches on the Kraken here. Not the ideal target. It's gonna take a little bit longer. Kraken for some reason not using that.
He got Hellflowers.
Get Hellflowered.
He got BKB, and that's actually one of the best targets they can go for as Kraken's out of buybacks. So now they can force a base fight here. It's gonna be 4 versus 5. Riftwalker's gonna buy backup for us, but Kraken is completely out.
Wow, that was impressive. Getting the Hellflower off it. For a second there, I was like, I thought he wanted to get Riftwalker. They end up killing them both. I don't see what Legion can do here, to be honest. Angry has to retry. He already lost his ultimate earlier, so he's going to be forced to use a buyback when he drops here.
Huge BE ulti. Yeah. He got 5 load. Buyback on Ra again.
Huge. What an absolute insane comeback for Danova Brigada here.
Yeah. 10k goal lead for them now. They get the bot racks and top racks, and I think they're just gonna go Megas here. Don't think Hellborn can stop them, or Legion can stop them whatsoever.
Yeah. Corrupt Disciple wants to play this out. Somebody's not passing the Conceivable, blocking down Nolonia. He does melt her really quickly. I mean, she has the buyback and post haste if she wants to come in.
Oh, he's
like
shipping well.
Yeah, Bolognia's here.
Far.
That was a nice attempt there. But I think that they're going to end up cleaning this back up with her help. Still, everybody is so low on the Hellborn team at this point. I mean, wow.
Good try. But the drone is dying here.
Past the
GG's have been
Conceivable.
cold.
GG indeed. Down over Brigada takes game 1 in a stunning fashion. Wow, man, that was a great way to start this this match series out.
For sure. Great play by Hellborn team closing this lead, actually turning the game around to force the 1-up lead.
I didn't think they were going to do it. I thought they could, but I was like, these guys, Legion has been so composed, making no mistakes all game. they just got to that point. I mean, if you can't push the high ground with the token, you're like, well, what can we do? Now you realized that they would eventually run out of buybacks on FA, that high ground strategy wouldn't work, but they never even got the opportunity to try it again.
Oh, they took complete control of the game after that bottom fight. They controlled the map in another way, and they just picked off Legion whenever they showed on lanes.
That was a beautiful match. All right, well, this is as far as I know, a best of 3 series.
Yeah, it's a best of 3, so we're gonna have game 2 coming up right in just a second.
right. Welcome back, citizens of North, to Game 2 of the Losers Bracket semifinals. D's Nuts versus Donova Brigada. Donova took Game 1. D's Nuts looking to make some sort of comeback after they basically fumbled a 20,000 gold lead. Thanks to the great plays by that Hellborn team. I'm Mathematical, once again joined by Satellidium.
Hey man,
Co-host
interesting to
for the
see
series.
how this game's gonna go. Legion or these Nuts team has all the tools to win this game. As we saw last game, they put up a 20k goal lead. Great comeback by the other team, and it's gonna be exciting to see who's gonna win this one.
So there's both teams here been battling their way through the losers bracket. They make it through this. They got one more game to the grand finals, all of which are happening today. So we are going to crown a Cycle 1 champion by the end of today. And in a moment, we'll probably go over the tournament format for some of you guys that they're asking about it. But real quick, let's take a look at these bans. Once again, Nymphora, Monarch, Defiler. No real surprise there. Defiler, Alonia, and Lodestone. A little bit of a reaction ban there. Just saying something's different this time.
Yeah, they definitely respect ban. Both the Alonia and Lodestone had really great impact last game, and Hellborn side don't want to face these heroes this game, and I don't blame them. They do pick up the Engineer and Kraken again. Kraken was a really great pick for them. Did a lot of good work both in the laning stages, but also after getting good picks on FA. So not surprised to see them pick Kraken as well.
I know. I on the one hand, I want to be like, that Kraken was like 12-0 and decimated you guys the entire game, but at the same time, they ended up triumphing over it. So I might have wanted to see the respect ban on that, but instead, they use it on these other heroes. But
yeah, they go with
we'll
the Monkey King pick on Legion side here. That's a very very familiar hero for Legion. They played it on a lot of scrims and also in this tournament. OJ Umar here plays a lot of Monkey King, and it's definitely a comfort pick for Legion side here.
It's a great hero. He really mixes things up in the team fights.
Yeah, it's a strong team fight here. Really fast farmer, very mobile, can carry late game. It's a really strong hero for position 1 here. Second round of bans are coming up. Riftwalker and then Magnus.
Shucks. Another ban on Wretched Hag. I'm guessing that's a popular mid pick for Legion side, or even off lane pick.
I think Wretched Hag is very strong, and it's played in position 2 in the mid lane here nowadays. But it's a very strong pick, and they could definitely play that on Legion side as well. They do ban the Flux, so they don't get NG Flux. That's always been a very strong combination. Put up that NG field, pull them in with the discharge, the mass pull, and then everyone is silenced, perplexed, and you can just get absolutely murdered in NG field. So good ban from Legion.
Both teams fearing these AoE monstrosities, as I often describe them, that, as we've seen, make pushing high ground damn near impossible. Even with 20k gold lead and a token, Legion struggled to punch it home there. So big bans on Riftwalker, Mag, Flux, and Tempest. Some of the biggest setup heroes you can get. Should make for an interesting game.
For sure. They answer this Monkey King pick with Shadowblade, which I like, since last game they had trouble closing out the game. The other team might have a little bit better late game. It was hard to close out the game. Shadowblade in late game with 6 slots is probably the strongest one-on-one carry. Can absolutely obliterate a team easily 1v5. It's kind of immobile. It's kind of not the greatest in laning stages mid game, but as long as it gets that 4, 5, 6 items, this hero is so strong. Like just with 200 base, 200 extra main stat from that ultimate. So Shadowblade is gonna give them a lot of late game presence and make them feel more comfortable in the later stages of the game. So I definitely get that pick, considering how they lost out on late game last game.
Yeah, not so flashy of a hero, but when your back's against the wall, one more loss, you're out of the cycle tournament. You need to bring out all the stops. So we might be seeing them dragging this one out a little bit. Is what you're saying? Shadowblade takes a bit to come online.
For sure, it doesn't farm as fast as Monkey King or is as strong early to mid game, but in late game, if this hero just auto attacks you, you're gonna die. Like you 3-shot every support, 5-shot, 6-shot carry. They go with Parallax here, so they're gonna get another greedy core to face the Shadowblade. They have Monkey King, Parallax, and I think Rad's gonna position 4. Yeah, Moraxis as position 3 here. Rounding out the draft from Legion side.
I remember Parallax very well.
It's a super
Back in the
strong
HoN
hero.
Tour days. Yeah, I mean, he was always picked. He's so fun to watch, flying around with the Fulcrum shifts. And Moraxis. And these are some of those HoN original heroes shining out on the Legion side right now. Rally, such a unique skill set with the Compel. Moraxis with that shield is going to be great. I mean, there's a lot of slow projectiles on this Hellborn team. The Keg, the Torrent, the Comet, all of those ways to easily proc off your Arcane Shield. And,
Yeah, you can't use Arcane Shield on NG Keg, but as you said, Torrent and especially Comet in the laning phase is going to be very easy to use Arcane Shield on.
Oh, that's right. Is it only targeted? I wasn't sure if there was like a couple that still.
Yeah, there is a
still
couple.
went.
It's a kind of weird skill like Devo Hook, Valkyrie Arrow, stuff like that. Can actually you can use shield on those
But it's okay, Keg not
abilities.
being one of them.
But Keg is not one of them. I think it's because Keg is can hit multiple heroes, whereas Devo Hook and Valkyrie Arrow can only hit one hero.
That's probably how they coded it. Yeah, that's it.
Bramble.
Fight Hampton and a Bramble. Oh man, that is it's a lot of slow when you look at it.
That's interesting hero here. It's actually quite strong versus both Monkey King and Parallax. As when you put this entangling wall down, you're restrained for 2.5 seconds, which means you can't get tableted, you can't use Fulcrum Shift, you can't use any abilities on Monkey King, you can't dash, you can't vault. So if they get enemy carries into this Bramble wall, they're completely locked down and has no chance of getting out of there.
Wow, and I'm assuming you can't compel somebody.
No, you can't compel someone that's restrained.
Wow.
They forgot to swap Kevin's on Glaciers here. They're gonna
remake the match.
Quickly remake. Maybe you can go over the format here.
Oh yeah, thank you. So yeah, to everybody that's wondering, the format is 5 cycles. So yesterday, every weekend, got 2 days of Heroes of New Earth tournament play, a standard bracket and a losers bracket. The winners, first, second, third, and fourth, will be assigned point values. You can see the details on the website, but it basically breaks down to 4 for first, 2 for second, and 1 for third and fourth. The top 2 teams after 5 cycles with the most points will immediately advance to a grand final, best of 5, that will take place, and prize pool will be split among those 2 teams. Is that about? I'm gonna cover everything.
I think that's about right. Yeah.
Yep. So today's our first cycle, and every week and subsequently after this will be another cycle, another chance for these teams to compete. So it's not like you can secure a slot in a final bracket. You need to make sure that you get enough points to earn your keep and become one of the 2 teams. Only 2 teams will be selected to compete for that $10,000 prize pool where it currently stands. All of the other matches are best of 3. And a quick remake gets us right back in here.
People will pick their heroes and press ready and get ready for game 2 here. Interesting to see how they lane this on both sides. There's not like kind of obvious way. Maybe they try lane on Hellborn. Legion, I don't think would tri lane. Maybe it's a Parallax Glacius Rally tri lane, which is not very strong, as Parallax is kind of weak in tri lanes. But at the same time, you have Rally being able to save him, and then you get that extra experience on Monkey King and Meraxes into off lanes. We'll see what they do here when the games get on their way.
Definitely excited to see this one. A lot of action-packed heroes here on both sides, especially the Legion though. Huge mobility, skill shots. I'm definitely looking forward to this. Match number 2 of the best of 3 underway. Again, Don over Bagrada leading the series at 1-0. Immediately, Glacius dropping down position. He wants to get into this enemy jungle and take a look at things.
Yeah, he's gonna get an early ward up here. I think they're gonna that tells me they're gonna tri lane. They block the pull can't here, so it's gonna be tri lane versus tri lane top, Kraken versus Meraxes bottom. Kraken this time in the long lane, and then you have Bramble mid versus Monkey King.
So another dream setup for Kraken. Was Gajenko on the Lodestone last game?
Yes, it was.
So this is a rematch. I will say that Meraxes is probably a little bit better in the lane, especially with the hatchet and the axes. Even if he can't go toe to toe, he can last hit from a bit of a distance and not get punished by that splash so much. So maybe he'll do a little better.
They're swapping lanes. They're swapping lanes. They saw this Shadowblade walk on the ward on the pull camp, and they're gonna put the tri lane bottom to ensure a free farm on Parallax. Oh wait, Monk King ran bottom now, so they're gonna do 2-2-1. It's gonna be solo mid. Oh, they're gonna tri lane again. It's just Parallax is gonna bait mid now, and then Monkey King is gonna be in the tri lane.
Okay.
So they can ensure free farm on Monkey King, and Parallax is gonna get some farm middle.
Ooh.
It's gonna, and actually NG is also mid, so now they're gonna do 2-2-1 on Hellbond side. A lot of changes here in the laning.
Yeah, musical lanes, and we might even see an adjustment by the Hellborn once this pans out, because I think they were happy with Kraken's impact on the game, and now he is basically, he's going to be much more starved.
Yeah,
let's see what kind of stuff.
He's gonna get caught
Mid
here.
lane already punishing the crap out of Parallax. A nice keg puts him in position to get blasted by that Spore Breath. Let's see, I'd much rather be Meraxes against this dual lane than Kraken against this tri lane, though. He's pretty safe if he puts 1 point into the Arcane Shield.
Yeah, I think Meraxes is gonna do good top. They're gonna rotate Rally mid to try to help this Parallax a bit. They don't have the best kill lane, as it's hard for Bramble to set up a Spore Breath on anyone, and then
Kraken getting blocked down here. Tsunami charge, but he takes the Monkey King with him. That might be his demise. One more auto attack will give the Bloodlust kill to Anal Hunter on Monkey King.
Umar gets first spot here. It's gonna ensure him not only free farm, but even a better start here.
See, Merax is even able to come over here to this little small camp. Just chuck those axes from a safe distance. Gets a... Oh, Andromeda got that one, but... You see the idea. He's got a little bit more potential. There's Kraken hiding in the trees. Has he gotten a single creeps experience yet? Yes, he has, but not so much.
Kraken is way weaker here. Yeah, it's so hard for him to stay in lane. It's very easy for Legion side to just left on him, find him and kill him.
Glacius knows where he is in a rotation. Hasted Rally comes in. Will they punish the Kraken again? They're going to have to time it perfectly and stun him as he Tsunami charges if they want to finish him. And looks like they do. Rally does not even use the Compel one time. He might want to head back to mid as Parallax again getting harassed by Engineer. Lots of damage with a little bit of support from Bramble. That would have been a kill. Does have the Fulcrum shift, but...
Thing is, Bramble can only run at him, and then he needs to be melee range for Spore Breath, so this dual lane has a really hard kill, or hard time of killing anyone. Bramble has a really hard time of following.
Yeah, but Engie definitely making these hits count. Well, as I say that, big whiff on the steam turret. But there comes the keg rally. Gonna try to line up the two-man compel. No, he just books it. Smart play because Andromeda was there. Punish any overextension. At the time, I mean, Meraxis is doing far better than the Kraken here.
Yeah, Max is
Actually,
getting good XP.
Yeah, highest level in the game right now. Here's Suicide Moraxis. And now he's getting a little bit of farm. Let's see if these lanes settle this way. I think he'll be much happier, but we'll see what happens to the Kraken. It looks like they're going to lock it down here. Doesn't get the Arcane Shield off. He knows that Faint Siphon's coming. Let's see if he preemptively uses it.
Nice.
Nope.
Great play by Hellborn. Stunning with the Shadowblade E. Soulside stuns now for the first attack on a hero. They stun some with Shadowblade E, and then Andromeda stuns him from fog, so he can't get the Arcane Shield off.
Beautiful. Sitting pretty right now. 2 to 1. A little bit of a back and forth, but the Monkey King is definitely excelling in the farm at this point. Still very early, of course, but... And he's Golden Apple. Interesting on it. Monkey King diving down here. Nice lockdown on the Kraken. The Tsunami Charge does not get him into safety. The second dash comes out. Rosaru will fall.
Oh, he's stuck. Fish is tanking tower. Nice.
I mean, this hatchet cuts trees, my dude. Glacius almost dies to keep him alive.
Mid lane.
Mid lane action. It's right. Out of mana is the engineer, but he's got that battery. He's baiting here. He might turn this. Kegs himself. Gets the mine off. Rallies low. Has the compel to save himself. Can Testy get anything off? No, you're absolutely right. Wait. Did Glacius die to neutral?
Yeah, that's a really common way to get a full reset on your hero these days. If you just buy out and you then suicide to neutrals, then you don't lose any gold, and you'll respawn in like 5 seconds, and then you can TP back.
Clever use of game mechanics.
Good. Yeah, it's actually very good.
2-2, Meraxis up the top lane, showing his power, but Shadowblade activates that ranged form, gets the stun off, pouring in a good amount of damage. This is a pretty intense fight up here. But mid lane, looks like they're diving the tower. A little bit of Parallax, nice double stun, compel by Rally, but is there any kind of follow-up here? Those illusions a little bit disorienting.
I think he could have probably turned that on to Rally if they stunned on Engie, but maybe he didn't have stun up just yet.
That 6-minute rune, a little bit contestant here. Rally wants to fill his bottle. Engineer wants to fill his bottle. Rally ends up picking it up. Compel was used to get that, though, so... Ooh, doesn't connect on the stun, and the turret facing the wrong way.
So close.
A little bit of a missed opportunity. A nice escape by Rally. I think he got a little lucky there. Stun on the Meraxis up top. Andromeda tried getting room for that Comet stun. But again, a long-range Comet stun isn't really going to work. I haven't seen Gajenko land a Arcane Shield yet, but I don't know if we can slash ping all here. 190 MS. No excuse.
He did it multiple times when we weren't rushing top lane. It's extremely easy.
Yeah. I noticed though, Kaden was making sure to run up as close as he could, so not a lot of travel time on that Comet stun when you're point blank. So good on him making it difficult.
Good play here from both sides.
Who will hit level 6 first? Meraxis hit 6 at top. Glacius rotating in. He probably want to make use of that Matrax ability. I know Andromeda would melt instantly. But at this mid lane, oh, Compel onto Engineer. Engineer taking heavy damage. Pops a tense charge battery. They don't have a lot of damage between them until, you know, Bramble's right click seemed to be hurting a little bit, but...
He has his proc on E, which is, does hit quite hard, but... For Hellborn side, they just need to hit 6 on Bramble, and that hero would instantly die. It's gonna be drugged, it's gonna be restrained for 2.5 seconds. You can't compel him, and they need to get some kills on this Parallax. Try to shut him down. Even though they are kind of feed bomb. He's 330 DPM on Bramble and only 200 on the Parallax, but Parallax doesn't do well in lane, but it's gonna recover really well. So try to get 6 on Bramble as soon as possible, and then get this kill on Parallax is important.
Yeah,
for-
I was gonna say they gave him some space, but right now they're in lines to hit level 6 pretty close to each other. So let's see. Shadowblade's still doing fairly well, given that he's been 1 versus 2 and he's kind of holding his own. Monkey King, they've just conceded that bottom lane to him completely, letting him have all the farm he wants. Big rotations up in the top lane. Comet Stun onto Meraxis and the Aurora. A lot of damage going in. Are they going to let Glacius? They turn and try to get Glacius, realizing that Meraxis a couple of outs. Fulcrum shift on top of that ultimate.
No, the TP. I think the TP let him get away. Yes, boots on Kraken though. They can run him down. He's gonna see him
Tsunami charge.
No.
Come on.
Oh my God! Rosario was on top of him, then walked out because he got blocked, and then charged
Hit the tree.
That's
Yeah.
unfortunate.
I mean, that's a tricky spot to land it. It's
Yeah.
most unfortunate. Parallax gets away with a nice Glacius. Finally, he gets those Striders. He's already been all over the map. Now it's just going to be that much worse. He's got the 2-1-2 build, which is nice. We'll see if he even grabs his ultimate at 6.
I would expect him to glitch his ultimate very strong.
One of the classics.
Yeah.
The hero's been in the meta since day 1 and will be on day 0.
See this mid lane now. Parallax sees that Bramble gets 6 and immediately rotates out of mid. He's just gonna die.
Yeah.
If he ever shows. And Hellborn could definitely just kill this rally, but they don't want to commit this wine wall on rally
Right.
to kill him. They kind of want to get something more important out of it.
Something better for sure. Yeah. Very interesting. So taking a look at the overall
Monkey's rotating mid though.
is
Are they gonna die this target? They're gonna be almost
ooh,
alive.
punishment onto Bramble.
He can't get
That's
wine
great. Oh no! NG drops the ultimate.
Barely got out. Angel's gonna die here. There's 5 people from Legion side.
This is not how they wanted to use their first set of ultimates.
Big collapse from Legion side, being 5 heroes here at the mid lane at 10-minute mark. Yeah, but they're still doing well. Almost 400 GPM, working on this top tower, trying to equalize this gold lead.
Yeah, this league has gotten out of hand very quickly, which is going to spell bad news for the Hellborn team. They do have, they're going to be a lot harder to kill later on, but I mean, right now, if I'm in position like Meraxis, where I'm halfway to my Blink Dagger, Portal Key.
Oh no, he misses the wall. Is he gonna die to Parallax too? I don't think he is, but unfortunately the use of that.
Oh, yes. He is, and so is Engineer. Rally coming in for that extra support. They're really forcing these things here. Legion, with these rotations, made it hard for them to find a target. They hit those level 6s when they needed to, but like you said, they didn't give them any good opportunities.
I was about to say, they should just go for whatever they can get. Like any kill is a good kill right now, and then they try for Glacius, and unfortunately he gets on the other side of the wall, not blocking him off, and then Parallax comes in and cleans up. And even after they got the last fight, they took all of Hellborn's stacks, so the jungle's not stacked for Hellborn anymore, and Monkey King just got that much more farm. So Legion's really trying to strengthen their advantage right now, diving mid tower again. They do not care at all right now.
Look at Monkey King. He's deep in the enemy territory. That NG ulti has a very short cooldown. As he gets it up, that's his last mana ability. He's going to have to Ghost March his way out of here.
Ain't nobody killing that tower but me.
The Compel's gonna save him. It's so unfortunate for this Hellborn side that these kills never just transpired. So close every time, and great play by Legion, just getting out ahead there with 80 HP or what Monkey King had. It was very close.
Sometimes it'd be like that. It happens, and then you look at the items and you're like, wow, man, that minor totem that he bought, first item, really just changed the entire pace of the game. Like when you see people walking away and it keeps happening and the gap gets bigger and bigger. Like, I am very scared for the bottom lane.
Rally, it's not even gonna die again. 5 HP on Rally to the tower. Really.
just a game of inches right now. And, obviously can turn around, but it feels bad. You're down one game. This is not how you wanted to start out this match at all.
No, 10-2 lead here. 7k goal lead 13 minutes into the game. They do have the later game, later stages, but they have a really strong dual core of Monkey King and Parallax being able to farm up and be 2 carries versus the Shadow Blade. We'll see how the game transpires here. They're gonna collapse on Shadow Blade here. They have Andrew on top.
Ooh, but they do shut down Parallax, who's trying to basically be the initiator and follow it up. He gets dropped.
Parallax doesn't die here.
Oh my god, he doesn't die. Again, what we were just talking about, this getting away with 1 HP, and he's going to be able to use his full kit mana and just burn that Hellborn team down.
Yeah, they were kind of split, getting killed by the Monkey King, and Parallax were getting caught on the other side, but they couldn't quite finish him, and then hat-trick for Monkey King here. Great start for Umar on Monkey King. It's definitely a very rough spot now. 9k goal lead.
Yep, this is one of those things where they're going to have to figure out something to regain their composure, get one lucky team fight, group up and hope that Legion team gets cocky and makes a couple misplays, because at this point, if they just play this right, it's only going to get worse from here.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Monkey King's just farming in the jungle. They're pushing us forward, getting these towers. So maybe they could put 5 players from Hellborn top lane and try to take a fight where Monkey King can't participate 4 versus 5, but they're gonna get this tower and just gonna go back.
That blink PK maybe coming out on Meraxis, and then, I mean, free reign. Anybody he wants to kill at that point.
Yeah, it's gonna be so rough playing into this Meraxis blink. Hellborn's gonna have no way of initiating. Bramble's stun is melee range. Kraken is nowhere close to blink. End of stone is short. They're gonna have a very hard time taking good engagements for sure.
They all have under 1,000 HP at this point too. He's just gonna melt if they get caught together. Legion team taking that aggressive stance in the Hellborn jungle. Parallax looking to line up onto Bramble here. He does have the support of Kraken behind him. They'll start with Rally and that Bramble wall. Make sure he can't get the Compel off. Are they going to be able to burst him before he gets any spells off? No. Closes the cap and gets turned around. Hellborn is not feeling it at this point. Nice NG ultimate into the Kraken. A little bit off position, not holding him in the gates, but it's not exactly enough. And Hellborn throws in the towel already. GG called.
Yeah, and unfortunate that game 2 was such a stomp after like a really good performance game 1.
I don't believe it, but these nuts gets taken out. They are out of the cycle 1. Donover Brigada will move on. But again, this format, I mean, it's important to get these points in early. I don't know if other teams can register new teams in the different cycles, but if they can, every bit of presence in these, they can.
Yeah, they can. They're gonna be delayed, but and then you're gonna have less points. So it's really important to get these points out early. Try to get some points on the board so you can qualify for that final where all the prize pool and honor is.
Definitely. Well, congratulations for them to move to be moving on. We are going to see them in our next match, where they are going to be playing Busk No GG. What you know about that team, Sat?
I mean, they're gonna be playing us. It's gonna be interesting to see how well they do there. Maybe they win, maybe they lose. Hopefully they lose. Can't say I'm not biased here, but I'm looking forward to playing this team for sure.
Well, I wish you the best on the tournament. Thank you so much for joining us today. I'm sure everybody appreciated your insight, and yeah.
You're welcome.
Any final thoughts on this? We're definitely going to see them regroup and come back in the next cycle, hopefully stronger. I still think that they had quite the performance in game 1, and this isn't the last we've seen of these nuts.
100% agree. They're a strong team with good players on multiple positions, and they've done really well in this tournament. Like, unfortunate loss here. They could definitely have snuck game 1. game 2 was gonna be a stomp, but then they had game 3. So it's unfortunate here. They're gonna do way better in the future. So good luck to them. Well.
All right, absolutely. With that, I think, guys, we're going to go to a break here. We'll be coming back at you in just a moment with the winners of last game, Donova Brigada versus Bustin' OGG. Both teams battling their way out of the losers bracket finals to try their best to win cycle number 1. Stay tuned. right. Welcome back to the Cycle 1 Losers Bracket Finals of the Paradise League. HoN's final finale. A finality. I am Matthew Madical, joined here today by Easy Full Clan. We are going to bring you this best of 3 series. How you feeling today, bud?
I'm feeling good. Better than yesterday, actually. Yesterday, that one wore me out. I was solo casting. I'm not sure if you're aware. So it's really, really good to actually have somebody here with me that I can bounce off or bounce ideas and events in the game, between us and everything.
Absolutely. Done my fair share of solo casts over the years. And I'm glad you still have your voice. So that's a good thing. And I'm extremely glad to have you here today. And I'm sure everybody in the chat's looking forward to what we can display.
I'm resilient. I'm here for the long haul, especially because, as you mentioned, this is HoN's, final stretch. So, it's all on the line here, right?
Don't remind me. My heart weeps, man. This game was such a big part of my life. And I was so excited to hear about this tournament.
Monkey King.
Absolutely. I mean, this is definitely, going out with a bang. But I don't know about you, but I've been playing this game for over a decade at this point. That I've had this game installed on my computer. So I'm sure a lot of people in the audience are, in the exact same boat. So I know they really appreciate this final tournament for the game.
Absolutely. I'm looking at my account created May 21st, 2011. That's almost the 11-year anniversary coming up next week, man. It's so many hours. This game did so much for esports in general. I mean, the spiritual successor to Dota 1, Breaky, HoN Tour, HoNcast basically pioneered where all this stuff would go. So, I'm glad there's a lot of people here after all this time still showing up to see this, because I mean, if we look at even like the other MOBAs, a lot of those players came from here. This is the roots. This stuff is super important, and this is big shout out to Paradise League for doing this.
Absolutely. But we have got a game here, right? So we can definitely drone on and on about the history and of this game and how it's propagated into the forward into esports in general. But more to the point, right? We've got, what is it? No Bus No GG versus. Help me out with the team name for the European team. I'm not exactly sure.
I'm calling
sure
it Donova Brigada.
Donova Brigada. Okay, so Donava Brigada, just going to mess it up a million times, versus Bus No GG, right? And, what do you think about these bans that we're seeing coming out here at the start of this first match?
Well, Defiler's been first banned every single time, and also both teams showing respect against this Devour, which still kind of flabbergasts me. Like, I know that he's an awesome hero, and in the right hands, he's deadly, but a first wave ban every time, is that just against this team, or is that something that we see across the board? Is Devo in the meta?
That's, man, that one definitely sidewinds me. Devo is the #1 TMM hero all the time. People love playing this hero. People love seeing it played, right? It's a fun hero. Very high skill cap. There's a lot that you can do with the hook ability. But yeah, in the competitive scene, that one definitely catches me by surprise. I mean, everything else makes a lot of sense, and Devo probably makes sense to some extent. I'm not exactly sure who the Devo menace is over there on Donova Brigada, but clearly what you got does not want it in the hands of somebody over there, so he decides to take it out.
The second time. But also, let's catch up here. Nymphora, Ophelia, Wretched Hag, Draconis. A lot of those common bans. The Ophelia, I guess, a respect to what you got. Been known to play him back in the day.
What you got has played 2 matches on Ophelia that I have had the pleasure of casting, and he has done very well in both of those. So they are just taking it out of the game, just eliminating the possibility of him piloting that hero, and for very good reason. It seems like he has a very, very high chance of clinching out a victory for his team if he's on that hero.
And then it looks like Legion team here focusing on those initiation heroes. Bans out Deadwood, Kraken, and Pebbles. All those portal key initiation, pick off heroes. And what you got? Banning Alonia and Parallax, who Donova used in those last 2 matches exceptionally. Even though Parallax had a rough start, he came out strong. And again, Alonia carried them pretty heavily in that first game in terms of damage.
Yeah, I mean, Parallax kind of touched on it the other day when I saw it played. Parallax is kind of one of those heroes that it's just against a large segment of the hero pool, it's almost always going to be effective. You can never really count it out of the game if it has just even the most meager of starts, right? It can come back. It scales extremely well. It can begin flash farming with just levels and just a few items. Like, it's a scary hero to have to play against. So there's a reason it's banned.
So now we know what we're not dealing with. The Legion team has finished out their draft. Magnus, my number 1 or 2 hero all time. Love his kit. Love his viability in any of the lanes. Huge team fight. Multiplayer stuns. Really awesome first pick and synergizes super well, I think, with Engineering Glacius.
Yeah, and I mean, see, Magnus was the very first pick in this game. And, one of the things that surprised me after I see a Magnus pick is that what you got opted not to pick up Kinesis. I'm not sure if you're aware of the Thought Steal ability that Kinesis has. He can basically steal the Q spell of any hero in the pool. And, you talked about how Lava Surge is an extremely strong ability. It's certainly one of the best line stuns in the game because it provides, it's extremely fast, not telegraphed very easily. It provides invulnerability frames. So I'm really surprised that I don't see Kinesis being picked up as soon as a Magnus is first picked, especially since it's on the board. But it is what it is. The rest of their draft looks really, really good in terms of synergy. They have a nice little mix of magic and physical. They've got some really, really good lane dominators like Engineer, Glacius, and Drunken Master. I really like the Legion draft, but that's not to say that I don't like the Hellborn draft either. It just feels... Hellborn's draft feels a little bit... I don't know. It feels a little bit slower.
And I like both of these drafts. And you know what else I like? I like the fact that this tournament is brought to you by Community Gaming. If you didn't know, they run weekly tournaments for Valorant, Super Smash Bros., Hearthstone, and more. Community Gaming is an all-in-one platform that helps supercharge events of all levels, from grassroots community events like this one to the Tier 1 professional events, which we got a little bit of both in this tournament. So experience that for yourself at communitygaming.io, or you could always join their Discord server to learn more, which I have. Also partly sponsored by Polydoge, the digital currency with one of the most vibrant communities on the powerful Polygon network. Offers a wide variety of fun interactions to its holders in the form of NFTs, apps, airdrops, and access to all of the different DeFi platforms ready to use on Polygon. You can experience that for yourself at polydoge.com. That being said, ladies and gentlemen, game 1 of this series underway. Down Over Brigada translated it for you. It's the Down Brigade. Maybe that's easier for you to say. Versus Probusk, no GG.
So, going into the match, we can see that we have Panda and Riftwalker dueling mid versus Glacius and Monkey King. This feels like... do you have any expectations or predictions about who gets the better of this matchup? This is going to be the main thing that we need to be focusing on. This is where the action's going to be.
Yeah, well, both of them heavy hitters. Got that's power initiators, and then the side, the sidekicks, Glacius and Riftwalker, both equally easily punished. I think it's going to come down to execution, and if they can misstep, maybe mana batteries, every little bit of difference. Whoever can keep their HP highest is likely going to win the engagement when it all hits the fan, I think.
I think I give a slight advantage to Glacius and Monkey King, just because Glacius has the disable of Ice Imprisonment. He can kind of thwart a little bit of what Pandemonium's going to try to do, and then Monkey King, just with the slippery nature of, you know, his kit with the elusive dash and the Heavenly Vault, he can potentially get out of some tight situations like a Flick Cannonball from Pandemonium. But that's just my read on the thing, on the matchup. But obviously, you're right when it comes down. You know, it's all about execution. Anything can kind of happen. You know, there's always the potential for outplay, so we'll just have to wait and see. But you know, we've got these 2v1 lanes in the side lanes, right? We've got these, you know, kind of strength initiators versus the, you know, support and strength carry or strength initiator, respectively. So it's going to be rough for both Rally and Drunken Master. They've both been taking a lot of heavy harassment, but Drunken Master is actually... Yes, there is a dive on Rally in the top lane. Sorry, I missed that, but...
No worries.
But Drunken Master is actually playing pretty aggressively, but Rally needs to watch out here. There's a port to the top lane.
Lava Surge into the keg. Good damage, but yes, this port will ensure that they have to retreat. Magmus could get punished for this. I don't know what kind of lockdown. They do have another compel. Magmus gets punished. Before that happened, though, Bloodlust kill. Monkey King takes out the Pandemonium of all targets.
Yeah, so I mean, maybe it did come to fruition how I kind of anticipated, where Monkey King and Glacius did have the slight upper hand in the middle lane, and Pandemonium is the first to fall out of these two pairs. So we'll see if they can keep that momentum going as the laning phase gets a little bit further on.
Interesting. If they didn't do that outrageous dive top.
Well, I mean, it was a bit of an outrageous dive, and they got punished for it. You know, Magmus ends up falling, but he actually has I believe he's holding Engineer's Bottle, and he has a double damage, so they actually might be able to make a play with this DD rune and bottle. But meanwhile, Pandemonium falls for the second time in mid lane. Definitely doing a bad job of keeping my eyes on this, as I said I need to, because this is where the action's happening.
It is. It's action packed in the top lane too, though, because you get, like you said, that double damage rune. Engineers got it ready. It's a tricky one though, because Rally, they could lead in with the one-man Lava Surge into the keg, but here comes the Chrysalis, and don't forget about the Compel. He does have enough mana now. They get the stun on the Magmus and a quick turn in punishment. It was a really hard engagement to go and only stun one person. Can they punish him? They do. Looks to clean up here. He's sipping that bottle while he burns into Slaske. Nice double tap there. I don't know if they wanted all that farm on NG, but he'll take it.
Yeah, I mean, that's where the double damage came into play, right? Rally and Monarch actually did get the leading kill there on the Magmus, but
he baited the rune out, let Riftwalker walk right up to it, and he sat there ready with the keg and the double damage auto attacks. Magmus gonna try to close the gap. What you got? What can he do here? He's not even eating any trees. He's just buying as much time. He's gonna fall. Nice patience.
It was a good attempt by him to try and find a little cubby to hide in the trees, but eventually they did find him. They kind of cut off all exits. They had the ward there. Actually, no, that's a Hellborn ward, but yeah, good attempt, but eventually just gets killed. But yeah, that's a triple kill. You know, kind of unofficial hat trick for.
Oh my God, look at mid lane. It's insane. The flicks, the cannonballs, the vaults, and the dashes. These guys are just all over the place. And when Drunken Master gets in the mix, these team fights are gonna look weird as hell.
It is a very acrobatic pair in the mid lane, Pandemonium and Monkey King, so it's pretty fun to watch. But Riftwalker gets stunned out.
By the Compel and the Drunken Master, too. Yeah, Riftwalker running for his life here. Engineer got those red boots, though. He's fully kitted. I don't know, yeah. What you got? Not long for this world. Not the Riftwalker performance that we saw in the first two games, for sure. A very rough start for what you got.
Yeah, Salforus and Drunken Master both level 6. Drunken Master's in very hot pursuit on Salforus right now. He's got the support from Glacius. There's the Ice Imprisonment. Ooh, that 3-point strike. I don't know if you caught that, but that is so much damage. So it looks like they're going with looks like Drunken Master is kind of the priority farm leading this match, and well, maybe not. I guess he was kind of the solo short for a while, but Legion team is doing extremely well leading into this match, right? They've got 2 heroes, almost 400 GPM. Their solo short is 300, whereas on the flip side we've got Hellborn struggling to find somebody over 300.
Yeah, a nice distribution on it too. NG ult Magus looking for just to get in range and stun that Rally. Rally's keeping his distance, very wide gap. Oh, Rally's porting in mid as they dive deep here. Glacius is going to fall first. Monkey King will be able to do a lot of damage here, but he needs to choose a target. The Compel locking him down before he can get anything off.
2 very important kills for the Hellborn side right there. Getting Monkey King and Glacius, shutting down that dual lane. But it did take a lot of commitment, right? It required 4 players, and in the meantime, Engineer does take out the tier 1 tower top. So
bottom lane. Looks like he might get away with this one. Yep. I think they ideally would have loved to get a kill on Rally and mid, but they did not get that. Engineer's trying to bait something out here. Rally just knows something's up. Magnus and NG have not let go of each other's hands the entire game, and he's going to play it safe. What you got doing a nice job clearing up a double or triple stack small cam. That gives him a lot of experience, and he's on his way to level 6.
Yeah, Riftwalker is one of those supports that's, gosh, Pandemonium just getting swarmed by 4, manages to find a way out. Good job by him. But what I was going to say is, Riftwalker and both Engineer are 2 of these supports that function really, really well as kind of like the 4th priority farm, because they just they're eventually able to just kind of start flash farming or picking up stray jungle camps that nobody else finds the time to farm just with levels. They're just really strong nukers in that regard, AoE nukers. So they will be able to see, later in the game, we're definitely going to be seeing stuff like Sand Scepters, Storm Spirits, maybe even Sheep Sticks on Riftwalker if this game goes beyond the 40-minute mark, I would say, 30-40-minute mark.
Yes. All brilliant choices for that kit. And just in general with this game, with the amount of disruptive abilities, anything you can kind of
South Forest in the bottom lane. Going to fall to Drunken Master and his Glacius that's putting some pressure on Monarch, but
fortunately not level 6. Doesn't really get to pour anything in. Magnus cannot support that. What is this position? Was this Engineer position 1, or is he just rich from opportunities capitalizing on him? He's leading the charge at 460 gold per minute. Veiled Rod's active in the mid.
He's Magnus just gets deleted.
That's about the worst thing that could happen. A nice vault pushing him back into there, but what you got hitting that 6 and getting it off, it does clean things up a little bit, but it's not enough, as this Monkey King is kind of just having his way. I've never really felt he was in any danger. I feel like everybody's really afraid of him. That being said, leads in with the face smash, pouring in those hits into Monkey King. Is he gonna fall? One auto attack from the tower takes him down to 60 HP, but he's so fast.
He's going to try and find a little place to port home in. He's going to hide in these trees and probably port home, I imagine. Or no, he's actually taking a path all the way through the Hellborn jungle. But we'll probably port here, maybe? There he goes. So good escape from him. And you could actually see Glacius. Uh-oh, Drunken Master is on Panda. Or who's on who here? Yeah, it's Drunken Master going for Panda.
Running out into blind territory, but striding in quickly behind his Magnus. Yeah, that would have been a nice follow-up. He's got the eruption ready, so it's one of those skills you want to get off early. Again, use it as many times as you can. And now there's a few more targets for it. Do they want a 2 versus 3 here is the question. Riftwalker ulti up in 10 seconds. I know they'd like to wait for that. There we go. Panda decides to strike onto Drunken Master. Doesn't get the flurry off. It's a deep position to Drunken Master, but it looks like they're still going to have enough lockdown. Or are they? No, a two-man lava surge and the eruption coming in, but it gets interrupted. That would have been a nice way to turn, allowing Glacius and Drunken to get back in the fight, but nice last-second stun to interrupt that ulti. And it puts it on. It's not on. Is it on cooldown? Yeah, puts the eruption on cooldown too. That's a shame.
Yeah, he tried, but it was a really good stop. But they put a lot of investment trying to go for that Drunken Master, but he's just too slippery. Drunken Master and Monkey King, just both really good heroes against Pandemonium in the early stages of this game. So
NG's showing flexing
Get wrecked.
with a smackdown there. He blows his whole kit on the support. At this point, they're so far ahead. If they keep this pressure up, they don't even really have to like utilize every ability. Here comes the Lava Surge in again with the keg. Lockdown, Sandstorm dealing all kinds of damage. Rally does get away with that Compel and a battery. Very lucky there. Probably sub 20 HP.
yeah, that was extremely close, deep in the red, just a sliver of HP on the bar. But yeah, I mean, I'm actually finally putting 2 and 2 together here, looking at who's actually on this engineer, and Puppet Soul, probably one of the premier engineer players on the scene right now. I just realized this, just remembered that he had been stomping some of the previous tournaments with this hero, so maybe a slight overlook, allowing him to get his hands on this hero. But
Top lane, they're going for a second attack on Rally. They force out some TPs.
But the reality is, when you talk about player-hero combinations, is that you just can't eliminate comfort heroes from everybody that's in the lobby. So eventually you got to give somebody what they want.
Riftwalker blowing the ulti on Magnus. Can Rally close the gap? He's going to propel himself with a Riftwalker. He does. Punish the mag. Opting to just grab a Blood Chalice here. I don't know if mana's been an issue for him, but all around. This, I don't know if you caught the second game, but I'm seeing the similar pattern. Legion side narrowly escaping every engagement, pretty much scot-free. It was 12-9, but the engagements and the heroes that have died haven't really mattered as much.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes that's just the way it happens, right? And it's HoN is just the nature of HoN is just this game where we talk about a word that's thrown around a lot of times is snowball, right? Where it's just these little advantages, little victories. Just Pandemonium gets the Chrysalis, is able to evade death. And look at these flicks. This is the second time I've seen that happen, where Drunken Master tries to stagger away, but ends up getting the flick from Pandemonium anyway, and he is going to end up falling in the mid lane.
Yep. If you ever seen Panda goes to flick a target that's compelled, and he just like flies across the map, follows them no matter where they go, or a hooked target. That flick always wins out.
Yeah, I think the most entertaining one that I've seen, we're kind of missing the fight in the top lane, but a very important target for important hero for the Legion Falls, the engineer, and Riftwalker's taking heat from Magnus right now, but nice double stun. That was a beautiful lava surge, evading the cannonball and stunning him in the process. Wonderful stuff from Keck W on Magnus.
Yeah, Flick is an ace. Lava Surge is the wild card.
Yeah, but what I was going to say is I think the most entertaining Flick reaction or Flick interaction that I have seen is the way that it can sometimes catch a Valkyrie leap. Just at the right moment, you see a Flick going off on a Valkyrie that leaps away, and Panda is just flying after him and gets the flick off, and you're pretty much dead meat if you happen to be the Valkyrie in that situation. Rally getting gone on by DM in the bottom lane.
I'm surprised we've had this many kills this early. I mean, 27 kills, 15 minutes, almost 2 kills per minute with all of these evasive displacement abilities. It is interesting. I'm kind of glad that we got this action-packed game.
Well, it's actually pretty one-sided in that regard when you talk about movement abilities and evasiveness. You've got Drunken Master, Monkey King, and Magnus, right? A trio of heroes that have nice escapes or nice
gap closers.
Gap closers, exactly. Versus, you've really only got Panda and Rally on the other team. And
Yep.
Pandas, as we saw, just a moment ago, can get interrupted by Magnus's. So
Engineer Magnus.
Get wrecked.
They are staggering these stuns perfectly. It's not always easy, and there's pressure situations up at the top lane. Pandemonium and Monkey King going back and forth, exchanging the blows. The two Kung Fu masters of New Earth, but no match. This MK pulls out strong.
yeah, and Riftwalker and Lord Salforus went on Drunken Master pretty hard in the mid lane. Got him really low, burned the Undying cooldown.
Eruption used here on Monarch. A TP might have to be canceled. Salforus says, I'm not afraid of this energy field. Get away from my tower. But the damage is done, and we look at not only the gold lead, but the map pressure here. Tier 2's nearing their demise, both at top and bottom for the Hellborn.
Yeah, so as we kind of exit the early game stages, double Lava Surge in the bottom lane.
Again. And this is without Portal Key. And he's lining these up. It's going to get ugly.
Speaking of, he's only about 700 gold away from it, so it's going to spell bad news for Hellborn, because none of them are very close to that item at all. Only Salforus could potentially get it, but I doubt that's the path that he's going to be going. But what I was going to say is, as we're entering this mid-game stage, Legion just has this massive gold lead, 13k with that tier 2 tower kill. And my goodness, the damage from Monkey King on Rally.
They're going to need big AoE ultis here. They're going to need a huge Riftwalker come in. The Monkey King is going to be worth a pretty penny for them. Drunken Master quickly getting out of dodge. But
just got.
Even though they get that kill on the MK, nobody wants to go near this Mag Engie. The pressure continues. This is why they're getting all this gold all the while, from every point of the map.
Yeah, I mean, they're about to find their second tier 2 tower falling, so
might be punished for sticking around on that one.
I think it's a trade that Magnus is happy to take. I mean, he actually did finish his portal key.
Oh, he bought out, yeah.
So happy to sacrifice himself for that tier 2 tower. I mean, the space is just so open for the Legion side at this point. They have all but one of the outer towers, and the Hellborn have yet to take their first. So just such a huge gold advantage. I mean, and you can really see it in the items too, where you've got Engineer with Spell Shards and Sand Scepter coming out, and Monkey King with a completed Null Stone, a Headdress finished on Drunken Master, and there's just nothing that compares on the side of Hellborn at all. Salforus has the ability to buy something, maybe a Headdress. I'm not sure exactly what route he's going item-wise. He's got 2,300 gold, so really curious to see exactly what item he feels like is the one to help get his team back in the game. And it's going to be a light brand, he decided. So trying to potentially prioritize some farm, I suppose.
Setting up here. Legion team and Hellborn team gathering around this mid lane. They both have the same vision. And Salforus, he's top farm, top XP per minute, and top damage, but I really haven't felt like he's had the impact that any of the heroes on the Legion team have had. And
it's just kind of hard to Salforus is such a great power nuker, wave clearer. He's just got a fantastic kit, but one of the things that he lacks is the ability to stay on top of somebody. Mind Trap just snipes out the Monarch there. Poor Monarch. But what I was saying is that, Salforus, as strong as he is, as nice as his kit synergizes and everything, he actually kind of struggles against this Legion team. The fact that he just can't seem to stay on any of the heroes for the long term because of how slippery they are in comparison. So he really has to combo with his teammates in order to get, especially with the differential between the two teams' farm. He's going to have to stay on a target for at least.
Here, Veiled Rot's activated on two of these heroes. Legion side luckily got these Engineer illusions. Melt the rally. There's a Riftwalker 3-man ulti, but it's into the energy field, and now this Glacius is just pouring down ice shards. So much going on, they can't really do anything to stop it. KEKW's Blink gets broken by those Monarch. But he still gets off the double stun. Ooh, South Forest, here we go. Finally gets a chance, but it's too much damage. We saw just a few seconds of him on top of them, what it did, and is Hellborn really throwing in the towel here? They just want to wash this away.
Yeah, I mean, maybe the right decision. Pretty. You never want to call anybody out, but the lead does seem insurmountable. It's about 19k after that 5-0 exchange, and so sometimes the best decision is to not get too demoralized and just try to reset and pick it up in the next game.
Absolutely. Agreed with that. They just didn't have it go their way. And I was thinking about that composition too. You know, it was the same. It was 3 melees and two ranged, you know, in almost support. Angie wasn't really support on both teams, but it just felt like the Hellborn team wasn't able to control their positioning as well as the Legion.
Yeah, just a superior. It felt like a superior lane setup. I mean, you kind of mentioned it at some point in the middle of the game, but about how strong Magnus and Engineer are together, and you know, they were paired in the top lane, and just I can't remember who it was. I think it was Rally that was solo top there. There's a reason that we saw that early dive from them, and eventually they did end up losing Magnus whenever they attempted it, but they were diving because of how strong that lane combo is in the early game. So just right out of the
pressure
gate,
paid off. Pressure applied by them.
Exactly, but we've got another match. So, anything final thoughts going into the second match?
Well, I think that we might see ban on Engineer, but I can't be sure. It seems like it might have slipped their mind too. I mean, that was really all him. I mean, aside from like the 1 or 2 turrets early game, every keg was on point. He wasn't waiting for the mag stun to keg into. He was kegging first, and then the lava surge would come. And that's a ballsy play to make, because there's nothing worse than I got this, and you throw your keg and it whiffs, and then everybody's like, oh, what now?
Yeah,
So,
and I'm reminded of the Devourer ban, right? In the first wave of bans, and thinking back now that, you know, that could have been Engineer instead of Devourer. So that's probably the only change that I might make going into the drafting phase for this next game.
yeah. See who they let slip through. Again, I don't know these teams too well, but I do know a lot of the players from Bust No GG, and these guys are tried and tested professionals. So I love to think that this next game isn't going to go anything like that one.
Absolutely not. I mean, they have it in every single one of these teams that we've seen, you know, in this tournament are actually capable of getting the better of every other team in the short term, at least. You know, they're able to take a series off of each other, no doubt. So I have no doubt that we could potentially see a reverse sweep coming out from Bust No GG, but we'll just have to wait and see.
I'm ready.
Yeah, I think we're ready to just head right back into the next game. No break. And I know that's what the viewership wants. You know, just back-to-back HoN matches all day until we've got the grand finals.
Absolutely.
The grand champions.
I've always, the 2 esports I watch pretty much like MOBAs, HoN Dota, and StarCraft, and I was always jealous. I watch StarCraft tournaments. It's like there is no downtime when they run their tournaments. It's game, 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 game. 30-second commercial, 5 more matches, no pauses, no water breaks, no pee breaks. You know, that's one thing I was always envious of. I'm glad this one's moving a lot quicker. HoN tournaments used to take like 12 hours.
Yeah, are we still live?
I don't think so. Oh, we are.
Okay.
Oh.
I wasn't sure.
I mean, I didn't say anything bad.
Yeah, no, we're good. We're just you know, I had no idea.
I said the D word.
But no, what, you know,
Yeah.
let the banter fly. It's all good.
Yeah. Miss these guys and the old 6-minute delay. We don't get to interact with them so much, but
Yeah, I needed that yesterday. I needed to be able to interact with the chat. I was, kind of trying to do it, trying to tease out some, feedback from the chat, but the 6-minute delay is there, so I'm not able to react.
sounds great. Appreciate it. All right, welcome back, everybody, to game number 2 of the Losers Bracket Finals. Buskno GG versus Downova Brigada, who are up 1 game already in the series. Both of these teams looking to make it to the grand finals against Team Tim and rack up those Cycle 1 points, which will inevitably lead them to their invitation to the grand finals. Once again, I'm Matthew Madical, joined by Easy here today. I say let's get right into these bans. What's happening here?
Well, we've got a Devo ban again, but what we're seeing different from last game is we see Monkey King being banned out, and that's one that I kind of agree with. Monkey King feels really, really strong these days. This hero just has a strong carry potential. It's so mobile. It has a really strong laning phase, and even if it gets shut out in the laning phase somehow, it's able to recover really well and scale very well. So I think it makes a lot of sense. And of course, they utilized it to its fullest extent last game. So making sure they don't have it again is on point. But I see that engineer is on the board again, so we might see an engineer pick. I see a shadowed kinesis. So potentially Kinesis.
Thinking about that because they, like you said, they gave up the Magmus to the other team this time. But Chipper Behemoth, one of the big counters to Magmus, played a lot of him over the years, thousands of games, is if he either doesn't have another initiator to follow up on with those eruptions, or you can disrupt him before, like, long range stuns like Fisher from Behemoth, rockets, they catch him out and burn off his ultimate. That really makes him a lot less effective. So I do like the Behemoth as a counter pick to the Magmus, and all around they utilized Behemoth in that very first game, even when it was farm.
And also some of these global type heroes are also effective at disrupting a Magmus initiation, because when the fight starts, I mean, it's coming, right? A lot of times Eruption isn't necessarily the leading ability to start a fight, right? A lot of times it comes after it's already started. So once a skirmish has begun, heroes like Thunderbringer or Vindicator or Sandwraith, these global abilities can actually do a lot to hurt Magmus as well. So I would kind of wonder if we're going to see a hero of that stripe make its way into the pool.
Another answer to it. Yeah, maybe wait to see what kind of position they're putting this Magmus in. I think Magmus should always be +1. That's just me. I know it's not.
But, they round off the first half of their draft with Andromeda and Kraken. So I really like this draft coming out from Buskno GG at this point. Just 3 strong stunners, 2 great team fight heroes in Kraken and Magmus, it's just providing some wombo potential. And then, of course, Andromeda just feels like an extremely safe pick. For whatever carry you decide, whatever position 1 farmer you decide to bring into the mix, and synergizes really well with the, Aurora, buffing physical damage, from a hero like Kraken. So I love this draft coming out from Buskno GG at this point. But it's not to say, that we're not going to see some magic coming out from Chipper and Behemoth, because 2 strong heroes in their own right as well. I mean, Chipper that's been a top tier support on the scene for quite a while. It provides a lot. Extra tankiness from Focus Buffer, long range burst to just assist in those hero kills that you're not, you can just play safe, right? With Chipper. And if you have a fantastic farming hero like something like Oogie, right, you can just make some really early triple stacks for your carry, because you can stack like 3, maybe even 4 camps at once you get to like level 3, level 5, having multiple rockets able to be thrown.
And the Ancient Warrior Bubbles selected to partake in battle today. Always a flashy hero to watch, and another disruptive hero to all initiators, Magmus, Kraken, as well as setting up a Behemoth ultimate Sawblade showdown, and got excited to see the Bubbles.
Bubbles is when you talk about HoN or one of those token HoN heroes, Bubbles is it. Bubbles is one of the most entertaining heroes to see in the game, just able to make all kinds of big plays between shell surf disjoints and take cover. So for a long time, I myself personally was a Bubbles main, and there's a reason for it. That hero is amazing. It's almost never a bad pick, and I love it. I love it versus this Legion lineup right now, and they round out the 4th pick with the Puppet Master. So, talking about some ability to take early stacks, there's Puppet Master is just with that innate farming from Whiplash. It's just a great hero and provides that lovely sustained damage that you want to see from your carry pick, but also, one of the most bursty heroes in the pool, providing that with Voodoo Puppet. So it's a very scary hero to play against.
And we've seen a lot of this huge supporting cast. Now, given all these heroes all do a lot of damage, even the supports, but we've seen a lot of this main one guy is the carry kind of in the meta of this thing. Like, they put all their eggs in that one basket. We saw with Corrupted Disciple in the first game. And so definitely Puppet Master able to single somebody out could be very useful depending on who they run with. But that being said, it's Gemini. He's 2 characters.
Yeah. So what you got doing me a favor. I don't know if you caught any of the broadcast. This is my favorite hero in the game. I love Gemini, so I'm always excited to see it. In a match. I think it's just super dynamic hero. Split dog form is always fun to see. Somebody test out their micro skills, playing kind of 2 heroes at once, and the Tempest pick is always fun as well. When you got Tempest on your team, you can almost kind of never count yourself out, as there is always the potential for a 5-man Elemental Void, but they counter it in kind over there on De Nova Brigada with the Vindicator pick. So, we talked about it, right? I already mentioned Vindicator and how good of a counter it is for Magnus, and it's going to be rough, man. It's going to be rough for Magnus and Tempest this game, just because of the presence of the Vindicator. But the one thing that Busno GG is going to have going into this match is that they do look to have lane dominance, in my opinion. Now, they are going to be utilizing a jungler, so they are weaker in that respect. But what you got on Tempest, I know he knows how to farm like a machine on Tempest. So the weakness that they experience in lane, kind of being down a player, is going to be compensated very greatly with what you got on Tempest. But what I mean to say is that Vindicator is a pretty weak laning hero. However, they actually aren't playing it in the way that I anticipated it. They've got Puppet Soul on Vindicator, one of their strongest solo players, and he looks like he's stepping into the mid lane with Vindicator. So this is a mid Vindicator, and this is not something that you see every day.
No, and if it is a 1 versus 2, extra bonus on that Sage's lore, right? Still an AoE. Ooh, they lock Sasuke down in here. He got nowhere to go. He's trying to eat trees, but that's an early bloodlust. Doesn't get the ward down. Pop that cherry.
That is going to be a big one. And guess who got it? The mid Vindicator. So, I'm thinking when I see this Vindicator step into the mid lane, it's a pretty annoying hero to play against. The fact that it can use the Master's Incantation, kind of the auto attack ability, to evade aggroing creeps and just kind of pepper in auto attacks without taking fire from the creeps onto the other player. But he's got a 500 gold start with Bloodlust as well, or 440. So, I was thinking, Puppet or Vindicator can be kind of weak. No escape, kind of low on the HP, but 440 gold is going to be able to solve some of those issues for him. And he's got Behemoth standing beside him, so it's a 2v2 in the mid lane. And meanwhile, we've got Puppet and Chipper in the bottom lane against Kraken. So Kraken going to be doing his best to try and soak up some XP and a little bit of farm versus the 2 heroes that he's stepping up against. And A pretty classic 1v1 matchup in the top lane of Magnus versus Bubbles, while Tempest is just free to farm in the jungle all game.
Yeah, and he's opting to go for the. I don't know if he thought maybe they warded his camps with that early bloodlust, but he's farming in the enemy jungle here. And that's one thing I loved about What You Got's jungle. You really, and some of the other great jungle players over the course of history, like the good ones are very versatile in where they go, what they do. They adapt, they rotate when they're needed, and in that respect, that's a
and you can see he's actually making his way to the mid lane with his level 3. So looks like we're gonna have a 3v2 in the mid lane.
Already wearing down the Vindicator, but that's a decent Fisher forcing Andromeda out of position, and now What You Got can't really get in position. He does get the double stun off. Get the kill on the Vindicator, and now maybe more, and it's not even worth it at this point. Even if you get the Andromeda, losing both of these heroes is extremely detrimental.
And that is a big return kill. So yeah, Bloodlust for Vindy, but that is 2 kills for their mid lane player, for one for Gemini and one for Tempest, who's already doing a great job farming in the enemy jungle, as we said.
A haste rune appears. They might be able to just rinse and repeat this whole process on Vindy Behemoth, especially because they're going on the aggressor here. Gemini grabs the haste with his bottle. Definitely choosing the target of Vindicator, thinking that it's a little bit easier, but he does have that bottle. I don't think Vindy's in any real trouble here, even with the haste.
No, and Vindicator was just, Gemini did have the haste, but he's only level 2, and Vindy was out of range of Andromeda, so there was really no follow-up. Vindy wasn't in trouble, but, to mention, haste is a big rune, and they didn't really get much out of it, so the Behemoth's going to wander onto Tempest here in the jungle and spot out what he's doing and fishes him away, but
doesn't accomplish much. What You Got still getting his gold there, sitting pretty over 300 GPM, but gold disparity's non-existent at this point. All of these lanes are kind of balanced.
Bubble's taking a lot of heat from Magnus in the top lane. I love to see this matchup. Both of these heroes actually have pretty even time against each other. Bubbles has a lot of poke against Magnus, but the slightest misstep, as we can see if the camera's watching, by Bubbles can get punished by Magnus with a nice lava surge onto the range creep.
Mid lane, Behemoth taking the glacial blast. Nothing comes of it. But yeah, I mean, Magnus is doing good. It's not always easy.
No, you have to position pretty. It's tough for the Bubbles to position properly against the Magnus to not get punished by what we just saw, but it's also equally difficult for Magnus to kind of evade every single shell surf that Bubbles can lay out onto the creep wave and avoid taking damage. So, both of these heroes kind of have a nice little toolkit against each other. It's just as we kind of say, it always ends up being a tale of execution and just circumstance that ends up being the difference maker.
A side effect of this Tempest jungle, I'm looking at the Bubbles, got that bottle, which a lot of people don't like the item as much in the off lanes or sometimes even early in mid. I don't know why, so there's been some hate about it. But he's not getting any of these top rune spawns. He's not been able to fill it once. Doesn't go back to base. Like, that's waste of gold for sure.
It is a waste of gold, especially now that we can see Magnus has completed Steam Boots. So Magnus is really, really dominating this lane at this point. Well, it's still pretty even. Not that even. I mean, Magnus has about an 80 GPM lead on Bubbles. Bubbles isn't doing too bad as he's nearing 300, but just the fact of where the gold is, right?
Yeah.
Just as you mentioned, a bottle versus completed Steam Boots, like it's going to be. We're going to start noticing Bubbles struggle at this point.
He's going to make that trip. Let's see if he can't use this kelp field to set something up. A double kill in mid or something would be huge for him and to assist his teammates. Because let's see,
and Kraken's actually taking a lot of pressure from Chipper in the bottom lane. Has to dip and dive some of these rockets.
Oh, he sidestepped 2 of them. 3. Bubbles keeping an eye on the Tempest here. Dang, those voids are pretty powerful. He couldn't even clear him with a W.
Yeah, Tempest is extremely strong. Oh, Andromeda gets walled off by Behemoth.
Walled off it, and not long for this world. Gemini can only look on as his partner falls. Does try to collapse onto Behemoth with Tempest here. He's got the Elemental Void, but no mana, so they can't use that to punish the Behemoth.
And Chipper finds a kill onto Kraken in the bottom lane, so very much a back and forth. Both of these teams, you know, just finding kills against each other, almost in sync with each other. 3-3. But you know, you talk about the strength of those elementals that Tempest is able to create. I'm not sure if you are aware, or maybe even the viewers, but you know, Tempest can actually spawn a second set of those elementals now without the first despawning. So that hero is extremely effective at jungling and pushing towers. And not only that, another major mechanic that was kind of introduced maybe a year or two ago was that those things can actually split off of attacking towers as well. So Tempest is really strong these days.
Oh wow, that seems OP. I mean, that was always one of the things you had to build up your army before sieging the towers. That's a huge buff for sure.
Yeah. So that's kind of why we see it, you know, from time to time. You know, it was always a strong hero because of the Elemental Void, but
Man,
it's even stronger now, you know, in other ways.
Lane swap. Bubble's gonna look to go and rotate. Get use out of that ultimate. I am like hoping that Hellborn pays attention to this Magmus, because if he's allowed to just go straight into a portal key from this, he is going to just ravage this game.
Well,
Puppet, Vindy, anybody he wants over and over.
We'll see what happens. I mean, yeah, Magmus is definitely going to be able to get his hands on the portal key, which will make it, you know, pretty dangerous for Puppet Master. But on the flip side, you know, Puppet's having a really good game, and Behemoth is actually taking a lot of heat from Andromeda, but it's Andromeda that's in trouble now. So once again, we see a 1-for-1, but Vindy, watch out, bud.
Boom, boom.
Vindy gonna fall to Magmus, so nice. A nice little 2-for-1 exchange, so favored for the Legion there.
Support heroes be doing damage up in this mother. If it's not the Chipper Rockets, that Andro with a double damage was like auto attacking for like level 3 stunned it, like attack damage.
You were talking about the Kelp field. Here's Tempest in a lot of trouble.
He could ult Void here, can't he? Oh, he's trying to get the 2. Eats the rock. Questionably eats the rocket, but I guess they're gonna use it.
Nice shell surf snipe. That was beautiful from Bubbles. Finding the right shell surf. Just it was like max range too. Finds the Tempest, but you know Chipper falls as well. But I know that you got to know that Chipper happy to trade his life for Tempest.
Yeah. I mean, going on 10 minutes, not a single elemental void. He hit level 6 really early. I'm a proponent of you can't hold on to these major cooldowns. Like, I'm bewildered that Magmus hasn't put a point into Eruption yet. There's like
feels like he's just waiting, but Puppet Master taking a lot of trouble in the mid lane. Can he get away from Magmus? No, Magmus is going to finish him off. So beautiful stun lock combo from Magmus and Gemini onto Puppet Master, finding a very important kill. You know, I was just commenting about how good of a time Puppet Master was having in the bottom lane. He was up to about 440 GPM at one point, but that is going to stuff him down below 400 at this point. And
we're doing everything they can to prevent this tier 1 mid dying early, but it is immediately punished, and that's just going to make the tower fall even faster. Trying to clear the waves, but they're just still pouring in the damage.
Yeah, it's very close to falling, and we'll see if Tempest tries to push on it with another wave, but he might get spooked by the fact that Behemoth and Chipper are showing, so Vindicator is nearby. But
final chapter available.
And, you know, this could be one of the reasons you were talking about Elemental Void being held. This could be one of the reasons why he's hesitant to use it. You know, he might just be seeing it as kind of a wasted cooldown as long as final chapter isn't used, so might just be kind of waiting for that. But Puppet Master getting gone on by Kraken in the bottom lane, and he is going to fall. Tries to spawn the Voodoo Puppet on Kraken, but Kraken able to walk away from it. So it's kind of all falling to pieces a little bit here
4
little
Denova
bit.
Brigada.
Yeah.
Now down
and they
4,000 gold.
thought Legion team was really going to commit to this tier 1 mid, but they end up splitting off. They might just regroup in like a minute. Mag finishes his portal key, and they're going to have the eruption available. But that being said, he's only like 10 gold away from buying it. He's just like, let me buy it before I die, please.
He's so close. He
Gets
buys
it
it
off.
as soon as it
Survive.
ticks.
Andromeda died, I guess, to help make sure that he did secure that. But Mag's so low, you can't even like make a surprise re-entry there.
That's wild. What a big kill that would have been if Magnus actually ended up falling prior to picking up that portal key.
Oh,
And he said it best. We were watching his gold count and he had to escape.
been there. The timing was right though. Helbern, that was a really good attempt, and definitely hoping for the best. Final chapter was used, so they do have some time here. You know, I'd like to see them get a void off, even if it's just for kill. Like the cooldown is not that long.
Yeah, he probably will attempt to use it at some point to see if he can get a glacial blast out here on Behemoth, but Behemoth's doing a good job of running away. But he's in range now.
He could catch them both. Cancels the TP. I'm just gonna stop anticipating it.
Yeah, just
I'll
when
trust
it goes
this
off,
guy.
you'll know. You'll know. The Kraken, speaking of portal keys, nearing his own as well. So Kraken and Magnus both having portal keys is going to be.
Eruption used. Channeling out. Oh, but he literally just blinked. Didn't he minus saw it or something? I don't know. He backed up.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I wonder if I can kind of alter
The
the
Legion have destroyed a Hellborn tower.
fog of war here. He may have gotten seen out by that ward of sight there next to the Legion agents.
Magnus isn't ready to give up just yet. He's like, I used my ult. I want this kill on Vindy. Comes in with the blink stun, and hey, we got 2 portal keys, guys. Welcome to HoN.
Yeah, finished portal key on Kraken is big, so
Behemoth. Nice shockwave, but
Sorry, you don't have the bottle.
tier 1's already gone. Tier 1 bot and mid. Kraken's gonna finish that top. They can't defend all of these towers at once. And just like that, Buscano GG's up 8,500 gold. A much different game than when we saw from the first one.
yeah, I'm not exactly sure where it went wrong. Okay, but we've got a skirmish brewing here. This could be a huge kelp field. Oh, but I think he just won.
He went for the 4-man.
You like watching from the sidelines?
The juice is loose.
You just need to hang on a little bit longer. There's all these melee heroes and all the minions. Like a Behemoth Shockwave would be so decimating if he was able to get one off, and off the kelp field or something. But they just need to survive long enough for it to be an option.
Yeah, at this point, they're just severely outpaced. The fact that Legion has these 2 portal keys and they're not even near one of their own, it's just a really tight spot for them to be in. And Legion is going to press the advantage that they have as well. They just have a mean tower pusher in the Tempest, so they're just going to go for all of the outer towers, bank up a huge gold lead, probably close to 20k by the time they start knocking. That's my prediction. 20k gold lead is the count that we'll see whenever they start going uphill.
Yeah. One of the problems, I feel like, Bubbles toe-to-toe with Magnus all game and the farm and the levels, and he's been up there, but just not really a lot of impact. And when, you play him in that solo safe lane, you expect something from what you gave him. You gave him a free lane against a melee hero. You might have struggled in your other lanes, and he just really hasn't been able to bring anything to the table so far.
Well, one of the troubles is also this mid Vindy. It's a great idea, and he got a good start with the Bloodlust, but unfortunately, it's not very much a playmaking hero. In most situations, it's pretty reactive. I mean, you can definitely make plays by opening up,
a
Right.
team fight or a gank with the final chapter, but it also is a pretty major reactive cooldown as well. Trying to cancel things like Magnus and Tempest, and Kraken just finds that kill onto the bubbles. It's a big kill, but it's a very long cooldown, the final chapter, and it's not able to keep pace with what Kraken and Magnus have been up to this game, and unfortunately, it just got rotated on by the Tempest as well. But Kraken,
Fisher in the bottom lane on the Kraken, good damage locking him down, using the final chapter to kind of stop something. I'm not sure why, but Kraken just walks away, boots on in. Lava Surge back in on the Vindicator. Now he's got some support. The Andro swapping in, and the tides are turning. Kraken comes in for that last little revenge slap. Another tower falls. What you got? Relentless.
so we see again that there was a valiant effort to take out that Kraken, but they used the final chapter for it, and now basically Vindy is kind of useless.
Yeah.
Just from that mid lane hero standpoint, right? It's just kind of not what you want from the mid laner, right? You want a hero that's able to either keep up pace and farm with some flash farming abilities, or at least set up some plays with reasonable frequency. But Vindy just doesn't seem to offer that. So
Doesn't it? I mean, I don't know if it would have been more helpful if he had that solo experience and he was able to pull ahead, or have. They didn't really get anything out of the behemoth in that mid lane with him. But we'll see what they can do. They still have a decent team to delay the push. Like you said, 20k is that goal mark. We're halfway there already. But we'll see. They've held on through some rough patches. They already battled a 20k gold lead once this day. There's an 18,000 with a decently similar composition. So we'll see if they can't fight their way back into this.
yeah, I mean, Spell Shards picked up on Bubbles. Spell Shards won, so he's going to be, I think he's definitely didn't prioritize going for the portal key because he doesn't really need to. The fact that Behemoth is not close to his own means that they're probably not going to be staging any kind of fight anytime soon. So by going Spell Shards instead, but
Yeah, Bubbles having a real hard time here.
all I was going to say is the fact that he went Spell Shards means that he's got Vindicator gets swapped in.
Big damage coming out here, but not enough. Saw Blades did drop Andromeda low, but still, that might even be an illusion. I can't even tell. But it's going to make things a little bit trickier. They do a lot of damage in this 30 seconds. They have a catapult and a second wave, but they're opting to go for Kongor here. Not exactly sure what. Maybe they thought they couldn't do much in 10 seconds, but
I kind of like it. I mean, it's they're going to be taking their own Kongor after this, so they're going to stack up 2 Kongor buffs, get a token, and once again, we've got no retaliation, suitable retaliation coming out from the Hellborn team after they do this. That token's just going to make pushing uphill that much easier.
Legion has wards placed at both of the lane entrances. I mean, they feel pretty damn secure here. And they even spot Bubbles up at the top. I wouldn't be surprised if they're low health, they don't take the engagement, but they are going to chase down the Puppet Master here. Andromeda keeping an eye on him in the tree somehow.
It haunts me.
Yeah, and you can actually see that Puppet went for the tablet, so an interesting item choice. Probably decided to buy it for various reasons, extra interrupt on Tempest before the BKB, and potentially pushing people out of the Tempest hole after Tempest gets a Shrunken Head. But, well, Kraken ulti actually cannot be pushed out of anymore.
Once you reach the center, but you can.
Oh no, that's the thing. That was the major change that made this hero extremely strong. To release the Kraken, Behemoth just gets deleted in the mid lane, and Bubbles as well.
Release the Kraken. More money, more problems.
Yep, Storm spiriting the target. Pretty much guaranteed that could not happen.
Yeah, GG is called, and we're actually don't even need to see an uphill push, but what I was going to say about Kraken for you and those that aren't aware, just the pull effect on the Kraken ultimate applies restrain, which is not an immobilize, but it prevents you from using movement abilities, right? Think like
Oh,
Blinks or Lava Surge, and it also prevents the tablet push. So Kraken is extremely strong because of that one change these days.
that's huge. Thank you for pointing that out. That's definitely a reason we're seeing him in here time and time again. Catch anybody up who's just joining us. Buskin OG GG just took game number 2, pushing this to a game 3 final for the final losers bracket series here. Winner of this going up against Team Tim. Fairly one-sided on both ways. This third one could be a good one.
Yeah, I was going to say, that first match was one-sided in favor of Denova Brigada, and Busno GG returning in kind and saying, yeah, we can do the same thing to you. So both of these teams going to have to put all 5 heads together on their side and really stew up something that's going to surprise the other team, because we definitely see that they are pretty evenly matched against each other.
Love to see it. These two teams giving it their all, trying to cement their position in cycle 1.
Yeah, this is exciting. We've got, this is the first of 5 cycles, and a lot of great teams showing, flexing their stuff just in this first cycle. And I can only anticipate that the cycles are just going to get better and better, more competitive. We're going to see additional entrants trying to make their way, collect those points so they can get an invitation into the grand finals, which is, yeah, that's going to be something. I mean, we're going to see 2 teams, 2 of the best teams in this game that remain, playing their hearts out for over $10,000. So that's going to be something. Well, $10,000 total prize pool, I think.
Yep. And I think I owe what you got an apology. Apparently, he didn't need to cast Elemental Void. I don't think he casted it that entire game. Still dominated.
Yeah, he may not have. And it just goes back to kind of what we were talking about, with the fact that Elemental Void, that not the Elemental Void, but the Elementals have been buffed, and that hero is not a one-trick pony anymore. The fact that Glacial Blast, for example, stuns 3 times, or is it 4 at all levels? Somebody in chat will certainly correct me. I don't have the tooltip open right now. I think it's 3 times, 3 stuns at all levels, but. Yeah, that hero is really strong these days, and what you got, just such a great jungle player. They try to ban him out with the Ophelia, but bam, you got a Tempest that you got to face now, and you try to counter pick it with a Vindicator, and that just, it was a good attempt, but we saw that the Vindicator was
Yeah,
pretty weak in the end. So
I don't know. I think you're onto something. The Vindy didn't have the impact that Puppet Soul usually is on heroes. They can kind of take the game into his hands when it needs to happen. We seen him. I think it was on Alonia the first time, and just Vindy's a great counter pick, but maybe not in such a high position in terms of like
it's not just
prioritizing the farm.
it's not just the fact that Vindicator was kind of, not the ideal mid hero in itself, but it felt like, in order to give Vindy the best chance, even after Bloodlust, they had to give him some kind of support in the mid lane, and that support hero was Behemoth, which obviously does a very good job of setting up kills or preventing deaths for Vindy with well placed walls. But the best the best that I see that hero doing is when it's highly mobile, showing up in all 3 lanes, constantly keeping the enemy players on its toes. And so the fact that Behemoth was kind of bound to the mid lane in order to assist Vindicator spelled a lot of trouble for the activity of the Hellborn side in that match.
Yep. They had the right heroes, just not in the right context. Yes, sir.
I think we are ready to start game 3 of this series, so we'll see what's going on, Matthew. I don't know. Predictions. I got to give it to, just from momentum's sake, I'm giving it to Busno GG here. They've got the momentum going into game 3. A mentality thing is a big deal when you're talking about, playing up to 2-3 hours of HoN. Demoralization is a real thing that you have to fight against, and the bans are exactly the same as they were last game. Nymphora, Ophelia, Wretched Hag versus Devour, Defiler, Monkey King. So nothing changing
First
there,
pick,
and we're going to
Magnus.
see exactly Magnus in the game for the 3rd time.
I love it. I mean, these are like all my favorite types of heroes. I love any. I mean, I'm pretty porky on any hero, but I love those heroes that really suits. And of course, Kraken was going to come out here in Andromeda.
Yeah, and it's now I might have to change my prediction, because I'm noticing a pattern here that Magnus, at least in this series, has been on the winning team every time. So we're going to have to see exactly what Busno GG has to employ in order to prevent that pattern from emerging or continuing to emerge.
Let's see
As
if
they pick
deviate
Andrew and Kraken.
anything here. Yes.
Engineer.
The big bad voodoo jester. Love this hero. It's a scary hero to play, especially with how freaking quick paced it's been. I mean, just a lot of jumping heroes. He's a hero that can do so much, but is easily shut down as well.
Yeah, it has a very strong lane presence. Obviously you never want to getting cursed ground in an early laning phase just means you want to get out. And obviously, there's a little bit of scary RNG with the way that the acid cocktail decides to bounce between targets and lane. But it's in this weird area where it's really strong in the early game phase, and then it's kind of weak in the middle game, unless it's able to actually carry some momentum forward, and it actually has a potential for really strong late game if it's able to get its hands on a staff, for example, or a staff given to it. But that's pretty rare to see a staff voodoo make its way into the game. But we'll see what happens with that hero. But they do have Engineer to pair with Magnus again, so yeah, scary
I'd be
stuff.
Scared. I would, and the only answer is they banned Flux, but and also this Draconis. How's he sitting right now? Because he was banned every single game.
Draconis is another one of those heroes that I'm not exactly 100% positive of who plays it on the Legion setup, but What You Got knows these players very well. He's been playing with and against them for years at this point, and we've seen Draconis just take over games in the past. So there's a reason why it's taken off the table.
What is the answer to this Engineer Magnus nightmare? They seem to think that it was one of these tankier carries like Gemini Predator.
Disciple.
And there's a
Pebbles.
very similar one. I guess that's your option, running in and out of that field with a not afraid to man up kind of carry.
Yeah, you love to see Corrupted Disciple, and interesting to see them ban Gemini and Predator, as well as Tempest. They took away Tempest, but it's with good reason. What You Got used it to full effect in the last game, but super active team coming out from Busno GG with the very comfortable Pebbles pick for Satellitium in the middle lane. We know that he loves that hero, and oftentimes it's banned against him. So It's going
the
to be
Pebbles?
yeah, Pebbles is one of his comfort heroes, and talk about the contrast. Now I know that they weren't the ones playing Vindy last game, but when you talk about what a hero like Pebbles can bring to the table with frequent activity, frequent pressure, right? This hero has its damage combo up every 15 seconds about. So
Yeah.
it can be a devastating hero to have to play against.
Good times with the Pebbles. I'm still waiting for the one day where they somebody grabs staff and refresher, and you just go crazy.
Clanks.
Did staff change though? Is it chuck 3 targets at once? Okay, no.
It
it's the
is,
same.
yes.
I just love doing that. Clanks, all right. Haven't seen him in a while. Clanks Torturer. They always make sure they get these heroes that can end the game, like tower pressure.
It's a very squishy lineup though against the Pebbles. They're gonna have to play it. They're gonna have to prevent this Pebbles from gathering
Taking
momentum
off.
in the mid lane, or it's going to be really rough for them. The only hero that's going to be able to survive early combos is Magnus, and they also have some really high burst potential in the Kraken as well. And if they get a rally, I think rally could be an excellent answer as well. Just 3 heroes that make you feel unsafe with your current lineup, but with Legion's lineup, they might have lane superiority, um, and that could be key, in turning the tide and
Oh,
warding yourself
absolutely.
against, these heroes being able to combo you down in early stages of the game.
Yeah, if you're talking about Pebbles, he needs that decent start early game, and he needs them to be weak. He needs targets when he hits that sweet spot of I can kill anybody I want. So make sure that they didn't all sit on steam boots and a magic cloak immunity vestments.
Yeah, and this looks like kind of a 2-1-2 lineup. I feel like we're going to see Engie and Mag. Well, this is actually different. So Engineer is not going to be being played by Puppet Soul this match, it looks like, as he is playing Torturer instead. So, we know that he likes to play the core engineer. So this probably is a support engineer this go around. But I've been wrong countless times in the past, so I really don't try to stick by my predictions anymore.
Let's see what they can do. All in all, I want to see Rally. I'm glad What You Got's playing it. He hasn't had good representation today. He's been picked a couple times, but mostly ineffective. So let's see if What You Got can kind of change things a bit. I am a big fan of that hero as well. The Seismic Slam. Really
that's what I was
window.
mentioning with Seismic Slam. Just the Compel Seismic Slam combo being just another burst avenue that the squishy Legion lineup is going to have to worry about.
Yep. Yes, they are gonna have to bulk up. Torturer, if you build him that way, can become that physical all right, we're not gonna focus him first. You know what I mean? Engineer.
Oh, I love Torturer. I was talking about this is one of my favorite heroes in the game yesterday, and the fact that it's just so versatile, and it really heroes like Torturer and I feel like Wretched Hag kind of display player personality best because of how versatile they are in regards to the item pool. You can use almost every item in the shop arsenal to some extent on these heroes, and it's pretty fun to see.
Absolutely. Can't wait to see what Puppet Soul brings. Game 3, the horn has been sounded. Done over Brigada versus Buckno GG. Winner of this advances to today's Cycle 1 Grand Finals. Good luck, teams, and oh wait. It's gonna be interesting. Pebbles gets the solo lane, which means he's gonna get those early levels, but depending on how Puppet Soul plays his Torturer, this could be a very pricey regen lane for him. And joins the party too.
So Engineer is here to try and prevent, as we kind of predicted, we don't want Pebbles having a very good time this game. So Engineer trying to zone, just give the best start to Torture as well, because Torture is one of those heroes that maybe isn't as fast-paced in terms of being able to kill the enemy team, but if Torture is able to get a good start, this is, talk about a snowball hero, right? This hero can just start farming like crazy, and we got a 1v1 in the top lane between Kraken and Magnus, and Magnus already flexed on his stuff on Kraken, getting him down to about 40% HP. So,
oh man, that is a clash of the titans, because you got the splash, you got the volcanic touch. It's really who can line up perfectly, punishing the opponent's positioning with those abilities, splash the damage. You see how much damage can go out in mid lane onto Pebbles here. Just one
nice.
or 2 stuns and almost takes
nice
him all the
chain
way out.
reaction stun landing between Pebbles and Andro. Pebbles has to be very careful now.
What do we think about? Oh no, turret connects the chain. Oof. Is this Andro gonna be able to provide ample support to get Pebbles where he needs, or do they need to swap his lane?
Yeah, I mean he's taken a lot of harassment, but the mana bars between Engineer and Torture are kind of diminishing, so he's going to be able to maybe hang around for a little bit. Might not have to commit to a lane swap just yet, but Engineer does pick up the top rune. And it's a regen rune in the bottom lane, secured by Andro, so.
Good pickup. Don't want that getting into their hands. Rune control, very important in this matchup for sure.
And we're going to see Andromeda rotate towards the bottom lane and potentially catch Voodoo Jester off guard, taking the flank path.
There goes the
Go
cast.
on to Corrupted.
Level 1 curse comes out late. I think he was waiting to get 2. Rally with him with the compel. Clank's in a bad position here. He's got the flight, but immediately just pinned to the ground. Ends up being a trade.
Yep, so the Bloodlust on Andro's support with the return kill for Clanks, but it's Clanks that does end up falling. But meanwhile, they had to commit the Andro rotation into the bottom lane to make that happen, and so Pebbles kind of gets left behind here in the mid lane, not having the best time farming. As you can see, he's only at 170 GPM. So, meanwhile, Puppet Soul trying to steadily climb up to 300.
Not to mention a combined 11 denies between Torture and Engineer. I mean, they're really... Pebbles can recover with levels and no gold, but no levels and no gold, I think that's exactly what you were talking about. Legion team's executing that pretty well right now.
Yeah, they really want to try and shut down those Clanks, but I really like Legion's lineup. Like I was saying, it's kind of risky because of how squishy they are against the Pebbles, but they're doing a good job of shutting down this Pebbles right now, and they have this fantastic dual core between Clanks and Torturer. So, just kind of splitting the priority, but Voodoo Jester actually going to get gone on.
Gets punished.
And gets punished, but yeah, the fact that they've got Clanks and Torturer having a pretty decent time here. Pebbles
doesn't connect, nor does the turret. Pebbles thinking his lucky stars there. I mean, that's the thing. If Legion gets off to such a great start, then the fact that they're squishy is kind of mitigated a little bit. They might be so itemized that squishy factor just never comes into play.
But they're not doing shabby here in the bottom lane either. Andro's having a good time. 200 GPM as a support, Corrupted, but Voodoo Jester getting gone on again. But Engineers here
level
this
2
time.
curse. Big whiffs on turret and Keg once again. Keg W having a little bit of a hard time setting these up. That could have been a for sure kill onto the rally at least. Meanwhile,
so 3-1 now.
Torturer, gotta be careful here. Yes, you have double damage in a bottle. Pebbles let him sip all the way back up to full HP. Unfortunate. I would have liked to see just some aggressive play. Torture was really low there for a second. He's only got a max HP of 600. I think he's at like half.
Right.
Clanks down bottom. It's the bullet again. The Curse Ground comes out, but there's 0 follow-up damage, so it's nothing's coming of it.
Oh yeah, things are starting to come together for Busno GG in this match. The Corrupted having a
definitely.
fantastic time, almost 400 GPM now. Kraken doing very well in his 1v1. Magma's doing fine as well, but you know, Kraken. Actually, I'm not sure which hero I would rather have, Magnus or Kraken. They're both good. They're both very good at flash farming, setting up ganks. It's they both fit their niche very well.
I think Legion's gonna need him. They're not hitting the mark on their tri lane down here. Like zero coordination happening between the skills, and maybe Hellborn's like sidestepping in a certain way and making them miss it. But they're gonna need to either get their shit together or have Magnus make it easier for them with some big stuns.
And we talked about, you know, Voodoo Jester has this great lane presence, but they're shutting it down right now, and you know, this hero does not transfer well into the mid game without a lead. And Pebbles taking a lot of heat between Engineer and Torture, gonna end up falling. So shutting down Pebbles in the mid lane, that's very good. But the Invis Magma shows up on Corrupted.
There we go, nice bounce. He had a full battery charge, but I think he's gonna die to that curse. Gets a lot of damage off though before he does, and ultimately he's gonna make this a better exchange.
They're not done on Magnus. This level 7 Magnus is in trouble. Huge bottom lane exchange. 3 for 1.
Oh, 20 HP on the rally. Gets away. No Mind Throne or Keg. I'm not sure if they would have connected, but they did. I would just took a kill.
So we're still in laning phase, but with a 2,000 gold advantage in favor of Busno GG. So this is something that they're going to have to figure out how to solve. I mean, there's a very big laning item advantage in favor of Hellborn at the moment. And you know, Pebbles, as hard of a start as he had, he's got some space now. And he's about to hit that 200 GPM mark, and with a few levels, this hero can certainly recover. You know, it's not going to be the pace that you necessarily like to see on the hero, but Clank's forced into this little lake on the side.
Oh, and he walks back up the hill. Should have stayed put. Yeah, no mana on NG, and Voodoo nothing he can do by himself. They might be conceding this tower here, and if they try to defend it, yeah. Gets a nice cask off that might save Andro. Can they kill that turret?
Magnus and Torch are committing a lot of time here in the mid lane, trying to find a kill on Pebbles, and they are about to commit to it. It looks like Magnus is going in.
Will he channel the eruption? There it goes.
But he's just out of range.
The Kraken ult saves him, and they get the punishing return kill. First signs of life here for the Hellborn team. Turning a gank attempt. After you wasted a lot of time setting that up, to not get it kind of hurts.
Absolutely. And Pebbles is very aware of it. I believe the wards scouted out Torture's position. I was kind of paying attention to bottom, so I couldn't see the whole thing transpire, but he was positioned very defensively, and they still dove him anyway. But right here, Voodoo Jester getting seismic slammed by Rally. Just no chance.
Take my eyes off bottom for 1 second. Mid lane, Andromeda teaming up with herself on Torturer. Completely out of mana. He's got the little battery charge, but it's a shame Pebbles was not able to close that gap.
Get ready for
Striders. Lava Surge on bottom here. Clank's playing around with that off-map area.
And you know, I love this lane ward that Hellborn has, just revealing everything about who's coming in with ports and scouting out the defense tower, even during nighttime. Very low chance of getting countered. You know, usually you anticipate wards being placed in the jungle, not smack dab right in front of your tower. So Magnus getting gone on by Pebbles, and Andromeda picks up an invis rune, able to run away. But Voodoo Jester under fire again. This hero is just so squishy because of the start that he's had. Just gets deleted by Kraken and Rally.
Andromeda's still stalking the Magnus, using the I don't know what she was using to track him, whether it was her striders being triggered or something. And she stayed right on top of him. Pebbles here. If only he knew.
Yeah.
Avalanche straight to the ground would probably kill the mag.
But Magnus is going to scout out the Pebbles position, and does he have 30 seconds until eruption? But he's got 38 seconds on his invisibility. So, what they tried to do last play, if Magnus could lead in with a lava surge, begin channeling his ulti, and then get a chain reaction before Pebbles could react. I mean, could spell a dead Pebbles, and it's certainly a kill that they need to find. They need to find something. It's 3 to 12 hero count. They actually haven't gotten a hero kill on the Legion side in quite a while. The golden XP lead is about 5k. It's looking very grim. It's looking super one-sided in this match going into 10 minutes. So I am not sure exactly what Donova Brigada is going to have to pull out, but it's got.
I think it's been a lot of missed cues and no follow up and really supporting each other in the team fights, missed abilities, and it has snowballed out of control. But I think other than that, if they start connecting, I definitely don't think it's too late.
Yeah, we actually already have, I'm not sure if we've noticed it yet, we have a portal key on Kraken who actually finds a quick initiation onto Engineer to try to chip him down.
He's going to get away with scraps of HP, as is everybody else.
So the PK already finding its way onto Kraken. Rally, escaping.
Devil's in trouble.
Still able to run away, with the Andrew support there. And
where did all of Magnus gold go? I guess he just doesn't.
He's just yeah, he was having a good time, but I feel like he was just forced into trying to play catch up for his team. His team was really starting to struggle in the bottom lane, and kind of even in the mid lane after they rotated the Engineer away.
Swap there. Put Torture in a real bad way, made her miss the stun. Ultimately, there comes the seismic slam. Pebbles is trying to do what he can. He's even going to get an avalanche off. No, it's still on cooldown. He dies to that cursed ground. Nice little bit of a turn here. Legion picks
There's the
up
2-for-1 exchange, yeah. So much needed, but still came at a cost. Corrupted Disciple takes out the first tower of the game.
Right. I think that's what
seems like. There's just no concrete victories here on the side of Legion at this point, and with Rally getting that tower gold and just living in so many of these exchanges, he's about to have a portal key of his own, and they don't even need Pebbles to have the pacing this game, right? They've got Kraken and Rally at this point, but the hasted Engineer pushing very aggressively on Kraken, but he's just too tanky.
Pebbles is the portal key, the poor man's portal key.
Right.
Toss Rally on the Voodoo Jester and call it a day. 15 seconds is probably what we're going to do with the Seismic Slam.
Link's getting chased down here by Corrupted and Andro. Swapped out into the open. Gonna find a death there.
Yeah, Corrupted's the hidden gem right there. I think he has been ignored, and he's amassing a lot of strength right now.
Yeah, 400 GPM on him, 450 on Kraken. And Corrupted going these very early game items. With the probably picking up an Energizer out of that major totem. Already has the Astrolabe, so just kind of naturally carries.
The physical damage coming out from Impalement, basically doing nothing to Kraken.
Pebbles getting taken down by 3. But Pebbles, just you gotta know that Sate is just happy to be dying, right? Tanking these ganks for his team while everybody else just has a fantastic time. right? Yeah, their
It's
mid
true.
Pebbles isn't having a good time, but the supports are both at 270 GPM. It's great GPM for the supports. The other two core heroes over 500. One of them was almost at 500. It's yeah.
They're doing phenomenal, and this Legion team, the squishy factor that you described, it's still a problem.
Oh, it's definitely starting to show up at this point.
They're all just dead. I mean, like, Raleigh can almost kill them all by himself. You know, it's like the well-placed slam. Such low HP pools.
You know that no matter what happens in this game, we're probably going to see Legion hanging on at least until they lose an uphill fight. So just have to buckle up and see exactly if they're able to turn anything out before then. Not let this lead spiral further out of control.
Yes, indeed. Meanwhile, Sasuke's starting to stack up these ancients to make sure to soak up every little bit. This is kind of what they do when they're feeling themselves. The Snowbust GG, they turn a little lead and they just start to multiply it little by little. They've got that momentum that you were describing, and I am fearful for as the ways for Legion to get back into this game start to dwindle.
They are starting to get, prioritizing protecting Pebbles here in this top lane, so he can make his way towards the portal key. But thankfully, we actually see that Magnus has amassed about 1,500 gold. Looking at some of these stacks, might be trying to inch closer toward a portal key of his own as he catches Andromeda out here with a lava surge. But Rally is nearby, as well as Corrupted Disciple and Kraken. Trying to get a little gank here on Andromeda, but it could spell trouble.
Kill.
Spell trouble for Torturer.
They pay with their best hero. Torturer falls, and Voodoo Jester. Not even gonna get a curse off. Troubling times.
Magnus just not able to find the space to farm. Corrupted Disciple just coming in, cleaning up some gold. After finding those kills. Lead, golden experience, 10k. Pebbles halfway to a portal key. And one other thing I want to say about Pebbles and his pacing, it's not fantastic. He's probably going to get a portal key around 19 minutes, maybe 18 minutes, but relative to the other team, his pacing's fantastic. They're having such a bad time that it doesn't matter that his portal key was delayed. The other team is having a horrible time. He's still going to be a powerhouse and dangerous. See a light brand finished on Clank, so if he's able to find the space to farm, it's a fantastic item to help him clean up stacks and everything. But smoke burned by Voodoo Jester to try and get near this Pebbles. But Andrew is nearby.
Hard for them to set this up. PK now available on Magnus. No tier 1 for him to TP though. And support his team up at top. There we go with the cask. What's he waiting for? It never comes out.
It's out of range. Throws it onto Voodoo. Misses the curse ground on Pebbles. Just has to back out, fortunately. Just not fast enough on Voodoo Jester.
Magnus channeling Eruption. Gonna look to jump on Corrupted Disciple here and punish him. He's got a decent amount of magic armor, so that didn't do a whole lot to him, with enough of Torture keeping him locked down. Uh-oh. Woo! Rally punishing, misses the slam. They get the big kill on Corrupt, though.
It is a pretty favorable exchange. Torture for Corrupted. Corrupted had the GPM lead for sure, so... But it's a small one. They lose Kraken, or lose Clanks to Kraken in the meantime. And the tower. Ugh.
Yeah, it's a every time Legion team gets one step, Melbourne takes 3 or 4 giant leaps. But we'll see. I mean, we haven't seen any synergy yet. We haven't seen an energy field into, AoE from Torturer. I know that it's getting a lot harder to kill these guys and none of them are actually easy anymore. I wouldn't even say Andro is
No.
an easy pickoff. So the fact that
that's
it's
the
a level
beauty
2
of having.
eruption.
It's the beauty of having gold on your supports is it takes away the easy targets, and you can start to really win favorable exchanges repeatedly. And you know, a surprise shrunken head on Kraken. It was level 15. So, you know, just the league over here on Kraken having a game, 525 GPM.
3-man stun into 3-man curse would be beautiful here, but I think VJ is going to get caught first. Because the 1-man curse, they disrupt the Kraken a little bit, but again, where's the damage? Where's the follow-up damage on a rally after the curse?
Run, you fiend!
Clinks is not even attacking the rally. And here comes the energy field. Again, no support. Basically used to save himself. I think they've lost, or if they even ever had it. Not the best teamwork here. I think we're getting to that point. Looks like your prediction is correct.
Well, you know, I changed my prediction to Magnus being on the winning team. But unfortunately, just not the case here. Busno GG seems to be on their way to putting an end to the Magnus dominance in this series. And one step closer to finding themselves in the grand finals of this first cycle.
Yeah,
it's not over yet.
It's definitely not. I don't know how Magnus got that portal key so late when he was toe-to-toe with the Kraken, but he's got level 2 eruption here. They could easily start getting double kill pickoffs. He still has a bit of a power surge, especially with some teams behind him, but it's got to be soon, and it's got to be, you know, painless. They can't trade 2 for 2. They got to get the 2 back out, buy some space, put some fear into the Hellborn team, because right now they are not afraid of anything, and this is their game.
It's just psychological. It's really, I think it's really difficult for them to fight against the pattern, or not be convinced that the pattern they've been seeing is going to continue. You know, they just seem to be one step behind Hellborn this entire time, just never able to turn an exchange in their favor, no matter what they seem to be doing. So it just causes a lot of reluctance in their ability to, you know, commit to plays. I can just only imagine being in their seat.
Was activating a haste rune. He's got a veiled rot, and he's got that deep ward in there. It looks like they're gonna be making a closing. There goes the Magnus ulti, but I think it's
sweet revenge.
not really any good targets for him. Kind of just soaks it into Andro. Hate to see that. They really needed that. I think this might be the often.
And they do actually get this kill on what you got. You know, he was cursed, tried to port back to the home well to counter the damage from curse, but the big thing that I noticed about that kill and the domination streak ending on the level 12 rally is that Voodoo Jester actually didn't get experience for it because he was dead before it went off. So it's just, yeah, they got that one big kill, but still don't even get maximum value out of it.
No,
and they also lost 2 for it.
That would have been huge for him. You know, 2-3 levels,
right?
Maybe more.
You know, because as you know, there was a change that was made maybe 3 years ago at this point, where as long as you kill a hero and you're alive, doesn't matter where they are on the map, you still get the experience for them. So it really buffed kind of these long-range heroes, like, you know, people that run away with Cursed Ground on them and fall, or somebody like Slither, or especially Thunderbringer. Nice little buff to heroes like those, but
oh yeah,
still don't get the XP when you die, or if you're dead.
Hellborn team may be in positioning to take this tower and into a Kongor and end the game. See what they do. Kraken jumps out. Magnus, I think he got tableted, but either
We've
way,
got
he doesn't
Snap the
count.
Masters on their way into game. This is a nearly a 25k gold lead for Busno GG. This is rough.
Dude, dude, Pebble's going for staff too.
Oh yeah, Staff of the Master is almost seen all the time on Pebbles. I don't think you can get away from it on this hero anymore. It's too good.
I just need the Restoration Stone, and my dream will be complete. VJ spotted out here.
Putting the hammer down here in the bottom lane. Kraken goes in with the Shrunken.
Painful. I mean, Corrupt Disciple just one shot at that Voodoo Jester. One right click, pretty much. Let's see. See what kind of stand they can make on the high ground. I mean, they're going to go get that token, and there's really nothing pushing them, holding them back. All tier 2 towers down. Ward vision on both ends of the map, bottom lane and top lane. You're going to have every advantage that you could need on top of that 25,000 golden experience. Going to take a miracle.
I mean, just look how tanky this Andromeda is. This is an Andro support with 1400 HP. Torture's going to make a go at it, but he's still not going to be able to kill him. Maybe with the help of Magnus.
Barely.
Okay. But, I mean, think about how tanky that Andro support is.
That's
good grief.
Support, yeah. I mean, Andro has more gold than everybody on the Legion team. She's beating Twinks, who's their top farmer, and everybody under him. So, the Voodoo Jester just punished this this very risky lineup. They had it seemed like they had it going, but
it was a nice idea, but just in the end, Hellborn just played it right. You know, had a little bit of interest in trying to help their Pebbles out in the mid lane, getting dual lane, but realizing that actually more important to win the side lanes, especially against the Voodoo lane. I think they sensed how weak that hero is going into the mid lane if it's not able to accomplish what it wants to in lane. Because it's a very scary hero to play against in lane, but outside of that, if you can shut down that phase for that hero, we're seeing it right now in real time. This hero becomes nothing. It's just squishy, it doesn't have a reliable stun anymore. You know, it's hard for it to get the Cursed Ground off in a reliable fashion. It has really no good ultimate play. It just...
Yeah. He's a good pub stomp mid hero. Because if you get the farm on him, you get that Staff of the Master, it's a whole nother story. There we go, the final skirmish going on. Plank's going to immediately get melted. Lava Surge comes in, and Pebble's taking a little bit of damage, but so much support around him. They're all just waiting for to pick their target. A lone engineer in the distance. The rest of the Legion team starts to get deleted in various areas.
And that's it. That is it, guys. In a 2-1 fashion, Busno GG takes the second or the third match of the series, going into the grand finals against Team Tim. And Matthew, I wanted to call you Matt so badly. Matthew, I don't know if you were watching yesterday, but Team Tim and Busno GG already duked it out in the winners bracket final of yesterday. Team Tim took it and sent Busno GG down to the losers bracket, but guess what? They're right back where they started at the conclusion of yesterday, and it's a grudge match from the point of view of Busno GG, and both of these teams really solid, and this is going to be a fantastic final for the Cycle 1.
Absolutely. So good to have that here, knowing that now that this match is going to be that much more to these specific teams. What did it go to 3 games yesterday in their series?
It did go to 3 games.
Oh boy, this is going to be a bloodbath. Well, stay tuned, guys, for the grand final coming up in just a bit. Tim Tam versus Busno GG. First place netting 4 points. Second place netting 2 points. And it's quite a big difference there. We'll see who pulls it off. right, citizens of Newark, welcome back to the action here. The Paradise League Tournament, Cycle 1 Grand Finals. For those of you that have been with us all day, I know you've been waiting for that. Everybody who's just joining us, it's been one hell of a match. Bust No GG has battled their way out of the losers brackets, and they are ready to take on Team Tim in a rematch from yesterday to become the Cycle 1 champions. I am Matthew Madical, joined by my co-caster here today, Easy, Full Clan. You've seen a bit from both of these teams. I know you got a lot of introspectives on to what this could potentially look like.
Both of these teams are very strong. Casted their series yesterday, and what we saw is that Embaboy is an extremely reliable carry for his side. Zane is a star offlaner or solo laner.
Magnus.
They have very, very strong support presence between Volca and Taipei, and Elohim plays one hell of a mid lane. Specifically, we saw him in very dangerous fashion on Thunderbringer. We know that they like running that hero. So, you know, when you talk about Team Tim, all 5 of their heroes are extremely respectable. It doesn't really seem to matter what heroes that they have in their hands, they're going to be able to perform. On the flip side, the story is basically the same for Bust No GG, but however, they also have the momentum coming off of the victory, off of the 2-1 series victory over Donova Brigada in the last match. So
Yeah.
could carry that momentum forward, feeling good going into this rematch. Where Team Tim got the better of them yesterday. But will the story be the same today? Will it be different? Only time will tell.
And I can't wait to find out. I think you're onto something. The motivation, they're coming off a nice comeback win, and both of those last 2 games went pretty handedly in their favor. They're all warmed up. Tim, I don't know if they've been watching or practicing in pubs or scrims or what, but you know, they're going to have to get up to speed real quick to match the pace that No Bust GG has been putting up. What do we got here?
Yeah, I mean, we've got these targeted bans that Embaboy throws out to try and shut down the mid lane from Sodalidium. Just banning mid heroes that he's known to play well on. Pebbles, Wretched Hag, and Kraken. And on the flip side, we've got What You Got banning out Corrupted Disciple, Andro, and Keeper. And I'm not really sure who plays the Keeper on the side of Team Tim. I almost wish he would stop banning it so I could find out. But we know that they like running Andromeda and Corrupted. Embaboy, a very, very accomplished Corrupted Disciple player, so making sure that doesn't fall into his hands. And we see the first pick on the Nymphora, so a really, really strong support pick to be able to just guarantee into your lineup right out of the gate. And it just provides so much. Just got the huge line stun, the lane sustained between the pod and the Grace of the Nymph, and of course, one of those X Factor abilities, the global teleport, just putting the fear into the enemy team at all stages of the game as soon as Nymphora hits level 6. So just a powerhouse of a hero, and following it up with the Electrician and Behemoth bans, so we've got this. This is almost certainly going to be a Zane Electrician. He's a very, very strong performer on this hero, and probably going to be, I'm not sure exactly, can't remember who plays the Behemoth or whether it's Volker or Taipei, but they use this hero to the fullest extent. What I was talking about in that game that we saw,
that mobile Behemoth.
They know how to use it, and we're going to see that probably coming into this game. But we've got Magnus and Monarch on the team on the side of Bust No GG, so 2 very good heroes as well. But let me look at the pick order here. Yeah, the Monarch pick is immediately followed up by the Electrician, so just a great counter pick. As strong as Monarch is, kind of a dangerous pick to pick against Team Tim, this early on, because that they love to run Electrician on Zane, and he's probably willing to play it every single game, especially if Monarch finds its way onto the other team. So maybe a slight error in the drafting setup by what you got. But
And
following
is
those
that-
5 picks, yes.
Is that predominantly because of the ability to purge the Chrysalis?
I would say it's one of the main reasons, but Electrician is a strong hero in its own right.
Yeah.
It's certainly, it's nice to have that purge on a strong ability like Chrysalis without having to, fork out the gold for a Sand Scepter or a Nullifier Blade. But
Right. I mean,
it's
it is one of Monarch's best abilities. I mean,
right.
everything.
But
else
Electrician
aside.
he's super strong these days anyway, because I'm not sure if you're aware of his staff ability where it just makes his energy shield toggleable now. It's almost like it's one of those items where you feel like you don't have to go for it necessarily, but all of the arguments in favor of skipping it are kind of just like, why? Why would you skip this
Electrician?
item? Yes, on Electrician.
Is there a change? Because I'm looking at the tooltips right now, and it's showing Staff of the Master as a cleansing shock.
So it has both. It's
Oh, it
actually
does
under
both.
both
Oh,
electric,
wow.
electric
What
shield
the
and
heck?
cleansing shock. And it's actually crazy on the cleansing shock as well. It's something I failed to mention yesterday. It applies both the... So when you cast cleansing shock with a Staff of the Master Electrician, doesn't matter if you cast it offensively or defensively, it's going to cast both. So it's going to cast at level 16 3 purge states on enemies and 3 debuff states on, or deep or purge states on allies as well.
Wow.
So it's a crazy, crazy ability. It's very, very strong.
Sir Bensington, more global presence with the Nightfall. I'm such a huge fan of that hero. And the right hands.
And Valkyrie paired with the Nymphora. We saw this yesterday as well, and I know that we have, we kind of zeroed in on the elect, so got long-winded talking about this draft, but I'll put that on pause for a second and explain in just a moment.
Yeah, absolutely. Just for anybody that's wondering, this tournament is brought to you by a couple of sponsors, one of them being Community Gaming. They run weekly tournaments for Valorant, Super Smash Bros., Hearthstone, and more. They're an all-in-one platform that helps supercharge events of all levels, taking them up a notch, from your grassroots community events to tier 1 professional events. You can experience it for yourself at communitygaming.io or join their Discord to learn more. And another partner for today is Polydoge. It's a digital currency with one of the most vibrant communities on this powerful Polygon network. Offers a wide variety of fun interactions to its holders, NFTs, apps, airdrops, and access to all of the DeFi platforms ready to use on Polygon. You can experience that for yourself at polydoge.com. That being said, Grand Finals, Game 1.
Yeah, and just rounding out this... I'm sorry.
That's it. I'm ready.
Right, so rounding out this Hellborn draft, we've got the Tempest Panda and Salforus picks. So, Sotilydium going with the lane dominator and the Pandemonium. We've got this nice little flash farmer, kind of position 1 hero on the Salforus, paired with the Tempest, right? The potential for the 5-man Elemental Void. Looking out for it, and Tempest feels like a very great pick in this game, as there is no superior interrupt. So as soon as Shrunken Head finds its way into the hands of Tempest, he is going to be able to pick off or position himself for some fantastic elemental voids. So keep your eyes peeled for that. But one of the things I wanted to say about Legion's draft with this Valkyrie being I think it was the 5th pick, or it might have been the Sir Bentington that rounded. No, it was the Valkyrie. The Valkyrie actually paired with the Nymphora is scary. It just makes the global teleport that much worse. When you have 5-man coordination for the Valkyrie Prism, it's a really hard ability to deal with, especially whenever they can show up on the other side of the map on you as well.
Yep.
And chase you down without you knowing.
Surprise arrow angles. It works. Definitely some nice synergy. I'm loving the draft the more and more you talk about it by this Legion side. That being said, Electrician, it sounds like a lot's going to be on his shoulders, or a lot to be expected of Zane as, the player that he is. He got absolutely punished in that first wave, taking down almost 0 HP, so he might not have the best start here. Nice in mid lane, a Fissure. But don't forget, level 1 Cannonball leaps right over that Fissure. Beautiful interaction. Panda would have took a lot of damage there.
Yeah, but Volca, Volca, like I said, he knows how to roam. He knows how to make himself feel, makes his presence felt in all three of these lanes. So he's in the mid lane right now. He started at top, decided he couldn't have anything going down on Magnus. I expect that we'll see him show up in the bottom lane at probably by the 3 or 4 minute mark at some point. But he's making another go here in Panda in the mid lane.
Yeah, arrow narrow misses there. A very short stun duration on level 1 Fisher.
It's just poor Satellidium. It feels like one of Team Tim's strategies when they play against Bust No GG is just give Sate the worst possible time. Don't let him function at all in the lane phase. But Magnus getting gone on by Benzington and Nymphora very, very low.
Ooh, 1 point wonder. Steam Bath. Oh, but breaks it because of the Rev Ward. Playing the dancing game, but the joust to finish the job. Not an easy target to get Bloodlust on, but they do. In the meantime, Zane is having troubles of his own as 3 heroes start to collapse on him. Force not afraid to tank that tower. And they will have enough damage. Monarch is gonna die. No.
Golden Apple. Both of these teams finding a kill on each other within the 3 minute mark and just seconds away from one team just getting the Bloodlust, seconds within this that second kill. So
right. They're feeling it. Benefits of Tempest. Early red boots. He wants to stay readily available to keep Zane shut down here. Seems to be part of their plan.
Yeah, and he'll show up in the mid lane at some point as well. So, though Sate is having kind of a rough start here against Valkyrie and Behemoth, we will eventually see what you got on Tempest try to turn the tides in the mid lane for his mid player. But, Imba Boy on Sir Benzington having that great start, getting the Bloodlust, 450 GPM in the free lane. I talked about how reliable of a carry player he is, and this is the kind of start that you don't want him to have, especially on a hero like Benzington, where he can just do his job of farming, and then just still be able to play with his team.
And still bring something to the table.
Exactly.
Almost punish somebody in mid lane. I think that was Panda. Way out of position with the flick, catapult stun.
Tempest found himself in a very, very scary position there and actually forced out the port from Nymphora, just narrowly escaped with the TP in the trees. So really nicely played by what you got, drawing a lot of attention, opening up a little bit of space for Panda in the mid lane, kind of indirectly, and still managing to find this farm here in the jungle as he's got a bottle at this point and will eventually be making that push for the mana boots. We'll see if he decides to go Astrolabe, as he tends to do, but not every game is created equal, so could change up the strategy just a little bit.
Keeping my eye up here on Magnus. We haven't talked about him much. He's been having a real hard time, obviously. Penzington and Nymphora, 2 stuns, big lane. He's teleporting out. I think he might be spotted to help his Zane down in the bot lane. Oh, double taps the joust and still misses. Nice sidestep by Monarch. In the top lane, Nymphora gets punished.
Every day, you don't have the bottle.
First drop of the ball. Team Tim.
Yeah. And a pretty sizable lead showing up at this point. And Team Tim catching Salforis here. Able to finish him at the bot rune. And Monarch in a little bit of no man's land here. He's going to have to just hide somewhere in the trees. Doesn't have a port available to him. Hopefully Behemoth doesn't wander over this way.
Right. Large portion of that gold disparity is the fact that Magnus had like 60 GPM before getting that assist, and he went up 2 levels and a bunch of gold. I was worried about him. And
they got a tower kill here in the bottom lane, so Zane doing a pretty good job of staying alive in the bottom lane. Only had 1 death by the end of the lane phase, but Salforis able to push onto the tower over and over again. Manages to just take it within the 5 minute mark.
What do we think about the Benzington rotating down here? Is it that he's just going to get his farm either way? He just wants the path of least resistance kind of thing?
Yeah, I'm not sure. I mean, he's 2-0 right now, but he's 450 GPM, but he's got to be careful as the Undying just got skilled up by Salforis and tanks more Satisima in the trees, manages to stun through Monarch and Valkyrie's Prism is going to help him escape. So a nice escape for Benzington. He's actually wandering closer into the lane. Doesn't feel like he's done, but he has no team support.
We'll be hitting 6 after he clears a bit of this wave. Maybe pay a visit to his old friend Magnus, who's also about to hit 6, though.
Now Nymphora and Behemoth getting close.
Tempest rotating in here. Magnus in trouble. Oh, uses Laws of Surge offensively, thinking he was going to hit 6 off the creeps, but he didn't think Tempest was nearby to assist him. The Elemental Void, this is tricky. Magnus wants support in those auto attacks. They do finish it. The Benzington misses with the ultimate. Just getting that extra auto attack off. Love the Lance Along ability. Not for the range, just to reset that auto attack cooldown.
Yeah, it's a nice little interaction that hero has. It's actually kind of interesting that the exact same mechanic is on the life tap ability of South Forest as well. So
South gonna get out of dodge.
you know what I'm kind of noticing here is, you know what we haven't talked about in a little bit is Pandemonium. He was having kind of a bad time here in the mid lane, but pushing close to 300 GPM at this point. Just quietly farming away in the middle.
And a double damage on Pandemonium. He might be the best hero in the game for that. Your Flurry just will melt. He can probably melt a Valkyrie if he can get all 3 kicks off after a cannonball.
Not just that, but also the face smash, right? Makes him extremely scary. And he is going to be going for this Valkyrie. He picks up a haste, though. Electrician, watch out.
Best rune for him to find. Oh no. Yes. Didn't know he was still cursed. Force running for his life, but much support on the way. Valkyrie in trouble here. Big time damage coming out. Pandemonium wants more.
Now, so this is a situation that we have found ourselves in before yesterday. Let me explain for everybody in case you missed it. We had a lead like this for Busno GG over Team Tim yesterday in game 1. Now the heroes were slightly different, but Imba Boy has not died this game and is still the top farmer in the game. His team is kind of not falling to pieces, but struggling a little bit, but he's still having a game. He is fully capable of pulling this back as he slams down on Tempest right here with Electrician. Electrician in the fray, frontlining, taking a lot of heat, pushing Tempest and Monarch away, but South Forest kind of in no man's land here, trying to figure out if he can survive, but is not going to be able to survive. So there you go. 5 heroes in the top lane, finding a small victory, pulling this game back into their side.
Being very respectful of the potential. I guess they didn't keep a track on the Elemental Void cooldown. Could see he separated immediately. Might have been able to get a little bit more out of that, but either way, playing it safe. They still get one of the bigger targets on Hellborn's side and take that Salt Forest down.
Absolutely. Get the position 1 farmer, but still have to watch out for Tempest. This is... I can just already tell this is going to be a good game. Everything else that I said.
Getting beat up by these little int heroes, pouring in the damage. The arrow so close to connecting on what you got. Valkyrie wants more, but the Chrysalis, greedy play, punish, and the Void used to guarantee that she doesn't escape.
And Benzington looks like he's about, what is that, about 1,900 gold, 1,800 gold out from a Thunderclaw. So if he's able to get this, he's going to be very formidable. Just hits the 500 GPM mark 10 minutes into this game.
The man's at 500 gold per minute at 10 minutes. Do you think he even needs a Thunderclaw?
Oh, he's going for it. He's got the vault
credit. I know.
Much of the Swift, but it's a fantastic item on Benzington as well. I mean, just additional burst for his combo, and he will be going for a Nullfire as well. Nullfire is a very common item. Electrician just pushed up a little bit too far in the top lane, but opening up worlds for his Benzington to be able to farm. But Benzington,
they want to punish him.
Yeah, can flanked here by South Forest.
3-0-1 worth quite a pretty penny. And any
This is gonna
time
be a
it
3v3.
gets off.
Whew. Then Fora just getting deleted
Yeah.
by
Did she port
South
into
Forest
that?
Q. No, she was there, but she
Okay.
just got spotted. Lava Surge, more Sortisma, and see you later. But we are going to see the Nullfire Blade on Bensington. Not sure exactly if another
Pandemonium.
item
Nice initiation stun onto Electrician. Staggering it perfectly. The Behemoth Stun's going to buy them a little time, and the arrow connects, unfortunately. 5 seconds on a Pandemonium. Doesn't even get his ultimate off. In the meantime, the rest of them pouring him into Tempest, who without his faithful companion stands no match, and Electrician walks away. That arrow was pretty clutch. Threaded a needle.
Yeah, we have a real back and forth brewing here.
Ooh, speaking of, another arrow. I didn't even see it connect. It was a feeler. Hit Magnus. Using that hatchet, but, oof.
And that's a big kill that they got onto Tempest. He has Astrolabe and Mana Boots at this point. I just saw a completed Gnome's Wisdom on somebody. Not sure who it was. I think it might be South Forest. That's an interesting item purchase. Not what I was expecting from South Forest. But we've got a completed Thunderclaw on Bensington. Has the Quick Blade, making its way towards the Nullfire Blade as predicted. So putting additional counters in the direction of Monarch. The second purge on the team, but missed the Behemoth kill between Pandemonium and Tempest, but it's there.
Yeah, Panda's definitely coming into his position here, starting to become a threat that they need to worry about. Very quick on his feet with those Ghost Marchers, a little less damage. Survival than Steam Boots, but there we go. Ember Boy showing that he can still flex, even though he's predominantly going to prioritize farm in this game. I mean, that's a great quality to have in carry. This guy is a true all-star.
Oh, Pandemonium.
Tempest. Oh, the Void! They walk into the Ward of Revelation, but the stun from Behemoth. Right place, right time. Takes a perfect Void and turns it into a trap for themselves. Magnus channeling that Eruption is going to be enough to finish off Zane. So it is.
That Rev Ward was everything. Thwarted everything that the Legion wanted to do. They find the very important kill on Ember Boy. Still over 520 GPM, but that is exactly who they needed to kill, and this lead is extended to nearly 7k gold as they make a push on this tier 2 tower that's more than likely going to fall.
Incredible. I guess that Behe stun came in too late. I thought that was going to turn everything, but they still pulled it out.
Yeah, and Pandemonium had a target there in the back, and just really solid stuff coming from Bust No GG, trying to put the pressure by clinching out this game 1 victory over Team Tim, keeping them at match point. The portal key looks like it was finished on Pandemonium, if I saw that correctly. The first portal key has entered into the game in the hands of Panda, who didn't have the best of starts. But he is now level 11, highest level on his team.
I worry though, this build that he's going with the Panda, it definitely doesn't flex the most damage. It's more about the catch. Where is the damage really going to be coming from on this Hellborn team if Legion can extend this, and we know that they're capable of it? I do wonder.
Yeah, they're kind of working on some wombo right now. I think they're just trying to see what they can do as far as keeping a lot of pressure, setting up some very important kills, high priority targets, and Panda's damage comes a little bit later. You've got some great farming potential from South Forest, who can become a damage powerhouse himself, and you can see it. Face smash on Valkyrie, but it's gonna get interrupted.
Oh, one more flurry. Bensington coming in to turn the tides a bit. Makes quick work of her. Cannot get the joust. Oh, well, he definitely can if he wants. But
A
back and
beautiful
forth
2-for-1
here.
exchange.
Yeah,
Beautiful.
that's the power of that Bensington Global. We haven't even really seen them for a start to set stuff up. They've kind of been back-to-back engagements. That being said, another one here. Magma's going to try to lava out into the trees. His TP is on cooldown. Doesn't matter.
He did manage to get a portal key. So very important pickup prior to him falling. But Bensington throwing me the curveball, picking up the Firebrand instead of finishing the Nullfire Blade, which I like as well. And early Geos could be very, very helpful against a number of things in the enemy
Destroy the
team.
Legion Tower.
Absolutely, and we've seen his damage. He's already tearing into some of these heroes. You can almost walk right up to
Destroy the Hellborn
Monarch or
Tower.
Tempest and just punch him down. Ideally before they get their abilities off. But pressure being kept up, held strong here. Pretty unrelenting damage to the towers. Only 2 remain for the Legion side.
And I actually want to call attention to the fact that we see a headdress picked up on Tempest, who no doubt going to be pushing towards a barrier idol at some point, but foregoing the portal key. But you know, kind of has the meteor portal key as it is. But you know, just the fact that Magnus and Panda already has their own portal keys, not prioritizing one for himself at the moment. Prioritizing survivability.
Yeah. I'd say it's working really well. Top of the damage charts here. He's not died very much. And I think it could be a part of, you know, they're going to get that barrier idle. So Legion side likes to group up on these pods and stick together. The electrician being in there, maybe their idea is to just make it dangerous for them to stay. Again, initiation down onto Nymphora. She's deleted. That power of that portal key.
Gotta find the second tier 2 tower falling in the mid lane.
I don't
Behemoth.
think they're even going to stop, as Legion team hasn't rotated. They're all in vision. Now he ports back. Behemoth's going to take the Shoelace Express.
Yeah, it's good damage on a tier 3 tower. You know, just taking.
So
What
they've
does,
got
what does
the
that look like
Void.
to you? About 35% of the tower's HP just gone?
Oh yeah, at least they're gonna back off here. I mean, do they got the power to kill a Kongor or something? I'm not sure. Because they're already knocking on
probably
tier
could.
3s.
They actually probably could set up for their own Kongor with some Tempest Elementals, as he can actually spawn them. So I mentioned to you earlier that he can spawn a second set. Yep, they're actually doing it right now. You're about to see this in action. Tempest can spawn Elementals off of his first set.
Beautiful thing.
He's about to do it.
Or getting some wards down for them to set up on their own tier 2 tower siege up the top
Has
lane.
been slain.
.100 max health, 50 mana, 2 health regen, mana regen, and 2% healing received. That's a pretty nice bonus. Bensington holds down to farm the wave so that he can
Has a
has
double
that double
damage in
damage.
bottle, yeah.
mhm.
Sends out the illusions to push on the tower.
Behemoth, where are you going? They're disengaging from the top lane. Panda senses something's up.
A shrunken
Nice.
head being worked towards by Pandemonium. Nullfire Blade coming out on Valkyrie very soon. Finished Dawnbringer on Lord Salforus. It's a fantastic item for that hero. Finished Barrier Idol on Tempest. It's probably going to be transitioning into Portal Key. Now I imagine, and then following that up with a BKB at some point.
they're gonna get 2 wards of sight with that Rev ward.
The Legion have destroyed a Hellborn
If he
tower.
walks in that direction.
Right. It's a pit, right? Like you can't, like the old days, you can't see in there unless you're in there.
I think so. He also might just be fogged by that tree.
The Hellborn have destroyed a Legion
Oh, here comes the
tower.
Nymphora port right onto Monarch.
They don't care. Oh, just not long enough. I think they're gonna clean up this Monarch anyways. He's got the joust in a few seconds. Look at that man. And they're carried by dust. Did he dust?
Oh yeah, this
Oh,
is
he
not
did.
Pub HoN. No, dust is invis heroes or not. I mean, dust is a very good item to just keep in your inventory, just so you don't get tree juked. While I'm trying
Miss
to.
Valkyrie ultimate down to the bottom lane. Zane and Imba Boy tag teaming up on this Tempest. What? Walks away?
Very tanky. All cooldowns used.
Wow, they had a reason to retreat. Zane getting the message a little bit late. That barrier idol. Is that lance along pure magic damage, so I want to say it made a bit of a difference there.
Yeah, and the lead is very large at this point. 10k. Bust no GG with the 10k lead, but some pretty major items starting to come up on the side of the Legion, specifically the Behemoth portal key. He's very, very close at this point. And, I think we saw it in the first match that you casted today. It doesn't seem to matter how big the lead is. A Behemoth portal key and the uphill situation can really, really turn the tide of the game.
It's scary. And especially their main way to down these towers has been the void, the elemental voids. And I don't know if anybody knows how Shockwave works, but
Yeah, the more targets, the more damage. And
a little bit of a tricky situation.
yeah, they don't really have very good tower damage outside of the Tempest minions. Besides something like a tanky Salforas just getting up there and poking it with his spear.
But could have fooled me because they have been doing some damage to these towers. But I think if he can get that shortly, it's definitely going to put a little pressure on them. So maybe we see them try to do something sooner than later.
Yeah, I mean, you really just gotta love, because they have some fantastic creep clearing abilities between the Nymphora and the Behemoth, and of course, Behemoth just makes you very wary about going uphill. They're going to buy tons of time for Sir Bensington in this game, who's still just, he had that one death earlier, but top farmer of the game still. 621 GPM. Imba Boy just doing work. Nearly 3,000 gold pulled up right now, just figuring out what the next item he needs to buy is. Will it be shrunken? Is he going to decide that the magic damage is too great over there on the Hellborn side, or is he going to go the route of damage? It's hard to tell. Show us what's up, Imba Boy.
With a shrunken head, he could potentially interrupt the void, right? The joust.
Yeah, I'm actually not sure. That's a good question. I wonder what would take
know.
precedence. He would still fall prey to the CC effect of it, but I'm just wondering if the joust effect would go through to the maximum range, because that kind of happens a lot of times. There's lots of weird interactions in this game with displacement abilities where something like joust or Kraken charge. I've seen
Right.
it before where the Kraken will get stunned mid-charge, but the effect of the charge, like the push of a hero, you'll still see it go through, even though Kraken is like far behind. And so I'm kind of wondering if the same thing would happen with Joust. Just one of those kind of niche mechanic interactions that you don't really see enough of to get a definitive answer on how it's going to play out. But waiting on Behemoth to get back into the game. Thankfully, he is reconnecting. You'd hate to see a heartbreak of one of the 5 players disconnecting from the game in the middle of a heated match like this.
Absolutely. I mean, it does disrupt things a little bit, and I often wonder what kind of effects long term do pauses have. Teams get time to strategize; it's unintentional. Your
Right.
teammate and if this gave the Hellborn team time to devise a plan, sometimes it happens at really pivotal moments, and it's always been like it's an interesting thing. You can't like pause real life sports like you can eSports.
Right.
At what
You
point
can
do
still
they-
time out.
You can, but I mean, you can't time out right before a tackle is about to hit the quarterback. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah, that's true. And you can
freeze.
see
Maybe
that
in the future.
Magnus and South Forest did make an attempt over there on Valkyrie. Or actually, no, it was Bensington, rather. But Behemoth now 200 gold away from getting that.
And
Getting
for
some
helping
creeps
him out.
weakened. Yep.
They're not going to give him the time, though. Look at this.
Yeah, you almost wonder if
Preemptive barrier idol activated, anticipating any kind of harassment. I want to keep these elementals alive as long
got
as
the
they can.
Tower Gold. Tower Gold gave him the portal key, so Behemoth has it. But they're staying pretty spread over there on the Hellborn side. But the tower is about to fall. Gets denied. That's a solid deny because it was certainly going down. Bensington just doing a good job of putting on half HP onto the top tier 3 tower as well.
He did a number on them.
Yeah, Imba is very, very good at this. Just knowing exactly how far he can push himself. Just stretch out the his positioning, his farm to the maximum.
Scouting out a bit, perhaps with that arrow doesn't connect to anybody, but they reveal all 5 Hellborn heroes mid. Looks like after that reset, they're happy to give it another go. What's Nymphora up to?
Uh-oh.
They port top. They're just going to trade base. They've realized how quickly Ember Boy was able to damage that tower. Maybe say,
Realizing
Behemoth,
no
you hold the fort,
ports.
delay things a bit. Behemoth's got to be careful. It's a hasted Pandemonium with a Blink Dagger. He can close that gap in a fraction of a second. Disable the porta key of Behemoth. He might go on this wave with the voids and the creeps there.
Interesting.
I'm surprised he didn't try to take out the Tempest, but that crippling pollen might have had a
Just
impact on
seconds
him.
away from getting the racks.
Oh, just missing with that Fisher. Behemoth did his best to prevent those TPs, but he didn't stop any of them.
What you gonna do about it?
So a yielded Rax, I mean, it's on red HP. It's going to slowly regenerate, but, trying to make the big trade, probably because they felt like, all things being even, the longer this match goes on, the more favorable it is for them. So they tried to make that play, but just quite not able to get it where they needed it to be. And we see the answer to my question. Shrunken Head picked up on Bensington. Shrunken Head completed on South Forest now. And waiting on Tempest to find his way to a portal key. He's got 2,000 gold. They are all bearing down on this top lane, so... Behemoth is still here with the level 11 Shockwave.
Yep.
Level 2 Shockwave, rather.
I mean, that's a decent opportunity. I'm surprised he's not being more aggressive with it, but I'm not going to knock them. They're going to try to do some kind of little who can delay longer, who can do more damage type deal. Bensington baiting the ultimate. He goes for top. He's going to get that barracks. He does complete it. Will he get out with his life is another question. Will the prism be enough to save him? I see no dust. Monarch drops a rev, and there comes the dust. Ooh, goes for the cannonball instead of the flick first. Veiled Rot to just give him that extra little bit. This is an interesting chase, but all the while, no damage was done for Legion Side's top base. So I would have to say, decent play.
That was
games here.
fantastic. That was fantastic. That escape. Wow. So evening up the Rax trade that they weren't able to get before. A nice usage of the Bensington ulti. forcing back all these ports, and now they are ready to stage a high ground defense. However, Benzington is wandering into the bottom lane, deciding that he can pressure the bottom racks.
TP
while
long on
Hellborn-
cooldown.
Ulti on cooldown for 30. Might be up by the time a fight ends up happening, but just deciding to play this avoidance game. A little bit of
Behemoth-
rat play, as we like to call it.
Yeah, he's helping a lot, right? He's going to Fisher this wave, make sure that they can't even get up here and hit the tower. But here we go. Panda's had enough. He leaks in with a flurry. Behemoth gets down. No shockwave. Doesn't have gold for a buyback. Now Zane and, yeah, going to tear them down. All the meanwhile, Benzington's pouring into the enemy tower.
Look at this hold. Look at this hold. The Rax is going down in the bottom lane.
They are finally forced to retreat. Even without the Behemoth Shockwave, they're able to have a favorable trade in their favor. Closing the gap. No, they both get away. So Hellborn could have paid a lot more for that, but they definitely still paid a price. The bottom lane, those barracks are already weak. Both Kongors alive.
They do get the ranged barracks in the mid lane. It's a small little compensation. Obviously the auto push was still there with the melee barracks being down, but now that the range creeps are buffed as well, it'll be a little bit stronger.
Tricky situation here. We're seeing it more and more.
Yeah,
You need to have an answer. You need to have a way to really siege the high grounds. It's coming down to it in a lot of these matches that you could win handedly the entire game, but if you can't put the final work in to finish it, you start to slip.
You see a Kongor kill coming out from Buster
Very quick.
GG, but yeah, that lead that we saw climbing over 10k earlier is only down to 5k. The fear is certainly being put into them.
Kongor has been slain.
We've got Shrunkens, a Shrunken on Panda now. We've got a Portal Key on Tempest. Got to complete a Nullifier Blade on Valkyrie. Zane on Electrician with 2,800 gold after a Portal Key Gnome's Wisdom for himself. And a Dancing Blade on Benzington, who ulties down to the bottom lane to just start the barracks pressure once again.
Yep. It's like, team, don't need to fight. Keep the wave back. I can push much faster than they can.
That is, when you talk about the strength of agility carries, that's probably the main benefit, is they are the best base pushers
Yeah.
in the ultra late game stages.
Oh, yeah. Well, when one team fight means it's over. Or even, you can't even let them tap it for a few seconds or you're losing the game. Like,
Exactly.
it forces you to react. And when you're forced to react, you're going to make mistakes. Uh-oh, the pandemonium and know how many people are here. They use the shockwave. They are not messing around with this. Maybe they realize Panda out could be a set of barracks here and maybe more.
Yeah, they might not be aware of his buyback situation on the side of Team 10, but we know that he does not have it. So this is going to be a 4v5 at
Oh, they're going to
best
test it.
for Busno GG. See
He
some
would have
force
bought back by now.
Oh, Tempest is going to get caught here. This is another huge pick. They save the barracks, but they lose the Tempest, who also doesn't have a buyback for 50 seconds.
Unfortunately, Nymphora's teleport was used to return. Otherwise, I could say they could head right back out to the bot lane in a 5-3, but I mean, they're looking real good now. Gold disparity not seeming to matter at all.
No, it's not. About to get this last tier 2 tower, potentially. No Tempest up on the other team means...
I don't think they have any idea how close and how many Legion heroes are just around the corner. They're about to get spotted by that Mesa ward up in the jungle, though.
Benzington just... I love these Benzington ultis. I don't think we've seen a Benzington ulti into a team fight in the past like 10-15 minutes. But
recall.
he's just using it to to just pressure the objective over and over again. Portal key picked up on Salforus and a Storm Spirit purchased on Nymphora, I believe is what I saw.
Still iffy. All those portal keys mean they want to.
No, I think
see
that
it.
was. I'm sorry, I think that was Electrician. But yes, finish your thought. I
Yeah,
apologize.
Self has a portal key as well. I don't know if he's had it, but yeah, these guys, 4 portal keys. They're going to look to jump on the behemoth before the behemoth jumps on them, right? He's the one that's been making it so difficult. He's been fissuring the waves, so they get annihilated or even delayed in their progress across the map, even if they do get kept alive with the astrolabe. So, that's what's 8,000 gold investment and kind of an all-in strategy for them. See if they can get vision uphill. And
I mean, I think they realize that they have to start the fight in the ideal manner, or they just can't. They simply cannot win it.
yeah, it just doesn't start at all.
One of the main things that I'm seeing them miss is, I talked about it earlier about how strong the Shrunken Head on Tempest could be. Good pick on Valkyrie. It's going to help them, it's going to help them open up a little bit of space on the map, not having to worry about Valkyrie's Prism. But Shrunken Head missing from Tempest, I talked about how strong it is once he gets it because of no superior cancel.
Right.
On the Legion side, but he just has not been able to get it yet. Look what's happening here in the top lane. Tempest and Electrician just standing next to each other for what seems like an eternity.
Ooh, Magnus doesn't connect with the Lava Surge. He's going to pay ultimately. And but boy, there he goes, activating the Shrunken Head. This looks like he's having a little bit of trouble selecting a target. Panda gets deleted though. Tempest, what's he going to do? He's going to drop the Void. Looks like he casted it, but it didn't go off at all. Nice eruption. There,
yeah, Tempest cast the Elemental Void, but Behemoth was ready. Instantly canceled it with a Fissure. So now it's 3 heroes dead for the Hellborn side, and Rax going to be under fire very soon.
Yeah, they do continue this pressure. There are 2 buybacks, which you hate to use with like sub 30 seconds, especially on a Rax that's already exposed, but it kind of depends on their cooldowns.
Oh, Salforus, shockwaved and everything else. He's so low, falling so fast. No buybacks except on Magnus, perhaps, but what's it gonna do?
Yeah, at this point, you can see this barracks.
Imba boy, you have to stop this man. You have to stop this guy if you're going to expect to win versus Team Tim. It just seems like the state of the game is always dependent on his progress within it.
Yeah, and whether that's because they draft around him, plus his ability, plus they suit him with a hero that's, going to succeed. I feel like it's always been that way. Back even though it was Evil Corporation. Imba Boy was kind of like in the Clanks era when he first came out, and it was like, all right, we give Imba Boy Clanks, and then we get 4 heroes that keep him alive, and he wins us the game. And kind of like what you're describing, it's a little nostalgic. All these years later, it's still a viable strategy.
Oh, it is. I mean, he's just so good at running this strategy over and over again. He just knows how to avoid, knows exactly where he needs to be to farm and pose a threat to the enemy's objectives. Knows exactly when the right moment to join the fight is. Truly a top-tier player, and really, really fortunate to be able to see him on Showcase here in HoN's final days. But, of course, still not out for Busno GG. However, this is the first lead that, stat-wise, that Team Tim actually has held this game. But that just makes it all the worse because it feels like they've been ahead the whole time.
It does. Yeah, the momentum has been in their favor for quite a while here. They are going to take out a Kongor. A lot of this is going to rest on the shoulders of what you got, Elemental Void, but without a BKB. I think what happened was definitely in like the first 25 minutes of the game, Hellborn was looking strong. They didn't have a care in the world. They had every tower down. He didn't need the BKB because they weren't relying on Elemental Void to save them the game. But now they're finding themselves in a position where they need that Hail Mary.
But Bensington, they were ready for this. But the NIM4 port is coming. But is it going to be here in time? No, it's not. Bensington falls to Magnus and Pandemonium. Brilliant play from Magnus and Pandemonium, predicting the Bensington port into the bottom lane, and they were there and ready.
Meanwhile, Elemental Void used up in the tip-top lane to take out 2 more heroes.
This is the moment right here. There is no buyback on Valkyrie and Behemoth. There's a buyback on Bensington, but at best, that makes it a 3v5 if he chooses to use it. However, on the flip side, all the major cooldowns have been used by the Hellborn side, so we're just kind of just wait and buckle up, see what happens. But this is a very good spot.
Valkyrie did get enough gold for buyback as well now too. Not that they need it, but well, it's just the lane was so far pushed up. I mean, even look right now, Zane's doing the same thing that the other guy was. He's pulling the wave out. That's funny. All right, here we go. So we're gonna try to do something here. Top lane, a nice tablet, and Forrest looks to set something up, but she's gonna get melted. No, Storm Spirit delaying that a little bit in the background. Magnus nearly dodges that Valkyrie arrow, and they're forced to retreat. They're gonna get nothing out of this except the buyback from an Imba Boy
and Valkyrie. 2 buybacks used. They lose Pandemonium for 55 seconds. The Elemental Void cooldown is the same, close to the same amount of wait time.
You nymph port bottom with all your heroes, yeah, and then Bensington follows up. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Behemoth comes in with a shockwave. Self-4 is so tanky. He's going back alive with that Chrysalis. The power surge on cooldown doesn't matter. Big kills here.
And that's just the X factor of the Nymph right there. You falter for just a second. You forget about the global teleport, and you just get punished on a massive scale.
Early buybacks here, not wanting to give up that Kongor kill. Can put people in a little bit of a situation here. The next team fight that goes awry, there might be some damage done. And Hellborn, if they make that mistake, there's not much left of their base to salvage. I guess both teams kind of. But Legion's got a little bit more of structure for the Megas.
Yeah, Legion definitely has the tools to deal with mega creeps, and I'm actually looking at this 4.2k gold saved up on Electrician. Definitely at this point of the game, he's going to want to have buyback, but we'll see what he chooses to go.
You've been saying that staff.
Yeah, but you know he kind of is. It's been a struggle for Zane on Electrician this game, despite having close to 400 GPM at this point in the game. He's just prioritized other items, prioritized initiating for his team, which I like. Him being able to be a frontliner with the portal key.
He hasn't had that free reign though.
Right. Because he just wants to collect and condense the enemy lineup for his behemoth. So
he almost gets that top barracks. Dang, Magnus, you and your volcanic eruption. You just made
Magnus
10,000 gold. 4,000
gold nearly. Tempest making some progress towards Shrunken Head. Very important item pickup.
I think
in the game.
I think he has it because he got that Mighty Blade like 10 minutes ago. I think he might already have enough to buy it, but maybe
he
wants
just
buyback plus it. Like I think can we see his stash? I think he has the hammer and stash.
I'm not aware of any way to see player stashes from Spectator, which is kind of unfortunate, but
positioning themselves up at the top lane here. They must have brought that range barracks down to like no health 4 or 5 times at this point, and I think they're just ready to set something up, knowing that they can rotate fully to bottom, you know, anytime they want. Looks like that's actually what they're gonna do.
Uh-oh. The triple smoke following the Nymph port. This is the type of coordination that you love to see in high-level HoN.
No vision, so they're gonna go in blind here.
Oh, here comes Panda. Panda's going towards the Ancients. South
They will
Forest.
see. They will see Panda with that ward in the river shortly.
These smokes have 7 seconds. They're gonna catch anybody. Now they're Valk ulting. Like, this is so tricky. This is so tricky to play against.
There are rev wards all over the Kongor pit. But no regular vision, so here we go. Stun onto Magnus, he's gone. He's got buyback at the ready, but you hate to have to use that. Meanwhile, Zane up at the top electrician's got the bound eye. He's gonna Storm Spirit himself and eliminate that cannonball. Does he get any kind of abilities off here? He's surviving long enough. Will the rotations matter? Or is he on his own?
He's on his own. He loses the bound eye, but a very nice distract that he was able to pull off there, because Bensington actually began using the advantage of him having a Geos and a Wingbow, just started pressuring that tier 3 mid tower, the final tower to break for that final set of Raxes, and forced the buyback out of Magnus. So,
and they're just making sure that when they get in these skirmishes, they walk away with just a little bit more here and there, and it's added up. It's not been like one big team fight in a dump. They've been piece by piece eating away at this base, and it's making for definitely an interesting exchange.
Yeah, and you know, South Forest has been the top farmer on his team the whole game, but his net worth just... I haven't seen him pick up a significant item in what feels about 10 minutes. Whereas on the flip side, you know, Bensington starting to put progress towards a completed Ginjuro as soon as he can finance buyback on top of it. You know, just starting to hit really, really hard with the completed Shroud and Wingbow on top of everything else that he's had. Nearly 300 damage.
An absolute unit. Never really in fear of death.
The item of choice... yeah, what were you going to say?
It seems like he's never in fear of death. Like, there's no situation. Like, they caught him out, you know, that one time, Mag and Panda, but it took 2 ultimates. Aside from that, he's been untouched.
Yeah, I mean, he's a really, really slippery player. Little tongue twister there. You know, on a very, very strong hero that's able to promote this type of play style. You know, just having the ability to port to anywhere on the map, and then also port back home, just opens up those kinds of opportunities. But I was going to comment on the item of choice from Electrician, actually the Nullstone. So very interesting pickups, strong one at that. And, you know, I'm not sure if you're aware or our viewership is aware. This is an item that's became buffed in recent days because you can actually give the Nullstone effect to another player on your team.
Oh wow! And it's on the same cooldown, so like, even if it doesn't get used, then you can do it again.
Yeah, so he might look to do that on, you know, his Bensington, for instance, so that he doesn't have to tank a face smash, or at least just make it that much more difficult for Panda to get it off on him.
Behemoth, be careful, my friend. Yeah, definitely useful. I don't know what he's been focused on lately, but you know, all in all, it's definitely something useful.
The Shrunken Head is finished on Tempest now. So, we're going to see exactly what happens here. See if he's able to pull off the big Elemental Void to turn the tide of this game. So we know he's going to need to. Bensington is just too strong. With all of these items, this full Agi stack at this point.
Here, you know what I'm going to say right now? Team Tim, their play is coming off a little bit arrogant to me. They're pushing Nymphora up, you know, putting her in terrible positions. I guess she has buyback, and she's not the biggest problem, but I feel like they do that one too many times. These guys on the right side of Hellborn are pros. They're gonna punish her. And I don't know what they're trying to do by doing this. Even Valkyrie, like they're pressuring these lanes, and it's kind of dangerous.
Yeah, I mean, I think the game plan here is to just... If I had a read on this, if my read is accurate, I'm just going to go with this. Bensington, he knows that he can break the base solo. I think by stretching out the position of their team, like Nymphora kind of solo pushing in a lane, they're trying to get Hellborn to commit to one side of the map so that Bensington can just slide in on the other side and start chipping away at a tower, chipping away at a Rax, not trying to fully engage in a 5v5 style fight, because they know that that is what the Hellborn wants. Right? They have some decent abilities for a 5v5 engagement, most notably the Behemoth Shockwave, but they know that Tempest definitely has the edge, especially with a Shrunken Head and his inventory. They've got some great Shrunken Head heroes, Panda and Tempest, with some full lockdown, whoever they're able to get their combos off on. So they don't want them to be able to utilize those abilities.
Yeah, it's really their only
uninterrupted.
chance. Elemental Void, Meteor, and Eruption, and Self-Fort. Like, that's all their damage, really.
Yep, they don't have very good single target, right? They don't have good pick potential without burning some of these major cooldowns. And so, save maybe Panda is probably the only one, but he still requires an 80-second cooldown from the face smash. So they realize that if they play the split style game, they're going to have to commit big cooldowns to get the pick off in the side lane, and then that opens up the opportunity for them to potentially stage the team fight following that. All the while, the net worth of Bensington grows. Finished Genjuro now. Probably going to be swapping out something for the Thunderclaw at some point. I mean, he's got so much damage on the auto attacks. Doesn't really need the Thunderclaw AoE to farm efficiently at this point. So I'm assuming he's going to be trading out for something, or potentially turning it into a hyper crown. But personally, I would like to see, pull for the item that replaces Thunderclaw. Could it be Rift Shards? Who knows? Shoot,
Yeah.
I'd love to see a Doom.
The token. Space for the token, even.
Yeah, token is also a big one.
That's got to be on their radar, because they can take Kongor pretty safely, I think.
Yeah, maybe even something like a symbol. Just give him that beefiness. If he happens to get low, he can just get right back up.
Panda looking to catch a sleeping Valkyrie or Nymph off guard. Here it goes. There's that split. Bensington's going to force out fortification here. In the bottom lane, though, they're going to jump onto Electrician. Both BKBs activated for this Hellborn team, and everybody's just walking away unscathed. Valkyrie looks like she's going to bite the bullet and take the fall. But look at the damage. It's being done. Bensington forcing all the TPs out mid. He got top racks and took another 25% chunk off of that D tower. Forced to use his BKB here, but there's his allies locked on the shockwaves. They are stuck in place. All the BKBs were used, and there was just nothing they could do to stop that, or with the ensuing.
Buyback's imminent. There is an Elemental Void. What you got is positioning himself. Watch him on the side. Here's the double buyback. Tempest, waiting for the opening. Stuns Electrician.
Slow rolling it here. There goes the first potential stop. BKB at the ready. They definitely want to get something out of these buybacks. To get nothing. They can't even not push off of this. But they can't. They don't have the power to high ground. They kind of just...
Oh. And I mean, all they took out was the Valkyrie, and it's already back up. They might be able to stage a Kong. I don't know. This is the third Kong. Third Kong is very strong, especially for what they have in their arsenal. Like they don't have great single target damage. This Kongor attempt would take forever. And as we can see, as we've seen, it's really hard for them to leave the base for any extended period of time.
Ooh, a little help from Valkyrie. Wait, that 5-second arrow did nothing to Kongor?
Yeah.
They didn't even send him for a half second.
So Kongor has a he has a debuff duration reduction passive buff by like 70%, something like that.
Behemoth with a Veil Bound Eye ready. No shockwave though. Comes in, breaks up the fight, walls off two of the team, and forces them to separate a bit. Will that arrow connect? It doesn't. Definitely set them up though. Sets up Behemoth getting locked down by Pandemonium. Nice Storm Spirit. Find himself a time with the shockwave. He's like, team, I'm taking him on by myself. Are you gonna come help? No, Nymphora died and everybody else is long gone. Meanwhile, these creeps pressuring onto the Sack Shrine.
Overextension from Magnus.
Done. That could be it. Two of these big heroes down. No buyback on the Magnus. Lord Salforce has managed to get away, but Monarch not so lucky. Creeps doing massive damage to the base as well, and another huge wave forming at bottom.
And the final set of barracks is under assault. The fortification is used. Electrician zoning. Zoning the enemy team. One ranged barracks away from Mega Creeps.
Nymphora with the tablet, Spirit, Storm Spirit, and Blink Dagger playing games with them. And they could end this right now, but I think they're showing some respect to the Elemental Void, I guess. I still don't think that they could even get wiped anyway. No way, no how.
Yeah, I mean, there's just no reason to risk it. Their current strategy is just working so well. You know, while that fight was happening at Kongor, that's when Benzington just snuck in and broke the last tier 3 tower. That's why those barracks were exposed. And, you know they got to feel confident about their ability to just keep doing the exact same thing.
Absolutely. Taking the first Kongor. They're either going to get the base or they're going to get a second Kongor. Pretty much free, I would imagine. Dang, the guy does hit hard. Valkyrie ult used, and I don't think anybody was showing, so they may not even know this. Magnus with that Veil Rot could be in a bad position. You see Monarch rush to get some vision down in the pit. Gets wards up on the high ground, but I think they can easily take that away.
Oh my goodness. I mean, what Hellborn, what can Hellborn do? Bait them out to the Kongor pit, just let Benzington go in, finish the ranged barrack. There is no fortification, but Bust no GG. Just really, really hanging on. But he's doing this intentionally, right? He's doing this intentionally, trying to get them to commit big cooldowns to kill him.
This Nymphora thinks it's bubbles.
Hey, he's got the blink. That makes you basically a bubbles, right?
Yeah. They put a ward up. Okay, gonna use the Bound Eye. And what else do they got down here? This last guy's got those sentries, but there's no vision outside. Oh, he's coming in. Lava Surge. Fisher gonna slow him down a bit. This Storm Spirit on the Pandemonium. They're grouped up a little bit here. Electrician purging on the Panda, holding him locked in place. Meanwhile, Behemoth waiting for that proper moment. Boom! Gobbles a shockwave. Pretty substantial damage now. The Magnus doesn't get his eruption off. He's out of mana. Everybody's getting a little bit disjointed here. No real opportunity for the Elemental Void either. Oh, the creeps.
Yep. I mean, you were casting that fight, didn't want to interrupt, but Imba just decided to do exactly what I knew he was going to do. Team fight broke out near the Kongor pit. Just go in there, take out the final barracks. It's done. It's Mega Creeps. Game 1, going to Team Tim. Sorry, guys. I don't like to make preemptive
Hey, look at the base race, though.
calls like that, but...
And then for teleports the entire team back. Self-Force taking the damn... Ooh. That was a very quick death for the Sacrificial Shrine. Game 1 going to Team Tim in quite a spectacular fashion. albeit a predictable one.
So, I've seen Team Tim be successful with Emba on carry so many times. He's just able to carry. We know the strength of Emba Boy in the carry role, the position 1 farmer. It's time for Busno GG to shut him down, to put resources towards shutting him down as best they can, and test the other members of this Team Tim, their ability to be able to carry the game back. Because if you don't shut down Emba, they're never out. So that's just my recommendation going into this game too. Really put a lot of resources into shutting down Emba Boy and see what the rest of the team can do. It's not to say that the rest of the team isn't capable, but we know that Emba is capable. So we got to stop him. That's just my recommendation.
Well, we'll have to see if they can put some thought into this. They are a top tier team. And going into this is a best of 3, so 1 more here means they concede that first slot prize point of the first cycle. Let's see what kind of changes they can adjust here and going into game 2 of 3. Here we are, back again with the Paradise League Cycle 1 Grand Finals. Busting OGG versus Team Tim, who, if you've been with us, just swept the first game of the series. This best of 3 to decide who walks away with the most cycle points. First place getting 4, second place getting 2, and 1 for each. The final, at the end of 5 cycles, these teams with the most points, only 2 teams will advance to the grand final game, where they will compete for that prize pool. I'm joined here by Easy Full Clan once again, faithful co-caster. After that first game, what are we thinking?
That first game was a spectacle. I mean, Busno GG was in a very, very strong position going into it, but, you know, just some very, very strong avoidance gameplay, also sometimes called ratting, coming out from Imba Boy, just able to keep pressure on the enemy base while his team's base was under siege, just consistently, relentlessly, just completely shutting out the ability of the leading Hellborn team to be able to go uphill without going even in terms of the base race, and eventually just able to claw a lead back for his team. And so the recommendation that I gave at the end of game 1 was, we got to do something about Imba Boy. We can't have him doing the exact same thing. We got to put a lot of effort into making sure that he does not have his ideal game.
Absolutely. Hopefully they noticed that too, as Bensington taking that on his back, a hero who's not even known for his physical presence, but just, ratting that, exploiting that global presence and itemizing to destroy the base. I, for one, am super excited to see Magnus in every single game. He definitely brings awesome stuff to the table, but Rhapsody, that's a hero that is just all around fun to watch.
Rhapsody is an interesting one. You always love to see the big team fight turnaround coming with the protective melody, especially if he's able to get a portal key into his hands. Now, I'm still pretty scared for Busno GG over there. Rhapsody, as strong as she is, I mean, they give the behemoth to them again. And the behemoth was one of the main reasons why they were not able to go uphill reliably in the last game. But not only that, they give them a lodestone as well. And you know that that's going to be played by Zane. So not only do they have the behemoth wombo to watch out for, but they also have to watch out for the Shatterstorm combo from lodestone. Powerful solo laner on that hero.
Definitely a force to be reckoned with. I'm wondering already with the Mag Rhapsody, it looks like another one where they might want to play a Tempest. And they've picked him in almost every game of the past 2 series. I think there was only one where they didn't opt for it. But that being said, Andromeda and Behemoth, it's another game where it's a really difficult position to put yourself in, where putting a lot of pressure on that one hero. I don't know.
Yeah, I think, I mean, as fun as Tempest is to see, I think we're probably not going to be seeing it this game, especially with the Andromeda pick. And Andromeda pick makes it really hard for a Tempest to get the ideal ulti off.
Right.
They didn't have a superior interrupt to cancel it last game. We got a really late Shrunken Head. By then it felt like it was too late, but with Andromeda on the enemy side, even a Shrunken doesn't save you from potential interrupts. So it just feels like Tempest is kind of out, and I think they're going to be going the route of, staging some pretty powerful lanes, which is probably one reason why they went the Rhapsody. It's a very, very, very strong lane support, especially with recent buffs to Disco Inferno. She can really do a lot of work in the early laning stage, as well as just have those clutch teamfight swings at her disposal later in the game. So yeah, I really like this hero, but it's going to be rough. It's also going to be rough. I mean, she's not going to be able to save her team from a Behemoth Shockwave combo unless she's got a Shrunken Head of her own. So, but we do see the Sir Bensington ban this game, so we know that Imba Boy is not going to be able to be as colorful as he was in the last game. But you know that he's got a very, very wide hero arsenal to pick from to be effective on. So I'm sure they're going to be giving him Clanks, for example, or I've also seen him function extremely dangerously on Shadowblade, which is still in the hero pool. But I'm very interested in seeing how this Defiler pick plays out this game.
I think the Defiler pick is monstrous. In terms of prioritizing that high ground siege that we've been talking about, it's pretty easy to build Defiler in a way where she's just surviving enough to where Unholy Expulsion can do its work, and allow her to be the target. Yeah, you're gonna jump on me, but if you don't kill me instantly, I'm gonna silence your whole team. I'm already gonna deal half the damage to your tower, and then you got the rest of my supporting cast to come up. I think it's a great answer to pushing into a behemoth, for sure.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. I mean, the fact that it is such a strong base pusher and it doesn't rely on additional minions, it's very, very good. And she's a powerhouse in the mid lane as well.
Oh, yeah.
She's not
Unstoppable.
just a strong tower pusher. She's with the recent addition of the siphons of the third skill rework, the now Siphon Soul. She poses a problem for a lot of mid laners, and she's very, very tough to bring down. So
she's always been one of the strongest. I was surprised over the years that she wasn't picked more in competitive. I think that Siphon Soul, yeah, definitely put her over the top. But it doesn't matter who you're against. If you time your waves right, your wave of deaths, you're harassing the enemy for insane damage. And nuking the waves, it's almost guaranteed that you're going to force massive rotations out, or you're going to lose your mid tower, 5 minutes in. And then it's just, where do you want me next? Snowballing, keeps the momentum driving. I'm such a huge fan of this hero.
Yes, I'm absolutely a huge fan of Defiler, but you know what I'm even a bigger fan of? Balfagor. We are going to see match point here, a Balfagor pick against a behemoth. Now, you might be thinking, oh no, Balfagor spawns additional minions. It makes Shockwave even more dangerous, but there's nothing more juicy in this game than a 100 charge HoN Newerth. I'm ready to see it, and he's able to bait out the charge acquisition so effectively by just sending wave after wave onto these towers. I can't wait to see how it plays out, but on the flip side, we've also got Elohim playing Thunderbringer, which is an extremely dangerous hero in his hands. Team 10 made full use of this hero yesterday in dominating fashion. So this is going to be one heck of a match.
Amber Boy returning to his roots on Clanks. He rode that hero for quite some time in the HoN Tour days. Good to see him making another appearance. Yeah, I really think that we're going to get our answer relatively quickly. This team by the Legion, they are not delaying this game. I do not see them pushing this game past the 30-minute mark, and if they do, their chances of winning drop by the second. So, a good start for them could almost accelerate that and guarantee the victory. I don't know. I really like this draft a lot more.
The Hellborn draft? Or you
Legion.
like this? The Legion draft?
I like the Legion draft because, they got potentially two games ahead of them that they have to win. This draft allows them to if they win this, it's going to be quick and then power right on into the next one.
It's also a hard spot, though. I'm telling you right now, it's going to be tricky. Like when you talk about steamrolling into this mid game phase and trying to end it before 30 minutes, like they have to do that surgically, because a hero like Thunderbringer, I've talked about it before. This hero, if it's able to just exist without getting completely shut out, it wreaks havoc. It becomes so dangerous to go uphill against, especially with a behemoth and a lodestone following it, while Clanks is just able to go out onto all these crazy, over the terrain spots on this map and just farm while his team's able to hold uphill. Like, they have to do this in such a way where they just completely shut out Team Tim, or else their work is truly cut out for them in order to clinch the victory.
I do think it's a risky setup here by the Legion. I don't think it's going to be easy, but I like the balls.
Oh, I love it. You love push strats in HoN. Some people find that they're cheese, but in my opinion, in the 5v5 setup, push traps are actually challenging to run. Coordination versus coordination, you have to run them right because it's a full commitment, right? And you're all in
Right. If you
with
don't
a
succeed,
specific
it's
timing.
over. Yep.
So
it's betting like we have to do this, so we're gonna do it. Let's see. Game 2 finally underway.
Thunderbringer versus Defiler. I can tell you right now, this matchup goes in the way of Defiler. So let's see exactly how much Defiler can dominate the lane versus Thunderbringer.
Yep, maybe even grab an early battery. Let's see how Elohim decides to play this. It's in the mid. If he's spamming those, he's going to have Defiler a steady supply of mana to just bring those swarms in.
Yeah, keep your eyes peeled on this try versus try. Clanks. I think we saw a tri lane with Clanks get destroyed in one of the previous matches yesterday, or was it today? I really
was
can't
earlier.
remember. Yeah.
Yep.
But this is an Imba Boy Clanks we're talking about. Being supported by a Behemoth and an Andro, 2 monster stuns. So there's going to be a lot of action in this try versus try.
It is. And 3 stuns on the Legion side here. You lead in with the Staccato, Lava Surge, Arrow's almost guaranteed to land. I hope I don't jinx him with the Caster Curse on that, but Andromeda's going to be easy pickings here. That's a 2-man Lava Surge getting set up. The Arrow gets knocked out by the creep. Oh, he's held it back. Not the ideal placement there with the creep wave pushing from the auto attacks, but they do get the Bloodlust kill onto Andro.
A very, very key kill to start that momentum for the push strat that we're about to see employed here. I just want to comment on this interesting and unusual matchup that we're seeing here in the bottom lane. Now, you usually do see Lodestone playing solo in a lot of these long lane situations, but solo short Balfagor is not something you see every day.
Nope. I will say that the last time I saw the league solo safe is when he was playing, I think, Magnus earlier today, and he did a lot of work when he had a lane that he could win. Like, he struggles coming back, and there's some suicides that are really good at coming back from a huge deficit. Like on Lodestone, sometimes he just doesn't get farm. All he can do is survive. But I think when you give the league opportunities, he's kind of like one of those, I should be a mid player when I'm in this off lane.
Magnus hits a 2-man Lava Surge. Andromeda being collapsed on, takes the arrow. Andromeda dies for the second time. Magnus escapes with the Steam Bath.
Now, do you realize how bad this is going to get when it's Disco Inferno, Steam Bath, and 3 stuns, and you can't stand and fight, or your health is just getting devoured? This is a fun one to watch up here.
Yep. Legion doing exactly what they need to do here in the top lane. Just put all kinds of pressure on Clanks. They haven't killed him yet, though. Yeah, they're killing
another
the
2-man Lava Surge. Endless already. Dropping the double Steam Bath. One person falls. This time it's Imba Boy.
Yep. Caster's Curse. Talking about it right there.
They can do that all fucking day. They still have the mana. We're going to get like Arcanes up here because they're getting so fat off these kills. I mean, definitely
Defiler.
What they wanted. Defiler's doing great too.
Yeah, I mean, talk about the creep score
farming
here. 20-4 versus 17-1. A bit even on the creep score side, but the denies in the favor of Defiler, and actually able to push Thunderbringer away from the rune spawn, because I don't think it's spawned. We've got a hasted Magnus now, kind of lingering in the top rune. Might actually make an appearance on Thunderbringer. But no, he is actually spotted out by this ward, running back towards the top lane.
I mean, they're going to go straight on Clinks. Nope. That haste's going to expire too soon, I think.
Even farm for Balfagor and Lodestone, and so now, all the pieces are falling into place for Busno GG, winning the tri lane, kind of winning the mid lane slightly, going even in the bottom lane. Now the only question is, when do we collapse as a team? Rhapsody and Behemoth. Behemoth falls first, Rhapsody in trouble, but the golden apple. Now it's Clanks that's in trouble. Valkyrie.
This would
also
be huge. Oh, the double stun. Valkyrie. Oh, she had a 6-charge battery. Didn't use it. Had just come off cooldown.
2 for 2. You know, Team Tim striking back here in the tri lane. You know, they were down quite a few kills in this lane. Now they finally get an even exchange. So, you know, a slight victory for them in that regard.
He uses the steam bath and gets the refund by keeping his mana potion alive. Clanks all by his lonesome. All 3 heroes with their stuns ready and available. He's going to play it safe and get back. But 1 Lava Surge and it's over for him.
And Behemoth actually ported to the mid lane after dying and made an attempt on Defiler, who narrowly escaped. Got level 6 Defiler, level 6 Thunderbringer, level 6 Balfagor, level 6 Lodestone. Balfagor able to push these lanes up and just go farm into the jungle.
I think that level 6 Thunderbringer ult, it's going to mix things up a bit here because they expect to have Magnus to lighten this up, and Magnus drops really quickly. It could be over, but he does get the Lava Surge out already. He is going to fall.
Yes.
I think they could have punished a lot more with that, but...
The Lightning Storm assisting. Behemoth getting staccatoed.
Filer looks to make a move. Did she skill? Yeah, she's skilled into her ultimate. I'd like to see that come out pretty much on cooldown.
Yeah, and now, you know, despite winning this tri lane, Busno GG is actually in a dangerous spot here in a tri lane because, you know, one of the things I didn't really comment on is the strength of Thunderbringer against a tri lane. You know, you got 3 heroes splitting experience 3 ways. They're gonna be underleveled, and as soon as that Lightning Storm comes into the game, it's a big deal.
It is. Absolutely. Good point. Bottom lane, Lodestone taking heavy damage. He's going to use that Shatter Storm to maybe buy a little bit of space and scare him off, but that just makes him die faster. Balfagor deep in enemy territory, but the tri lane requiring too much attention to bring any rotations and punish that. Behemoth gets a Fisher off on a Valkyrie. She gets a nice leap off. Not always easy to land those in that pace. And a big follow-up arrow. Andrew's going to go down easy with no more spells. They could potentially punish Imbaboy with a staccato lands.
Yeah,
there we go. Expulsion used. Thunderbringer gonna die.
Nice.
Double damage. Laser focus on those demons.
Yeah, this is exactly what Busno GG needs. 2 huge kills in their solo lanes.
Legion team sleeping up top. Magnus set up a perfect kill on Clanks. They don't respond in time, and they get punished for it. They might even get more out of this. Andro stun Comet comes out onto Magnus, gonna die for his team. Unfortunately, Andro then eating the arrow and saving Clanks.
God, dude, I love seeing these supports just play Secret Service for President Imbaboy and just jumping in front of these arrows so that he doesn't tank them. It's great stuff to see.
Dude deserves a promotion if that was calculated. Alright, so Defiler does her job, cleans out this wave, boxes Thunderbringer out of the lane, and, you know, experience-wise, she's shutting him down.
She is. Yeah, she's a good, you know, like 30% ahead. And
we'll see.
Pretty monstrously ahead on the gold chart as well. But, you know, it's kind of like I said, you know, Thunderbringer, yeah, he's losing the lane, but he's not completely out. He's near.
Saving that silence. Fortunately, going to get collapsed on here. Realizes she has to man up or she's going to go down. Finally gets slowed so much, she's out of this game. One more bang. Bang on the turn.
Balfagor showing up with the Energizer. It's a big kill on Defiler. Finally kill onto Andro.
Yep. Some more pressure on the tower, perhaps. And there's the thing. They've been paying a lot of attention to this lane with but Rhapsody, Valkyrie, they're going to pressure this tower if you leave them alone. Like, it could go down right here.
Yeah, I mean, Rhapsody just kind of one of those deceptively strong push heroes. It's not really where you think of her strength lies, but Dance Floor definitely has strong push viability.
Ooh, that toot on the horn makes the hero land off. Rhapsody got a little bit bold, though. I don't know if the pathing was just blocked or wasn't sure if they were committing there. See how long it kept her alive, though, against 3 heroes. Let's see. Thunderbringer not really looking to apply any pressure. Maybe wants to get a little bit more items before he gets involved. Not sure what he'd be heading top lane. Some action. A beautiful Fisher.
I think one thing he likes to try and do is complete a light brand as early as possible. It helps with his ability to transfer into the jungle and to start cleaning up creeps because of the direct damage application of the light brand effect from Chain Lightning, but also it adds about 20 more damage onto his ulti effect because the way it applies it to everybody, so it's a very big item. We see a Gnome's Wisdom purchased on Balfagor. I mean, Balfagor, a huge farmer in this game. Shatter Storm, potentially going to catch more than one. This is going to be a huge kill on Balfagor.
Metalinium, sip that bottle, get in the woods. You can easily take this man out. Oh, the shockwave used, and again, but the charges. I'm loving Metalinium's play on Defiler right now.
2 for 2, but maybe slightly in favor of the Legion, even though they lost their top farmer Balfagor. They get that tier 2 tower. It's a big tower 11 minutes into the game.
Like, systematically, it just feels wrong to like push a tier 3 when there's tier 2s up, right? So it is big that they get these, because if they have to use the expulsion to finish that one, that's another cooldown till you push all these outer ones, get the map control, then you go for that high ground. I think it's super important.
Well, especially with the push strat, right? You don't want a weak link whenever you're talking about sitting 5 heroes in the same lane, trying to take objectives.
Hell on New Earth there with 0 charges enough to just erase 2 heroes.
Got a
that was the
dead
under
Rhapsody.
Still getting used to that.
It gets confusing with Andromeda, these swaps spawning that illusion now.
I think the first 2 games I didn't even realize that well, like for a moment that what was happening. I'm like, what?
Yeah.
Didn't know that she creates illusions now. Pretty rad. Lodestone in the area, the vicinity of quite a few Legion heroes who are going to look to take out maybe not 1 but 2 towers here, so I would probably try to play it. I don't think you burn the expulsion on tier 1.
No, there's no need to, especially with Balfagor here. These creeps are enough. I'm going to save it for tier 2. So now we're starting to see, Balfagor and Defiler in the same lane, trying to combo take these objectives down.
They're avoiding the fights, which is probably the smart play, because you don't want to fight into that Defiler out there. You just give her more gold on top. Ooh, they're making a call to port in and punish. Definitely not what I expected. Defiler actually stays top, which means she can take over. Will she choose to use it? I don't know why she isn't.
Okay. We have a glowstone purchased on Balfagor. He is going the staff route. The staff on this hero is pretty crazy. Not sure if you've seen the tooltip for Hell on New Earth. Staff effect. It's a bit of a novel. It actually doesn't even fit on my screen. So
I'll take a gander at it. I'm seeing it. There's some action going on here. Nice protective melody. Just gonna make his team feel that much more secure, standing their grounds. Lava Surge coming in, only connecting on 1, but the follow-up arrow narrowly missing, and everything he's got to kill the Magmus. Now Legion team gets to reset. Big cooldowns off the board now for Hellborn.
Yeah, Hellborn takes a tower of their own, but at the cost of a tier 2. But we have a portal key available for purchase on Lodestone at this point. It is in his inventory. We've got the light brand set up on Thunderbringer, so they are behind by about 6k gold, but the levels are equal. And the net worth difference is definitely coming from all of these towers.
Thinking that it's not going to be possible to stop this. Let's see, they do immediately melt the Defiler. That's the best way you can start. All the damage is gone, but a HoN Newerth wipes him out. Ember Boy stuck in the woods, caught up in the creeps, can no longer fly, and Behemoth is forced to fucking run. Excuse me. He's got a Shockwave available. Will he be able to cast it? Saves it.
That's a big team fight. You know, they started it pretty well with the surprise Shatterstorm PK on the Defiler. You know, she dumped all of her net worth into a headdress, so that was immediately taken away from her. The Shatterstorm effect applied to her, but you know, just that HoN Newerth just too strong, and now this is an early tier 3 tower.
This is what I wanted them to do. The nice Lava Surge connecting onto 3. Clanks is no longer with us in this world. No buybacks on anybody here. It's a bit early. Lodestone, is that a Shatterstorm? Magnus, Lava Surge, gets it off. Will pay. But a testament to their strength, and that's with a level 1 expulsion. If he hits 11 here, I expect them to go right back top.
Okay, this is scary stuff for the...
Don't get cocky, Sadeline. Was hoping on that 60-minute ward. It's probably an unbiz.
That's a triple kill for Thunderbringer. He's about 600 gold away from a Grimoire. If he's able to get a Grimoire before the next base push, which looks like he's probably going to, they're not going to have the Portal Key on Behemoth, but his last Lightning Storm usage was a level 6 Lightning Storm. Now he's level 11. He's going to have the Grimoire. This is a big difference going into the next uphill push. And you know that Busno GG is going to want to do it right away.
I think they're gearing up right now. Defiler does need to hit 11 for this to be the most effective. They pushed a little bit early here. They had the pace, and to be honest, now they're just losing time, so they need to regroup. But another one of my favorite things to do, if he had gotten down and got that Invis Rune, you pop the Invis Rune as you pop your ultimate, and then, yeah, you know, a lot of revelation on these pro teams, so maybe not so effective, but basically just stand there and annihilate them, and they're like, what's killing me?
Yeah, you don't have to auto-attack in order for those spears to do work.
Waiting to see it synergize with the Prism, too.
Thunderbringer just 100 gold shy. Is he going to be able to find it? Probably here in the mid lane. And there it is.
Magnus got the portal key. Will he find Lodestone before he blinks? He does. Lava Surge, follow up into the arrow. Not steam bathing for some reason. It's a good amount of damage, but they do have enough to finish the Lodestone off.
Yeah, I'm very surprised that Zane was actually there. He's going to be dead for 40 seconds. That might be the window of opportunity that Busno GG needs in order to stage a serious threat
the double damage
to expose Rax.
This Rax is most likely going to fall. Or they're going to die defending it. I mean, the Clanks, if they get anybody on the back line, there's their vision. Has enough to buy a little bit of time. Expulsion already doing work, even with the Fisher. Slowing them down a little bit.
Lodestone. Barrier Idol is used.
So watch out for that Lodestone initiation when the Thunderbringer brings down his hell on Newerth here. Valfagor stacking up those charges. 51 Lava Surge, this is it. Thunderbringer and Andromeda both going to fall down here. They still have everything available, but a 4-man Shatterstorm. The Protective Melody enough to give them time to heal in that Disco Inferno. And that's where you have that support hero. Magnus erupting in celebration.
And a miscalculation from Thunderbringer on his positioning. Just too far forward, trying to get damage in with his non-ultimate abilities. Gets caught by that Lava Surge. Doesn't get his cooldowns off. A travesty, because it could have been a different team fight had he not.
Oh, yeah. That's one of those ones, man. They were over prepared though. Legion could have beat 10 heroes. Like They were ready to run that, the double damage, the dead lodestone. Now they do got to turn it in because you can't celebrate too much. One barracks does not win you the game.
No, it doesn't. And they have the ability, they have the tools to be able to hold this. These
Zane.
auto pushing creeps
Zane
off.
in a very similar position, off on his own. If he gets seen by this Magnus and he lands the lava surge, it's gonna be a mirror match.
How
Oh, he's
does
got
this
the
keep
Valkyrie
happening?
Prism.
I just don't know
Well-
how they keep knowing that he's down. They keep looking for him. They've just gotta. They just have a read on his ideas at the moment.
It's interesting because it's a similar fashion to. This is how they won the first game, right? Except it was Imbaboy splitting off to the other side of the map, diverting the pressure, and then picking the fights. Now it's Zane's trying to do it, but he's getting caught.
Yeah, and the purpose of it is a little bit different too, right? He's
True.
trying to get behind them so that he can get a surprise Shatterstorm on the back
Well,
line.
Still no PK on Behemoth and a barrier idol picked up. That's going to keep a lot of these minions and heroes alive through that Thunderbringer damage. We saw with just the Protective Melody and Disco Inferno before, they're only stronger. It's going to be real hard. They're going to have to clear the wave.
Yeah, and watch out for
immediately.
this. We've got this Staff of the Master on Balfagor as well.
Uh-oh. Filer holding that ultimate. There we go. Balfagor eats 2 heroes. That's what they were waiting for. Get the big boy in there first. Now everybody's running. Thunderbreaker throwing out everything he can, and it's quite a bit of damage. To be honest, they are eating that damage and are going to retreat. Magnus, Lava Surge available. What's he doing? Oof. He still has that eruption. Get some health potions out on this boy. He's ready to go back in. They got a lot of spells unused. Yeah, what you got's ready. He could erupt. He could take both of them out right now if they come any closer. So that's your zoning. And the second set of barracks falls 2 minutes after the first.
This game looks like it's open and shut at this point. And the story, honestly, feels like it's Balfagor. He's just had an amazing time the entire game. He's got the
He's
portal key
definitely
now.
He's definitely played a huge part in this, because they definitely would have bopped that Defiler, you know, very quickly without him. They did have an answer for it. She didn't go super tanky. She's got 1,000 health, you know. Ghost Marchers, really, dude? Come on. But with Balfagor on that front line, she's been able to just kind of stay a little bit further back, hold her spells a little bit longer. And but everybody on this team is executing. I mean, arrows. I haven't even mentioned how many of these arrows have just 4.5 seconds. Boom, boom, boom. They needed this game, and they got it.
Yeah, and I mean, Valkyrie just a great little auxiliary carry here. Okay, this is the Shatterstorm that they needed. Deleted Balfagor.
Oh, the Balfagor minion almost getting vengeance upon
Yeah.
Zane for that, but again,
Yeah,
what you got
Lodestone,
still has eruption. Level 11 eruption has not been used. Easy kill here.
Yeah, it's hard for a Magnus against the Thunderbringer. It's one of the things we mentioned
Yeah.
in one of the earlier matches against global interrupting, portal key interrupting stuff like Thunderbringer, Sandwraith, Vindicator. So there's kind of a reason for that, but Shatterstorm is just such a key component of their base defense against Balfagor. If they didn't have it, it would almost be impossible for them to defend high ground. But you know, Balfagor kind of needs to be aggressively positioned to chip down the tower with his minions, gather charges on Hell on New Earth whenever they nuke down the waves. So Lodestone is able to capitalize on that aggressive position by getting a Shatterstorm on top of him, and he can get. It doesn't really matter how tanky Balfagor gets. When you have no damage reduction, you fall instantly in this game, especially with
Yeah.
coordinated attacks. So
Well, here we go. They're going to pop the barrier isle, meaning this is the push that they attempt to make their move. A big swap onto Defiler, but she did have that new shiny Storm Spirit ready. Oh my god, people are melting everywhere. What you got in the background, locking down Clanks. We're going to see what the Hellborn has as an answer, and it's the concede vote. Blink Dagger on the end. for
That was a
Balthagor.
fantastic blink play by Balthagor there. Canceled a potential Shadow Storm that was in the process of happening on Lodestone. Just, yeah, one of the things I wanted to talk about with Balthagor's staff is it does a whole bunch of stuff, but one of the main things that it does is it actually increases the radius of that ability, and I think the travel time of the effect. It increases it by like 200 units. So you're talking about like an 800 radius AoE spell that just fires out to its maximum radius almost instantly. And even on 0 charges, just PKing in as he did and popping it, it's just a nice chunk of damage, and it just interrupts everything. Interrupts all those portal keys. It's a really, really strong ability with staff.
Yeah, I mean they took a lot of leaps when he gave him that ability, but I love seeing the hero. He's been made appearances over the years in the competitive HoN scene. You know, Zlapt used to play him all the time in World Finals. He's a phenomenal hero. And
I think you want to talk about being sad about HoN closing. One of the reasons is that we're going to see a lot of these heroes that are our favorites kind of disappear. And in my opinion, Balthagor might be one of the best designed heroes by S2 games, without a doubt.
yeah, there's a lot, but yeah, he's up there.
There's a lot of good
I've always
ones.
enjoyed playing him. He's such a fun hero to play. Like when you push R, you feel like you're just crunching shit. You know what I mean? Like there's certain abilities in this game, like you feel it when you play, and that's one of them for sure.
Oh yeah,
explosion, and as you're still moving, and like that slow creep of the damage up.
but it's just the full. It's just the full. All 4 of those abilities just synergizing so well. In my opinion, I just love that hero, and it's always a joy to witness it play and being played rather, and seeing these big heroes, Hell on New Earth drops that just evaporate an entire team. I think one of the best. There's a clip from one of the previous Paradise Leagues or HoN Oh My God tours where it was just there was this Flux Balthagor ulti with the recently added staff. I think it was like it was just a genocide in a second. Like all 5 heroes just evaporated instantly, and it's just like that's Balthagor, and it's always so fun to see this hero in action. But we are going into the final game 3, 1-1. Both of these teams getting the better of each other today and yesterday. Busno GG looking to win this, coming back from the losers bracket with the momentum on their side. Matthew, can't wait.
It's gonna be interesting to see if they. Oh man, and I'm watching it on the 6-minute delay right now, and I'm still like enjoying it. It's gonna be interesting to see what kind of route Busno GG goes, because this was a little bit. Team Tim brought the cheese the first game, okay, with the Benzington and the split push. Yeah, I mean, are we live still this whole time?
I think we're live, yeah.
Oh yeah, we ready. Cool. Yeah, absolutely ready. Busno GG brought it with the push strat in game 2. I feel like Team Tim kind of showed that if you're gonna go for this standard level of play where you rely on the carry and try to play a balanced game, that they kind of have the upper hand, or at least so it seems that way. They beat him in the first series earlier, and that first game, which was more of a standard play, they kind of too. So I wonder, you lose this cycle, it's not the end of the world. Should Busno GG play it safe, or do you want to see something outside of the box again?
I always love outside of the box. I mean, there's no better arena for you to test strategies that shake up the meta than in the 5v5 setting, right? When you're talking about Heroes of New Earth, the level of dynamics that this game provides from a game theory standpoint, when you have the full coordination of 5 players that are all skilled, now is the time to pull out something that's going to surprise your opponent that they're not ready for. Now, obviously, some of these strategies are hard to pull off and need to be practiced. Not every strategy is going to work for every team, but in a game 3 situation in the finals, this is where you want to pull out your ace. And I'm hoping that both of these teams have one.
They're making sure it's not Keeper. I saw them shadow picking Solomon. What does a first pick Solomon mean? What are they trying to do? Because that is most likely not going to get banned, right?
The chat is your answer. That's supposed to be a Valk pick. It was a random misclick.
Okay. All right.
I'm not sure how it happened. Just no idea. Go Faster Remake is apparently what... I say dice. I say dice all the way.
All right. Looks like they're going to just...
Rally.
Yeah, just hit dice. Dice. Okay, yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, restart the draft.
Archer.
All right, it looks like we're just
Leave the
remaking
game.
the
It's
lobby.
okay. They let these
It's-
HoN
it's,
servers.
It's a goof. It's just a little bit of a goof. It's all right. We're okay. Just a little bit jittery going into the
Control
grand final,
F8
going into the
disconnect.
final. You know.
Hackers. My lead win percentage. What am I going to do? It doesn't. Oh. Well. Just a little bit of extra suspense. Last game. Best of 3,
You
1-1.
I thought the wild card was going to be Salomon, but it's not, I
That's
don't
the
think Valve would-
irony. The irony is they're gonna just pick Solomon anyways.
Yeah, but it's not a first pick hero. There's no way that hero gets countered too easily. It's too weak
Right.
in lane. It's got hard counters from a hero pick standpoint. Yeah, that's definitely a, can we anticipate them not preparing for this kind
I
of
don't
pick?
know, man. Stranger things have happened. Watch what's the other team pick up Solomon. Something. They were shadow picking it last game. I know they mess with us sometimes when they misclick, obviously, but you said pull something special out of the box. First pick Solomon, new meta.
I think Salomon can definitely work, but not. I don't know how it works with first pick. But hey, I am
They don't
ready
know
to be
what do.
educated.
They get
I'm ready to be
flabbergasted. They
educated.
see the Solomon first pick and they're like, "What? Are we remaking this?" Then they just draft random heroes because they're so confused.
The 5 invis meta.
Yeah.
I'm ready for it.
5 carries. Uh-oh. Zepiquano 112. You're banished from the land.
All right. So let's really kind of zero in on these bans this team or this game. See if teams have adjusted their bans based off of what you've seen in the first 2 matches today.
Yeah, the first wave, which I'm assuming they have to do the same ones again. Pretty vanilla, right? Nymphora's
Keeper?
strong meta. Keeper is that secret weapon that they have not let through this whole time, along with what was it, Draconis last game, where they were kept banning it in the second wave.
Yeah, Draconis is pretty commonly played. Looks like we're going to see some of the same stuff from the banning standpoint. Keeper, Pebbles, Corrupted. And but boy, just taking away mid heroes from Sodalidium.
Is this a new draft or is it the same one? Because I know they banned Nymph last time.
They might ban. Nymph might be.
Completely new, so they may not even get Valkyrie this time. Okay. Okay. Well, that's live television,
All right.
folks. Thinking hard on this one.
Yeah.
They've got a couple things to worry about. They banned Bensington last game. They didn't want that same thing happening. But there's a lot of things like that we said are problematic. We don't know what they're thinking
Lodestone.
either.
Stone was a good ban, and 4 is the final ban.
I wish we knew what it was about Keeper of the Forest that they are afraid of. Is it the immobilize? Is it some rework? Does he do something crazy now? I mean,
He's always, he's just one of those heroes that if you leave him alone for just a second, he's going to be able to pressure a tower. He's got additional threat utility outside of his ultimate that his first attack out of his invisibility state now immobilizes and deals additional damage. And then, of course, he's just got the team ulti that is, always just been a staple. Magnus picked again. Valkyrie picked again. Andromeda picked again. We're starting to see a pattern of some of these heroes that might be shaping the meta on the competitive scene.
there's the Valkyrie's been phenomenal for them, for both teams. I mean, right? I think we've seen her on both sides, so I love that. And it's purely a situational hero too, though. It's one of those heroes. She could do great, or she could miss every single arrow, and they could have dust covered. End up by drafting a character that gets a shroud, and Prism isn't worth a shit. But she's so far so good.
Yeah, I mean, I think Prism is kind of the main reason why you draft this hero. Now, she is very strong in lane if she's paired with setup stuns, but Prism to me is just one of those abilities that just constantly forces your opponents to be worried and on their toes, and it also pulls out additional or forces additional monetary investment in order to counter it, right? You have to have rev works in key positions to prevent getting surprised by Valkyrie's Prism, because you're not always going to be able to see it coming with a dust, right? And so just those little bit
more versatile.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
just those little things just really make a difference in these long matches, high pressure situations.
All right, you got 10 seconds. Balfagor's banned. They're trying to execute the exact same strategy. Who's your go-to here?
Who's my go-to?
I know they don't have to commit to it. They don't have to commit to that same style that they just executed, but they have the pieces, and also Valkyrie and Andromeda are not good at stopping it. We saw that.
Well, Valkyrie was on the side of this strat last
That's
game.
right. That's right.
So,
but I don't. Yeah,
they are going for the push strats. So, I mean,
people play Scrap anymore? Polywog Priest?
Scrap kind of is played. It's actually a pretty decent laner with the double nuke. Okay. Tempest shadowed.
They need something tanky. They need something heavy. What's a deadlift used to be? Something.
Dragon is on the board. Know. Maybe not quite the frontliner that you're looking for, but
I love how I'm not even thinking about what Team Tim is gonna do. But
yeah, I wouldn't mind seeing. Yeah, they don't want to have to face that high ground. It makes a lot of sense. Would love to see something maybe like a, if you're looking for tanky frontliner style, it's nothing better than Armadon.
That or save. Armadon is great. He can run up on the front lines. That or something to save Defiler, though, because think about this. Andro just swapping the Defiler and killing her immediately every time is probably the quickest way to end this trap because she's most of their damage. The way that you run
Right.
her, the way that you push early, you push with your levels. She's driving force of the team. She usually wins mid. She's usually ahead of the game. But if she gets to lead it instantly, I mean, could we see something like? I'm trying to think of the old heroes they used to use to save like planks and stuff. I don't know if a Jerziah fits in there. Just don't know the meta.
You have this. There's this hero Icor that could be interesting. Oh, Tundra now. With Tundra being picked here, wonder if what you got is going to sneak in an accursed pick to go to supplement their push strat. I love accursed, and it would be a fantastic counter pick to Tundra and Valkyrie. It does feel a little bit of feel a little weak in laning phase, but whenever the group push starts to happen, accursed carries a lot of value. But I'm not a top level drafter.
Tempest.
It's the
Go for the
Tempest.
Tempest. So it's kind of a backup plan.
Yeah,
Tempest-
Accursed probably doesn't fit here, so
Picked him almost every game.
Malikan.
Alec.
And they go for a carry. So they kind of just threw a curveball. Now look at who's got the weak late game. Kind of Legion.
a little
went
bit,
for
but
these-
they have a decent hero to help deal with Malikan. You know,
Ooh.
Tundra with the unavoidable 4-second lockdown.
Oh,
With
I
the
don't
level
know,
16
man.
avalanche.
The
And they've got
Tempest into
great-
Andro is questionable, right?
Well, Tempest is a really tough, a horribly tough spot this game.
Let's get
You know,
it
there's
on.
very few Tempest players that are more skilled than what you got, but he's definitely got his work cut out for him because he has to deal with Andro and Tundra being able to
Captain's
counter
pick.
his ulti through Shrunken Head on top of
Mm,
Summon Malphus from Hellbringer. So I mean, there's 3 superior interrupts. So
Well-
we'll see exactly how he's able to squeeze in some clutch ultis this game, but work cut out for him for sure.
I think that was a kind of a big curveball. They feign like they're going to run the same push strat. And Defiler can just be a great team fighter, right? She doesn't have to rush. She build differently. I think that Legion underdrafted their late game potential, and now we're gonna see Hellborn take it super late, and
Yeah,
they're just gonna fall off. I'm betting on a bust no GG on this one.
watch out though. I mean, they are, you already know that Embaboy is an expert at split pushing on slippery heroes. Now he's not on Bensington where he's able to just port across to the other side of the map, but Valkyrie with Leap and Prism is a very, very formidable rat pusher if she's able to get the items. But with the Valkyrie's Prism and the Shiver, we'll see if we're going to see some teleport boots. The Shiver ports are always fun to see. I love using them in my games myself. Tundra is probably like one of my favorite mid heroes.
He's good. I think though, a lot of his strength came from the scouting abilities. Like I think that's what made him god tier. Like the people who knew how to micro the Hawk and give themselves that vision advantage and take over a game. I think that's where his true strength lies. And I don't feel like they're picking him for that necessarily here. I don't know what they could.
Well, he provides great wave clear as well, and the piercing shards. So I don't know. It's you're absolutely right when you talk about your concern for their ability to go late versus this Hellborn draft, but at the same time, they are looking very strong in the early game. So
Yeah, absolutely. And that's for sure. Now, I think at the one thing I could be doing is underplaying Valkyrie's potential. Like I see her as this wispy light nuker, light, damage. She's not gonna melt people with a right click, right? But maybe she can under the right circumstances with Embaboy funding it.
yeah, he
Maybe.
actually played he played a game on her yesterday, I think, against these opponents, and he ended up dominating dominating that game. So, yeah, I mean, with him playing the hero, I would definitely call it a strong carry. Obviously, Malik can be an insanely strong carry as well. That's just, lifesteal tank, but
Right.
they have some lockdown for him. But, I like the way that Busno GG decided to counter. You were talking about how Defiler can potentially get pulled out of position by Andromeda. And, one of the ways that they dealt with them going all in on the Defiler, instead of going for some sort of defensive pick to try and help supplement the Defiler's strength, they just went ahead and tacked on another priority farmer. So,
Let's get it on.
to just kind of split the attention. You can't go all in on Defiler because then Malikan is here, ready
Right.
to mess you up. So, but he
Right.
is going to be going against a tri-lane, a very formidable one, Rally Andromeda Valkyrie.
I think it's going to come down to a few different things. But that being said, that's the Horn of Battle. The grand final, match number 3, Busk No GG versus Team Tim. Winner takes cycle number 1 and their seat as the reigning champion of the final HoN Paradise League. I'm going to be watching how they respond to Defiler very closely. I think because there's another way to play the strat. They rotated everybody with her and pushed those towers, but it can also just buy a ton of space for Malikan. They're going to have the choice of ignoring her or directly addressing her.
And Hellbringer's a pretty good hero to place 1v1 against her. He matches her pretty well.
It's going to be good. Yeah. I remember when they first made Hellbringer like this, when he got the AoE dot, and he's fun to play too. And he's kind of, very evenly matched. A little bit different kit. Both got a little bit of heal. Both got tower push. I think his Malphus Rock is going to be important too.
And Magma's taking a lot of heat from Tundra here in the bottom lane. Tundra's got the cold shoulder and the pet spawn. So nice little, this is a good matchup, hero-wise, Tundra versus Magnus.
This is one of the first times we've seen what you got jungling on his own side. I think it kind of just denotes the fact that this is the first time where they're not really under the pressure necessarily. But initiation on a mid Defiler, this is what I was talking about. She kind of dictates the pace of this game, and if you shut her down, it's going to be problematic for everyone. I like that early rotation.
Yep. It's a good one. Not a whole lot happening in the top lane. The lane creeps are out of position to put pressure on Malikan and Rhapsody, so making the most out of that rotation.
Nice.
Just going ahead and snagging that rune. Nice rule of
There's also the way to look at it, though. She just come back with a full pool of mana. Hellbringer's like dying on this last sip of his bottle charge. She's fully freshed.
Walking into a regen rune, though. Rally's there to hold the lane, pick up the XP while Hellbringer's gone.
How's Imbovoid doing? Early, but not so bad. It looks like this Defiler is in for a nightmare of a mid lane. And I don't think there's anybody they can really rotate to help or a lane swap. I mean...
Well, Tempest going to push back Rally there, but we've got a death on Rhapsody, so now it's a 2-0 lead in favor of Team Tim. Sniping out the support kill in the top lane. Valkyrie and
Rally
Andrew
again.
showing...
Like, she is in trouble again. Like, this is the worst thing. And you don't even have rune control. She can't even afford a bottle yet. It's very problematic. Very momentum-based hero.
Yeah, it's going to be up to what you got on Tempest to start farming the hell out of this jungle with the free farm. He just finished a 3-minute mana ring. So that is going to be potentially helpful to Defiler. She can come and regen her mana with it occasionally. But he's also going to start farming extremely fast himself. Rally doing a very good job in this game, just pressuring all 3 lanes. And Volca is an expert at this. He's the one that usually plays Behemoth, makes his rotations felt in all 3 lanes. He's doing the exact same thing on Rally. I think he gets spotted out by the creep wave, but
I feel the pain of this Magnus, but you go boots first when you really want to like tank up so you can go toe-to-toe and force that. He's skilled the volcanic touch, but it doesn't seem like he's been able to harass Tundra too much with it, and it just seems like not off to a great start in all these lanes. Not losing it badly yet, but let's see if they can't turn something around here. Defiler nearing level 6, and if they let her get 6, all those ganks were for nothing. So let's see if they kill her here. She's taking a lot of damage, and the dot is persistent. That Soul Siphon not going to be enough. Just call up the health potion. He locked her down.
That's Tempest with double damage, just a little bit too late. It's a 4-0 lead for Team Tim, looking fantastic into this 3rd match.
Yeah, you kind of wish that Tempest was able to get there a little earlier. Even if he came when he was level 5, would have leveled off of the kill.
Yeah, it's a 3-0 mid. Hellbringer
it's not.
mid.
It's definitely not
GPM.
over yet, though.
No, it's certainly not. But this is a very scary Hellbringer in the mid lane as we enter the end of lane phase.
I haven't kept my eyes up here too much, but it looks like the tri-lane is going in favor of the Legion side.
Oh, it certainly is.
Pseudo tri-lane, I guess, because Tempest's not there. That's probably why.
Malikan only 200 GPM versus the 300 of Valkyrie. A slight level advantage, but here's the smoke from Hellbringer, setting up the big kill on Malikan. Summon Malphus into the arrow. Just no chance for Malikan. And Malphus.
Bottom lane, Elemental Void into the Eruption. Overpaid, but definitely necessary.
Well, you talk about not wanting to hold on to those big cooldowns.
Do not, no. Definitely take what you can get here. Defiler hitting 6, gonna get the expulsion off, and they punished her, but she can still come back. The fortification is unfortunate here. I'm not sure if she's actually gonna complete it. I think, yeah, summon Malphus on cooldown, so it's less than ideal. A little bit of support there.
And you know, this is actually significant here. I'm not exactly sure how this happened, other than the fact that Tempest and Magnus took out a double kill in the bottom lane, and Tempest has been free farming jungle the whole time. But you know, despite being down 3 kills, Busno Chi-Chi has a huge experience lead at this point. Defiler, though, unfortunately, just taking too much heat. Gonna be tapping that bottle. Not able to live. He had bottle charges. I'm surprised that he wasn't sipping bottle.
He was dotted. Defiler was dotted.
You still have a 1-second window between ticks to.
Okay, I would true that.
To just click it, but.
Yeah, it doesn't hurt it.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe a UI bug or something.
Yeah, Defiler. Well, she's alive now, but that's okay. Defiler, when she's dead, I mean, her health on cooldown, she might as well be dead.
Malikan getting stun comboed, trying to walk away inside of the dance floor. Gonna fall to Valkyrie Rally Andro.
No, I think Defiler might have had sips. I don't know.
Tundra needs to walk away from Tempest and Magnus. Tempest just purchased another item. I think he's going to be making progress towards an Astro. Oh no, this is the greedy Tempest setup coming out from what you got, the late game setup. Picking up the Alacrity Band to try and get Alk Bones for a mega farm.
I love it. Yeah. I don't even know if Legion Team Tim feels the pressure though. Like, maybe they don't even really aren't thinking they're on a timer. I kind of think they are. There's a Prism going to set something up in here. Tundra wants to open up onto the Tempest, leads him with the cold shoulder into that ultimate, the shards, and the follow-up from Rally. Make sure They take no damage from this engagement, and at the same time, they're going to get additional kill in the form of a Magnus pick-off, barring some kind of crazy tree-eating miracle. Okay.
2 very important kills for them, but, you know, offering a little bit of space to Malikan and Defiler to get the mid-tier 1 tower.
Absolutely. And it's just like, it's one of those things, it's no pressure, but she's going to slowly go around and just fill her team's pockets and keep them caught up. Even if they're losing these fights, they're still winning the gold lead. They're
Right,
down
this is
9-2,
the strength of having, you know, sometimes you feel like you spread yourself a little bit thin by having too many heroes that need farm, but at the same time, if you're able to play this split game as the way they're playing it right now, Defiler just gluing herself to the mid lane, Malikan just sticking top, Tempest finding farm in both jungles. They have these 3 heroes that you are responsible for shutting down, and you have to really commit a lot to shut down one reliably.
Do we see a 3-man elemental void here? Oh, it's sorry. No, it is available, but not necessary. Valkyrie going to drop Magnus Chop, Chilling Eruption, nice. Andromeda's going to force it run the other way, in which case they're most likely going to turn and catch her too. And Defiler dies while her ult's on cooldown again. She's going to come back and be ready to cast that. Great exchange here, in my opinion, for Hellborn.
Yep, it is a fantastic one. We see Valkyrie trying to get some work done in the bottom lane while it's all happening. But we've got 450 GPM out on Tempest at the moment, and it looks like he has Alkbones coming out to him right now on top of a refreshing ornament, so this is a very farm Tempest 10 minutes into the game. Tundra,
we're going to see all the fixins, maybe 2, maybe double ulti this game.
Watch out, Tundra and Andromeda are trying to set something up in the top lane, comboed with the Valkyrie's Prism, but the jig is up. They did walk by. A ward, a lane ward. Valkyrie here is here as well. Defiler is avalanche into the arrow, but Tempest is here. Gets stunned out of the hole though. Rally with the perfect stun timing, but is it enough? Tempest. Protective Melody saving Tempest, and now it's Rally that's under fire.
Manages to get away.
After
Are they
all
done
of that,
here?
It's just a 1-for-1. Tundra, Defiler. Oh, Andro in deep, low HP. Gets stunned out by the Magnus. The Summon Malphus is here, trying to push forward. The Demon Strike misses. The port's coming in to shove him away. Now it's Hellbringer in the wrong spot. Gets compelled over the cliff. But is he able to get away from this Magnus? He has to juke left. There's nobody there to cut off his exit. Malikan's trying to get there. The Demon Strike. He is going to end up falling.
You just got.
It just seems like such a different playstyle that we're seeing from Team Tim right now. I feel like for some reason they're operating different than we've seen earlier today. I mean, Imba Boy stepping away, like just the lowest we've ever seen as GPM. I'm not saying that's bad. He's still 430, but we're used to 5, 6, even in the losing games, you know.
Yeah, I mean Valkyrie doesn't have the setup quite yet to capitalize and do this flash farming business that Benzie did. But he is going with this Alacrity Band purchase that I just witnessed. He is going to be trying to go for the Thunderclaw, to go for some more efficient farming, and he's not slouching. He's 440 gold per minute. He is the top farmer of the team. You know, matching the Alkbones Tempest almost. So he should be able to keep climbing if he's able to keep avoiding death.
This is true. Hellborn team, though, this is one of those things, like they're stacking camps every wave. They are fully taking advantage of all the gold that's on the map. It's just a strategy that we used against some of these players in past tournaments. And
Magnus. Keep your eyes peeled on Magnus in the bottom lane. He is walking into a very, very, very problem area. He's so close to Portal Key. The port's coming out. It gets canceled.
The Legion have destroyed a Hellborn
neither team really committing to anything down here yet. There we go. It will take the Magnus.
Magnus lives.
Defiler comes in. It's just soul siphoning onto the Valkyrie, getting a lot of the damage. Does connect with that wave. Wasn't sure it was gonna hit. Big time punishment here, and again under no. You take Congo with that?
With the unholy
Right. Oh, there's someone still alive.
Yeah, that's a 3-for-0 exchange. Magnus lives on a hair's breadth of HP. What a survive. What an overcommitment. The lead is starting to really extend in favor of Busno GG. This is what they want.
I
They
did
got the kill.
envision
Uh-huh.
they can, they're gearing up for the late game, but doing so well, there's no reason they couldn't finish this early. Malikan with an Elder Parasite is pretty damn hard to fight, even right now. It's not like 4 Rift Shards, like his scaling is insane, but when he's got free reign, yeah, like they could be pushing this high ground early again.
It's a lot of damage, and Elder helps him take out Kongor very early as well. Just
That's what I
the
was thinking they should have tried it.
steal.
They had the Exorcism, they had like 15 seconds on it, and he was in the Kongor pit. I'm like, you should just go kill Kongor real quick.
Magnus has a portal key now. Tempest with the Astro set up after the Alkbones. Going to be making his progress towards portal key as well. And that shutdown of Emba spells trouble for them on the side of Team Tim. Honestly, Busno GG looking phenomenal going into this game.
Yeah. They've prepared, and they're executing. Love the Alk Bones. I'm surprised we didn't see one on Malikan, to be honest. But him being ready to fight, well, he's actually got involved a little bit. 6, 1 kill, 5 assists.
And I love the way that they didn't shy away from the Tempest pick after it didn't work in game 1. They just picked it right back up.
Into Andromeda, Already at Andromeda, and then, Hellbringer too. Like, they've got many answers, but I think we've seen top lane. Magnus going to get punished here, but he's been playing that role. I think if one thing what you got is showing us, it's the Tempest is more than just his ultimate.
Absolutely. And Rally is really, really trying to press the attack on Rhapsody, but not going to commit with the Compel stun despite being in range. Actually,
he's not done.
Starting the tower dive now.
He's level 7. He's desperate for the gold and experience that he gets from the solo kill here.
Mass ports. 2 ports coming in.
No blink yet. Any gap closers. Malikan maybe with a sword throw. Rally can't only compel himself at this point. And my boy running to get back. Gotta get back to farming.
Yeah, he's got the completed Thunderclaw now. So
Malphus dropped. Not even in a fight, just on Magnus standing by himself. I mean, definitely they're trying to press the issue here with that early game team. I think they finally realized that, oh crap, we're on the timer. If we remember, last game, Defiler took out the tier 3 at 19 minutes. I mean, the first set of racks at 19 minutes, so quite a bit of a difference here. I feel like they're kind of in between these two strats. Sorry.
No, it's okay. Hellbringer's about halfway to his staff. Magnus, I like what Magnus, Magnus died in the top lane earlier, but I love what he's putting down for his team. I think he's just willing to play aggressively, not feeding in any sense, but willing to take a death here and there to just play aggressive, draw attention away from the double, really the triple core setup that Hellborn has at the moment between Defiler, Malikan, and Tempest.
And just this gold again. Like they've just now evened the kill score, but triple stacking ancient camps. It's just beautiful execution. There we go. Defiler using her ult to get a kill on Hellbringer. Oh no, the swap interrupting, but still a clutch arrow.
Worked
I
out
don't
in the
know.
end.
These aimbot Valkyries getting a little out of hand.
Rally's not done yet. He's got a compel stun right here for Magnus. Oh, but the portal key, very nice escape. Here comes the Elder Parasite Malikan with the shield breaker, going in on Kogor.
Full glass cannon. I mean, he's gonna melt people. Andro tries to swap in and like kill Defiler. She's just gonna go boop. Die. But is that the play? I guess Malikan can still scale into the bigger ticket items later. Both of those items accelerate his farm, right? It's not just greedy, risky build.
Well, and he's got, you have to remember, he's got the protective melody behind him as well, potentially saving him.
That's true.
So
maybe a Storm Spirit eventually coming out on another hero. It's finally going with gnomes. Just a more survivable build. Steam boots this time instead of the Ghost Marchers. A battery. You know, they're bulking up. I like it. They've just made minor adjustments to how they geared these heroes that they used in the last game, but it's like a completely different strategy.
Right. We've got a completed headdress on Tempest. Valkyrie going for the Nullfire Blade. Unholy Expulsion burned on this tier 2 bottom tower. There is no contesting by the Legion side. It's just a huge stat lead in favor of Busno GG. 20 minutes into the game, and they are taking it into the uphill territory. Got some ports back.
They're gonna go for the 20-minute racks here.
Barrier Idol is used.
Expulsion's over. They're gonna fall out here.
Not bad. Take out about a quarter of the HP tower's HP. Happy with it. Save it for another day. Shipbreaker 3 picked up on Malikan, so transitioning into the final, probably into a Shrunken Head.
Looking great here for the Hellborn team. I don't know, Legion, it seems like they've already made up their mind. Rally gonna reach in, they're gonna double ulti this Rhapsody, lock her down. Kill secured on the support Rhapsody. What did it cost you now? 2 of your best players on heroes that are just holding portal keys. They're mobile stuns.
Yeah.
Kind of went only halfway all in on the early game strat. And it was just too good of a draft by the Hellborn team here. Am I crazy? Is this like...
I don't think it... No, I think you're right. It's just the combination of the draft and the execution was just really on point. It's really tough, you know, against a team that is as skilled as Busno GG when they pick a lineup like this where they just have so many priority farmers. You have to shut them down hard on every single one in order for it to really, really punish them, right? But they were able to kind of chip away at them one at a time, but it's kind of like a, what's the mythical animal? A Hydra? You know, you crush one head, 2 spawn.
Oh, yeah.
So...
Quick work of this tower. Do more with that ult. Come on. They're gonna play it safe here. They're not in a rush. It's a smart play, but I think Legion is maybe skilled enough to capitalize on them overextending. Probably the better play.
Look at this. Okay, so we're talking about all of the interrupts for Tempest. You know, having to go against 3 superior interrupts. Opting not to go for the BKB. Going in the direction of Staff of the Master with the Glowstone. So going for the shorter cooldown ulti. The true damage state on a lot of his abilities and potentially giving it to another player on his team.
Very interesting.
Staff of the Master completed on Hellbringer. Lightbrand picked up on Defiler. Malikan has a Warhammer towards a Shrunken Head if he wants it. It looks like Magnus is deciding to go for a Hellflower this game.
Small chance spell shards, maybe? Alright.
No, spell shards just doesn't build up from Arcana anymore.
Okay. Yeah, these guys will always buy Hellflower anyways. It's so powerful. Let's see what Steph on Malphus. Initiation on a Malikan here. Easily erased. Defiler puts herself in a rough position. Does she have the support? Yes, as the Legion team starts to disperse. Zane drops quickly. Andromeda's going to fall next, and the rest of the team has had to run. Rally TP on cooldown? I can't tell. No, there it goes.
Oh, okay. It was. This was pretty disastrous. Actually, it wasn't that bad for the Legion team, as they did get the Malikan at the cost of Andro and Tundra. But I just can't help but laugh by what I witnessed by Volka on Rally, where he, the team fight went bad after they got the pick, and so he huddles into the corner right in front of the tier 3 tower and pops a smoke in the vision of everybody. And they actually just forget that he was there.
Yeah.
So he just dissipates into smoke and then waits for his portal key cool down. Portal keys away and then ports home. It was just so brilliant. I love seeing that.
It's hilarious. Rally and Andro getting brave over here. Who's gonna find who first? As the Vrots are active on both sides. But the Prism, maybe a false sense of security. Andro walks into that Rev Ward. They waited perfectly. That's a 2-man stun from Rally. Then the Lava Surge. Locking out Defiler, the Protective Melody, keeping him alive. This is going to be huge. He doesn't have his ulti for this. The Void erupted immediately. Lava Surge in. Any mana for the eruption. I'm not sure what he's holding it for. Now it's starting to come out, but it could be too late. Tempest just about to die here. Kind of hard to tell where this is going next. Magnus gets away with a shred of HP. Zane TCP's out. Looks like he's going to get away. And Valkyrie able to dip out of there. That was a little bit much.
That was a huge fight. Not bad. Not a bad showing from the side of Team 10.
And now you have the Defiler ulti. Oh no! Worst case scenario. Uh-oh.
Team 10 really showcasing that they're not out of it. They're going to find a Malikan pick. It's a 3 for nothing in return after going even on that team fight. Oh my goodness.
Drastically underestimated it. He wanted to use the ultimate. It felt like they won that fight, but really almost everybody on the Legion team had gotten away. So
we're talking about that swap after popping the ulti, just swapping into enemy, getting swapped into enemy territory, taking an arrow to the face, and the rest is history. We've got
nothing
this.
You can do about that. And when they time it like that, swapped into the 4-second arrow, like.
Yeah, you were talking about it earlier. I mean, gosh, dude, I just see this. I see Imba just winning these wars of attrition too often, where he is just able to just keep it up throughout the whole game, just diligently farming. And now he's at 530 GPM, only has 1 death this game. You were talking about whether or not Valkyrie has a late game showing. When she has this kind of gold advantage, she really can. With Geos, Nullfire, Thunderclaw, with how agile she is and mobile, it doesn't really matter that she doesn't have a naturally scaling ability, right? She's an agi main stat hero that's very mobile. She is a strong carry when she gets the items.
Yep. We saw it on Bensington again, a very similar kind of hero. Magic spellcaster that got turned into this guy who's roasting fellas. But I don't know if we're there yet. Malikan, again, he's not at that late stage where he will get, as long as he can get there.
Well, standing toe-to-toe, Malikan certainly wins out over Valkyrie. There's no question, but they have a very nice arsenal of spells to help contain the Malikan, to assist Valkyrie, so long as they can actually get them off. And they have a pretty good start. You know, the fact that Hellbringer has a Staff of the Master ready
He's
to
got
go.
so much gold. I mean, 2 Malphus is
Yeah.
that the play here brought usually.
And he's going to be making his way towards a Resto Stone, undoubtedly. You know, he's about halfway there at this point. And the only question is he going to try and go pump Legacy into somebody else, or go for the Resto Stone immediately? But I'm sure it's the latter. I mean, Resto Staff is just too good on this hero.
And you know what? I almost forgot too that if you time it right, the Courageous Leap attack speed buff. I mean, it's pretty substantial.
Yeah, 40 attack speed is not to be scoffed at. Absolutely.
And
one
for
thing
all your allies.
One thing that I'm looking at here is the Tundra with nearly having a Puzzle Box 3. This is a deceptively large amount of damage that can come out from this hero with just these 2 items, Portal Key and Puzzle Box.
I think Defiler's going to demonstrate that right now.
He might. You can basically eliminate somebody's mana bar as well with a Puzzle Box 3, unless it's like a humongous mana bar. But 1k mana evaporates pretty quickly to a...
Boots on agility. He's got the Shiver. He knows that there's nobody anywhere close to Defiler. 1600 HP. Interesting that he doesn't go.
I think they were aware that they're in front of this tower. Uh-oh. Here it comes. Surgical pick. I'm telling you, they're so good at this. Geosbane finished on Valkyrie. Puzzle Box 3 imminent on Tundra.
Magnus getting in position here though. Sneaks past the Shiver with the Veil Rot.
With the
Shiver doesn't see
Hellflower.
rotted characters, right? Even though it's true saying.
No, it doesn't. But actually, there is one interesting thing that it does do, and maybe I have time to explain it. You actually see it right now if the camera is catching it. So when Shiver is within, Shiver has permanent invisibility unless it becomes within, I think it's 400 units of an enemy hero.
So if he's watching
when this happens, Shiver receives a debuff that basically indicates that he's no longer invis, and it's visible to the Tundra player. This interaction still takes place whenever Shiver flies within range of a Veiled Rot hero or an invis hero. So he basically saw it right there. He flew the Shiver over a Veiled Rot Magnus and was actually aware that there was a hero there. So.
That's cool. All right, they're going to regroup again here. Level 3, Ultimate. BK, Shrunken Head. On Malakin. Anything new on the Staff of the Master completed? On Tempest?
Yeah, on the Tempest, yeah. And I actually imagine that this is going to be a legacy. I feel like what you got probably doesn't value very many other items over... maybe a Resto Stone, just so he can ulti again after it gets interrupted the first time, but he might be aiming to look at giving, who knows, maybe Malakin, Staff of the Master, or perhaps even Defiler.
The old-fashioned base race.
It's a trade.
Question is, who does this favor? I think no one. Depends on what they get out of this. They're gonna both just go against Vegas. But they still got a tier 2 bot, so I think ultimately Hellborn walks away with more here.
This is not something you see every day. Both teams just opting to trade 2 sets of Raxes instead of directly encountering each other.
It's unclear. It's unclear who this benefits so much that... Alright, you want to do it for Towers 3? You can't do that. See, this is the thing. They can't go for tier 3s. They will jump down on the Defiler, though, who's pretty much useless without her ultimate anyways. Let's see what else they can do. Predictability, preventing the Seismic Slant. He's at least able to cancel it. What's happening in the background? Is that the real Andromeda? 2-man stun, Rally Compel, Seismic Slant only connects onto him with the Barrier Idol active. Hellbringer ult, locking everybody down. Magnus Lava Surge in, but no Eruption. And unfortunately, with this disjointed kind of entry, it is Legion who's able to clean up.
Okay, okay, there's buybacks on Tempest and Rhapsody 40
God
seconds
damn.
on Defiler and Magnus.
Are they gonna end it? They can't even push though. Look, they got the creep wave pushed up all the way
No,
down.
they
Help! They
can't
gotta go
end
through
it.
tier 2, tier 3.
But your question was, who does it benefit? And I think
Oh,
the
yeah.
answer is pretty clear cut after that one. Yes, we traded the Raxes, but we got near genocided after it on one side. So
They all needed a little break.
600 GPM on Valkyrie, starting his way towards a wingbow at this point with that dancing blade in his inventory. And, to add insult to injury, we have a spiked bola completed on Rally now. So that's going to spell trouble for Malakin.
Tell us what the spiked bola does.
So the spiked bola is just a physical disarm state that is applied to whoever you use it on for 3.5 seconds. So think of it as like a sheep stick for your heavy auto attackers that goes through BKB. That's basically what it is.
The old scout disarm. Yeah.
Yeah, it's just a disarm, right? But when you talk about a hero like Malakin, he's basically an auto attacker after he gets his ulti off. So you just use that disarm, and
Oh,
he's
yeah.
not going to be doing anything.
If he's not attacking, he's literally just a standing tree stump.
Yeah.
Here they go. Fresh in the top lane. Look at these crits coming out. Massive damage being poured into this tower. They finally realized they have to put up some kind of defense. Everybody's here. It would have been nice to catch somebody on the run out, but they timed that perfectly. That's in and out. Surgical. I'm thinking.
My goodness. Team Tim just playing this so well, despite being down the early stages of the game. Valkyrie opting to go for the wing bow, the full wing bow here, not keeping buyback. So safe to say that he's probably going to be playing safe for at least a little bit.
I have a new theory. That trade drastically benefited the Legion team. Because I think mainly because if they had not allowed it, Hellborn would have to lose 2-3 main team fights to lose their base. Now it's like you lose one, it's it. And I think the later the game went, the better for them. It was a selfish, greedy play. Maybe they've been playing HoN for 6-7 hours at this point. I don't know.
Look at this. This is just a Valkyrie's Prism. They don't even see this coming. Valkyrie's Prism on top of this melee barracks. They're just going all in with the Malphus spawn. This is mega creeps.
That's megas. Hellborn team has a chance to do their own. They're actually, both teams are stacked on top of each other with
Throne
Veiled Rocks
versus
right
Throne.
now.
Throne versus Throne, Matthew. Who's going to
Towered
do it
one down
first?
for Legion side, or Hellborn side. Town 2. Oh no. Hellborn looks like they're going to have this in the bag. Somebody's going to have to pour back and disrupt this some way, somehow. Rhapsody, what can you do? Can you protect the melody of the shrine? We need you to play some kind of magical song. Legion side is not even close. Hellborn's going to take this.
It's done, dude.
I mean, opposite way. Legion side finishes it. Imba Boy and the boys, Team Tim, take cycle 1 of the Paradise League.
I've never seen a game end that way, where both teams are just hell-bent on avoiding each other and just deciding to go race for the base on both sides. Well played, and actually a very, very interesting ending to this first cycle 1.
Oh my god. I understand why Hellborn committed at that point. You don't want to be playing the same game we were just playing against Megas. Had to go for the base race, and I think they thought it was going to fall a little bit faster than it did, and unbelievable.
Yeah,
well,
so congratulations to Team Tim. Coming back from these losing positions in this game and just holding true to their, belief in their star player Imba Boy. Seems to always be able to carry games out no matter what happens.
I just love it. I love it. Going with the crazy base trade in game 3 of the grand finals. What better way to kick this tournament off? Both teams walk away here with something in their pocket because 2 teams are going to the grand finals to compete for that prize money. Team 10 walks away with 4 points, Bustin' OGG 2. And I have a feeling we're going to see a lot of back and forth between these guys going forward as this season this tournament over the next 5 weeks progresses. But definitely
You are
well
absolutely
played.
right. I mean, both of these teams deserve a spot in the grand finals of this tournament with the showing like that, where they truly are back and forth, and you almost wish that they had more games. This is like a best of 5, best of 7, who knows? But um, yeah, when the money is really on the line in the grand finals and these two teams step into the arena, it's going to be a sight to behold if both of these teams make it into the arena. This is the first
Man.
of 5 cycles, right? So we've got 4 more of these before the $10,000 grand final tournament is played. And,
Right.
who knows who else is going to be motivated to start trying to take some of these home so that they can score enough points to get that invitation into the grand finals. But heck, if
It's
it's just
true.
these 2 teams, it's going to be a showing.
It is. I think the meta right now is go back to the drawing board. How do we beat this one man focused draft? He just showed you that he can do it with a Valkyrie, given that there's a lot going on here. But I mean, the strategy held true, even with a suboptimal carry and against kind of an insurmountable draft advantage. It still worked. You're going to see if all these teams are going to take a look at what happened today and see if they have an answer.
I think it's safe to say that a lot of these replays are going to be being reviewed by both, all the teams that are present in this, that were present in this first cycle, and anybody else who is interested in entering. They need to take a look at these replays to figure out exactly how these teams are playing. Because if you want a shot at this, a share of this $10,000, you're going to have to go up against one of these guys. If not in the grand finals, definitely at some stage in the earlier rounds. So, but with that, that's basically my final thought. I'm not sure if you have anything else, Matthew.
No, I think that about sums it up, man. It has been a pleasure to have you with me here today. And,
Absolutely, it was fun stuff. Great games. Looking forward to sitting down with you and talking about it in the future as well.
Definitely. Got a lot more HoN coming in the next few weeks. I know I canceled all my summer plans. So we will see you guys out there. Big shout out to Paradise League.
I think
And,
Paradise has
sponsors
something
for
to
this
tell our
event.
viewership once we're finished. So I'm finished. So if you're finished, let's hear what Paradise has to tell everybody.
Thank you. Easy and mathematical here. Signing out. Take it away, Paradise.
All right, thank you guys so much. And this was the first cycle, everybody. So the second cycle is showing up on the screen right now. It's going to be on the May 21st and the May 22nd, where it's going to be cycle number 2. We're going to play off again for the points. And just to clear things out, the grand finale is a best of 5 single match where the 2 highest score teams out of the 5 cycles will get an invitation to play in the grand finale to compete for the prize pool, where the prize split is 80% for the winner and 20% for the second place. And that's all you need to know for now. Thank you all for watching. I hope you enjoyed today's cycle, and we will see you on May 21st. Till then, everybody.